भाई क्या सीन है भाई, क्या गर्मी, क्या मच्छर, क्या गर्मी भाई, दिन भर दिन वाट लगती जा रही है यार। भाई क्या गर्मी और मच्छर है भाई। मेरे हिसाब से एक दो दिन ऐसा आएगा कि नहाने का पानी बच जाएगा, सिर्फ आपको बालकनी में जाना है और मुंह पे साबुन रगड़ना है बस। मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, पानी अभी बचने वाला है। हाँ, हैदराबाद में हेवी रेनिंग भाई, इधर मेरे पसीने से रेनिंग हो रही है भाई। हेलो बस भाई, हेलो थंबनेल एनएच के मेरा एडिटर थोड़ा सा घर पे है, थोड़ा सा मतलब ज्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा सा। का सीन है आओ।
here to kind of skew what it looks like, but I don't think we're seeing anything new here.
भाई इसका TYFS होने वाला है, तुम लोगों ने देखा? पाची चिक का TYFS होने वाला है यार। थंबनेल चेंज कर, है ही नहीं तो कहां से चेंज करूं? तब ठीक, सब बढ़िया। अजय गेमिंग कैसे मेरी जान? बोल ये जीता बे। TYFS में बेंच होएगा, मतलब वही रहे, नहीं खेलेगा। क्यों? क्योंकि उनका एक बंदा जो 17 साल का था वो 18 हो गया और उसका वीजा आ चुका है भाई, मतलब 18 होते ही टूर्नामेंट ज्वाइन। हाँ देख रहे हो, वूट करके प्लेयर है वो लोग में, वूट। पार्टीटेक की जगह पे वूट खेलेगा, वूट। बस भाई वेल्टी रिटर्न मेरे को नहीं मालूम यार, पता नहीं। पिंकी विजी जितना सबमिट कर सकते कर लो अभी। हाँ क्या? हे व्हाट्स अप? मैच ऑन बड़ा चालू तो होने दो।
in that bottom tier right now, I think, within our EMEA region, and you have to kind of keep that in mind, how it's kind of those win trades back and forth.
Yeah, both teams, you know, on this time, Heretics coming off of a loss, BBL coming off of a win. Maybe that's something they can work off of, a momentum here, BBL. They've got to see if they've got a chance in this one. Heretics,
आवाज से तुम लोग समझ जाओ कौन जीत रहा है।
As they enter this first map, it's BBL on the attack, Heretics on
बराबर
defense.
बराबर।
Like we're heading towards this right hand side of the map.
ये थंबनेल चेंज हो गया ये।
Thus far, no trips actually over towards that A side. It's only going to be that camera.
भाई अश्वत्थामा अकेला।
Want to make noise here over Ben, so quick into it too.
Yeah, Bruce just so lucky to get out of it on time.
ये
Because both
सीखो
teams, the interaction with Power and Kushina.
साइलेंट रोप जंप
Deciding
ऐसे करते हैं, मेरे को मत पूछना, मेरे को आता है।
Gonna come in with Heretics holding back, happy for the retake. Against Fnatic, they know the approach is fast, heavy, but against BBL, it's a different
मेरा
story.
लकी
They
खराब
can
है,
set up
क्या
and then
थी?
they can play the organized play they know how to do.
दस करो बाद में। बाप रे,
just to be initiated into this
बचपन में ये
situation, now
सब।
Kushner to retake, try to maintain the same main control and cut it off on the retakers.
भाई क्या लगता है भाई, TH में नया प्लेयर आने से क्या होएगा? ग्रेफॉक्स की बिल्ड क्या है मेरे को नहीं मालूम भाई कुछ।
It's got to get a bit nerve-wracking for Heretics.
गेम साउंड लो, सुन लो।
But they're keeping it down to the last second. Paranoia is good, and so is the stun. That's going to deter them for a long time. Pushing through the poison, though. Reans is good for 2. And wait, there's 2. Pints it in, but Brave is going to try and delay it as much as possible. Still 1 remaining elite. All they have to do is delay it. Heretics yet to get on the spike, and it's taking them so much time. Now only just touched it. Elite out of the smoke, not even able to deal with Boo, and that's going to be first blood. Heading over to the Heretics.
Very comfortable retake there.
Where's Binks bhai? You are my favorite god streamer, player, comedian bhai. Love you too, Aryan bhai. Love you.
We have actually the Brimstone coming out. I'm interested to see how that kind of continues to carry forward as the map continues to move forward.
Thank you so much for the 1000 Arihant bhai. Like karo, I
they
see
are
comments
running
ko,
the same composition that we had seen
previously,
and it'll be a big question as to how they continue to adapt on that, because Split.
Hola, Binks bhai, love you, love you.
I mean, look at the buy already. I think BBL,
Karan,
it's evident that they want
such a case
a
tha.
good start because they've got a buy in second
Naam
round.
change karo fir se.
Many teams choose Seek for this, but evidently not BBL.
मतलब are you alone or you have like Arjun with you?
Like, there is a short step to get out if needed.
Oh, very aggressive from Kushina. Oh, he does get shut down
Blue
quite
banana.
instantly. I mean, BBL losers there in a lot of trouble, you might say. Heretics,
Heavy
though,
उल्लू बना है.
again, very similar to the last time's
भाई
exchange. I think
Boone
they
है,
heard
heavy
Kushina's
उल्लू बना है.
power with the gun he had. So now we'll be a little bit more cautious about it. Brave's position is sneaky, not quite
What is the
spotted, spoke
difference
too
between
fast. Brew
two
with a double already,
initiator
but
and
elite
two
close angle
sentinel?
into CT, doing some damage, but again, elite, the
initiator
final
is
remaining
more
player,
info.
just like the last one. But again, Heretics repeat history and get
delist
2
में.
rounds consecutive.
That's
Go
tough, BBL.
faster.
They start off on the back foot. Now they're not going to have the economy for the anti-eco that you would be
So
expecting here
basically
into
with two
round 3.
initiator you
and
can
it's-
play slow.
it's costly.
You can move
see
around.
some of these
With
ultimates
double
also now
delist
starting
and
to
single
creep up here for
initiator
Heretics.
is like
Reeds.
more of
Sure,
a
it's
execute
what I
side.
think 4, 5 out of the points needed
Yeah.
there for that Sky ultimate. But when you're considering the long term,
Huge.
there's
Subcount
going to be more
लगाओ
points
है
added
तो सही
into this
subcount
round.
उधर.
For sure.
And then once BBL are back onto a bye, it's
दिख रहा है
most
ना?
likely that we're going to see those Seekers coming out as well.
Yeah, that's
Yo,
very
Bunks
fair.
bhai, yo.
Of course, coming into the 3rd round, I think many people, if you're joining in and you're
Subcount
wondering
है
why
तो
is
सही उधर.
Tech still on the server, it's because Woot, yes, he's still with the team. He's in,
Particular
he's
last
in
game
Berlin
है.
right
हाँ
now.
यार.
He's with the
बुरा
coaches,
लगा.
but obviously they need a little bit more time to, you know, get gelled well together. And yeah, you know, it's a little bit unfortunate for Heretics having to make these
Map पे है,
mid-season
cam के
switches,
ऊपर
but
कर.
they kind of, you know,
बहुत
it seems
क्या
like
तुम लोग.
they find it like a good idea. Definitely risk involved in that though.
ये लो
As
माथे पे लो.
BBL lingering with the Sheriffs.
Yeah, just
Go
getting
market.
pushed back.
भाई मच्छर आज माफ कर दे. आज मैं I am really pissed off
A
यार.
bit worried on the
आज
spray.
माफ कर
He's
दे
just
मच्छर
spraying
please.
for
मेरा
it.
आवाज आ रहा है.
Makes it a lot more difficult
Machar
now
bhai.
for BBL on this attacking side, since that Viper's wall always laid down for those lurk positions over at A.
मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई किधर अभी.
I think BBL is one of those teams that, even on Ecos, yeah,
It's time
they're
to
not
go
one of the
to
best
the
teams
city.
in Europe, but on Ecos they can definitely pack a punch. We're talking about
Ah,
aims
ah.
here, so it's got to be respected, and you can see Heretics is one of those teams that definitely will respect. Evident, Paradex positioning off the guiding
Sexy
light.
blind.
And
Sexy
he's
blind.
good with 2. And
Pathetic
yeah,
bhai, आज
BBL,
50
that's
kill
over.
करो.
Spike in the middle, Power has to
आज
receive
सारे
it.
players pathetic को
But,
support करो.
yeah, it doesn't seem like
तीन
Heretics
दोस्त
will be
जल्दी जाओ.
challenging it, just letting BBL to walk into them, really.
कैसे कैसे
Just
किया
really
होगा
cleaning
आज
up
की
this
मैच
round at the end of the
में,
day. But I
मतलब?
think that's our opportunity to touch back on towards the story here for Patatech,
Yeah.
right? The fact that it is, if you
भाई
guys didn't
जितना
get to see it
रेंज
actually on
ने
Paradex
ब्लाइंड
socials,
दिया है
going
दो
to be
राउंड
his
उतना मेरे
last
को आज
match
पूरे
here
लाइफ
right now,
टाइम में नहीं
unless,
मिला
of
है.
course, they end up maybe needing a sub. But going forward,
Shot.
he is going to be available
Shot.
for other players to pick him up. He hands off the round on the
Clover,
3,
Omen
on
या
a 4K
फिर
there.
Omen और
But
Bin, कौन
this
सा
is
better है?
important for him. It's his
Yeah.
last chance on the
Clover,
big stage to
Omen
really
ने.
show what he's got here for any teams looking to make changes later in the season.
He's been really
Omen
good
और
with this
Brim
team.
भी
I
नहीं.
feel like for Patatech, he showed resilience, he showed
अगर
capabilities
दूसरा
of keeping
smoker
mental
ले रहे
high,
हो तो
even on
anytime
very rough
Viper
games,
better.
high-tier games, even on international events, right? He's had that very strong showing, so it's big
Arun
shoes to
bhai
fill
कैसे
for Woot
हो?
coming in as a
Thank you for the
rookie.
membership.
Definitely is. You even saw him coming in, I think, on the walk, and he was holding his chin up high, you know, and very proud to
Didn't
be
get the
here, and you
clean
can see
chip.
that
Ah,
he's
okay.
really trying to maintain that confidence going
Maybe
forward,
giveaway
knowing how
वाली planning
important
हो रही
this
है?
is to him.
हाँ?
But now we're going to see BBL looking to make some space here over towards this A site. Cypher
क्या
has
लगता है?
been
TH
swapped over,
clean
though,
जीतेगा
for
लग रहा है ना
Education.
मेरे
Got
को?
standard setup here on those 8-point trips.
हार्बर पे जा रहे हैं हार्बर पे.
That's a matter of BBL testing it. Of course, their choice to be on split right now. Bit of a difficult map pool to traverse, right? If you're BBL, haven't had much success on many.
कैसे बंक्स भाई सब बढ़िया.
And with Heretics, I think quite the opposite.
When you're looking at split as well, sure, the loss, you can say, okay, it was a 10-13 loss up
Yeah.
against Koi, but Koi's also not one of the top contenders here within the region either. So it doesn't actually say
Buddy.
too much in that kind of sense.
Well, Kushina First Blood does open it. Just a path towards this B site.
जीतेगा भाई. TH जीतेगा लग रहा है.
But the traversal there is optional. They've got other ideas.
Killing आ रहा है
There's
मेरे.
that A hit, maybe looking to circumnavigate those
हाँ,
wires.
मिनी
by
बू
the other
मिनी
end
बू
of
सुप्रीमेसी
it.
होने
Now,
वाली है.
there's only one defending, by the way. It's Miniboo. But if there's anyone to be able to find a 1vx,
आज का लास्ट गेम का
it's gonna be
बूट आ
Miniboo,
रहा है
isn't
ना.
it?
Oh, it definitely is. Still nades available here. Oh, this stun could be the difference maker.
कॉम्बो तो है boy.
Ooh, he's low. Still gets
फिर भी
away
मारा,
with one,
फिर
and
भी
he's
मारा.
buying time, not the second.
Okay.
Let's ground ourselves for a bit. Brew, used from the shadows. He was to the back of the side, didn't even
वो भाई
notice.
अपने भाई
But
को
still,
बचाने तो
BBL,
आ गए.
great start. They've got a 4v2 scenario here. The
Hello,
Heretics,
beta.
though, need to be a little bit
गरम
careful.
कर ले. सिर्फ
I
पार्टी
feel
कर
like
रहा है
this
लाइफ
might
में.
be just a save or try and get some exit frag situation here for Heretics in a 2v4. Nothing to work with here for Reans.
money. They're going to go for it.
Oh.
Okay.
भाई निकाल सकते हैं, देखो बेंजी है,
On a 1v2 now.
बेंजी का
He's giving off
एम
his angle.
बहुत बाप है.
Two different positions for BBL. They've got to be really good with the timing of it, and it's all that is required as elite. And he's been a superstar the past 2 weeks.
I mean, a must-need round here for BBL as
Second match
well.
किसका है?
It
Second
does
match,
come close,
वो है.
taking it from a
Finland
2v4
भाई.
down to a 1v2 there.
नाम चेंज नहीं होगा
Gets
14
tight.
दिन तक.
And you're
नाम
also
रखा है.
considering the fact that
तो
both these
मैंने
teams are also
positive
1-1
love
right
you.
now in their respective
दे भाई
groups.
नाम
Right?
लिया
Both
कैसा
at
दे
that third place,
भाई.
this is their opportunity to maintain that spot going
Thank you
forward.
Karan. आज
When you're
येलो
also
येलो क्या
looking towards BBL, they do have one additional
Love you,
opportunity
Debai.
being one
Love
of those
you.
teams in the likes of, I believe it is Group Omega to be able to get that down.
Yeah.
और मेरे
But-
फेवरेट सिमर सब कैसे
Or
हो
sorry,
सब
Group
बढ़िया.
Alpha. So you
Group
have more
Alpha.
chances to try and rack up some of those points.
You're playing against teams in Group Omega. That's kind of where the confusion comes in at this first split. But still, it's Bai and the Heretic and Team
Excuse
Heretics.
me,
I
I'm
don't wanna be
18.
calling them the
क्या?
Heretics today, but it's Team Heretics. And they've got another buy in them, and another reason why they went for the 2v4 last round.
मेरे एज के सारे फ्रेंड्स किधर है यारो?
At least been spotted towards this A site. And it just gives me an inkling here that there might be an opening in mid.
Look how much space that Heretics have now garnered, though, over towards A.
It's just a denying time down to the 1 minute mark. Kushner not quite able to break the trip.
एक एचपी का जो पड़ा है उसको.
But now it seems that BBL want to lean towards this B site. There is a bit of a cypher setup, but not too many eyes on it.
No, 40 seconds left. You have the Seekers popped already here, looking for the presence. Everyone on BBL
भाई वो लोग अटक गए
gathered
हैं.
towards B. They have to re-clear
अटक
towards mid.
गए
That
हैं वो
information being found here by Heretics.
Oh, 3 expended towards mid, and we're down to 30 seconds. This is getting
Attack guy
really
over.
tight here. Seeker's now enabled. Brave to the site. He's being sprayed upon across the box, and Miniboo eventually shuts his life
बोला ना
down.
भाई,
23
अटक गए
seconds.
भाई.
Oh, they've got this really close, and Heretics know exactly
20
what's going on.
सेकंड है.
4
Impossible.
players already located all the way
Impossible.
into the site. They've got a guarantee of a luck as well, but it's Miniboo that shuts it down all himself.
Clean,
BBL,
baby. Clean.
yeah, they run into their own
Clean.
trouble there.
Hey,
अभी वो
you
लोग
even
इको
see
जाएंगे,
Heretics
5-1,
having a
let's
backup
go.
plan in that situation. Boo's positioning over towards Vents to cut off the
नहीं,
rotation.
बीच में
If BBL
membership
decided to
भी
make that
दिया,
dash over
आपने
towards
miss
the A
किया.
site, expecting the rotates to have come over
लाइव क्यों
towards
नहीं
B
दिखा था?
already.
दिख तो रहा है लाइव.
It's 4-1. BBL economically
आज का
hurting.
गेम को फुल ब्लाइंड दे रहा था.
Heretics have been doing well to kind of stagger their ultimates and not use too many.
हेलो
They
वक्त
have
मैं
enough
आपसे
on the
डेली
buffer
आऊंगा एग्जाम
for
खत्म.
BBL to
आइए
do that
कैसे गया
anyways,
एग्जाम?
but
I mean, they're not the team under pressure here. I feel like
No.
they're
आज
the
वेट
favorites.
नाइट से
They're kind
पिंकी
of
दी आएगी
chilling.
क्या?
I,
मेरे को
I
नहीं
love the
मालूम है.
support between them as well. They just are each other's hype men. Every time that we're in an interview with them, oh, Benji Fishy's crazy. No,
Love you,
Miniboo's
Ardeep, I
crazy.
love
He's
you
nuts.
once
He's the
again.
best KO. And all that. Every time we're on an interview, they just praise each other. It's so cute.
lots of love.
Still aggression for BBL, even though with lesser weaponry in the middle of the site. Kushner still good for one. Boo's position telegraphed. Mini Boo though.
Oh,
lines up with his
almost,
brother, and they make clean
almost.
work of this hold. One's crossed over though.
Almost.
What are you capable of here? Not
Sky
much
को
of
मार
a
दिया.
gun that you have. And Reezy not much of health to his disposal either. Your theft as a guarantee. Heretics not
Yeah.
playing around here. Want to lock this down. And are just keeping the two players isolated between them. Reezy just 1 meter forward and he would have been dead.
Yeah, Razer has a spike here as well. Braves on an island.
That's brilliant. Brilliant.
के मारा
And a
बे.
blast pack obscuring movement. Reezy
Oh!
is nuts, but not good enough in this one. Paddy Tech at least was there as the guarantee.
Oh
And that's
भाई
5-1 for
मेरे
Heretics.
A
जैसे.
bit too close for comfort if I'm gonna
yeah.
be like Reezy hitting those shots is mad mechanically,
Oh.
absolutely insane. I know that we've had a lot of eyes
Holy.
on Elite.
एक
I think
को
with
reload
his
करते हैं
performance and how it's
सीधा पिक
improved,
करके
but
टॉप 2.
now it's gonna be eyes drawn elsewhere. Timeout to be called this time. BBL usually you end up
आज
seeing those
लेट
coming
नाइट
out
गेमिंग सीन है
during the
पता नहीं यार
go
थोड़ा
rounds,
डाइसी है
and then it
कि
leads
कल
into
मुझे
the
10 बजे
strategic
निकलने का है
chat
किधर.
about what you're gonna do into the buy.
It's a
तो
bit of
कल
a
मैं
to and fro
almost
approach
10
here
से
for this
लेके
one.
शाम
I
के
don't blame
6
them.
बजे
Obviously,
तक
now they're
बाहर
heading into a
रहूंगा.
buy round. They've got more time
फिर
to think
6
about
बजे
the
निकल
status
के आऊंगा
quo.
घर पे 8
Bit of
बजे.
disappointment there.
फिर
The fact that they knew there was a
लंबा दिन
potential
है.
with the Sheriff clutch is one of those that bring the emotions
Six,
up
okay,
for
okay, Palak ji.
BBL. And they're an emotional
Right,
team.
आने
Like,
तो
if they're running on a
वो
high,
feel
they'll
करूंगा.
keep it going. But if they're
Palak
not,
ji.
then it all crumbles
मेरे
really
से
quick.
बात नहीं हो रहा है तेरे से. हाँ पलक जी से बात
Tough
करेगा.
days in that kind of regard, but also an opportunity to talk for Heretics here as well. When they are
आज
looking over
खेल
towards
सकते
okay,
हैं right
BBL, they're
guy.
calling their timeout.
Yeah.
Then they're
Just
looking at
call
okay,
me
what
after
ultimates
Watchparty. Watchparty
do we
रात
have
को
to worry
खत्म
about? You
होएगा
got
1
that by
बजे.
first pit, one away from the Seekers as well, and of course from
9:30
Shadows
बजे
and
ये
Showstopper
खत्म होएगा.
also
फिर
up here
10:30,
for
11:30,
BBL, and
12:30,
Heretics are gonna
1 बजे के आसपास.
try and workshop. Okay, what are BBL looking to do with these? How are they going to look to find success into this round? Because we're already 7 in.
दो timeout.
First quarter just
Why
about
should I
done.
suffer? Why be?
Yeah, and it's quite the difference to see already. Any ballpark ideas of where BBL want to
यार
be at
मेरे
by the
एज
end
के
of
कोई
the
स्कूल
half?
फ्रेंड्स है यार.
I mean, I think in their ideal world, they'd probably want to get 6-6. But
True, that is fair. That is fair. Line them up good for that defense side, give them a bit of a cushion to work with. But for now, it looks like they'll have to be working from
Get
the
16.
down
Hello,
low.
excuse me.
See what they make use of these ultimates. Again, quite slow approach in mid for
भाई
BBL.
शर्म
but they're
करो
working
भाई
that
तुम
control.
16
I do
हो वो
wonder if maybe
18
a
है.
decent change
शर्म करो
is
जेल
what
जाना है
BBL
आपको.
need to actually find some of the success. It's conditioned a lot of these slower default-esque
Mod
plays.
थोड़ा
And
strict
they look
रहना
to
आज.
regroup, of course, into the mid-round for their actual hits, but it gives so much comfort to Heretics to know that they can kind of just
Fuck, उसका birthday
play
भी
their
निकल
own
सकता है ना,
game
16?
and lie in wait.
Shit.
Shout out to the observers catching the break of the
मेरे
trip.
को लग रहा है अगर ऐसे
That
सबको
mini
टाइम
boost
आउट मिला तो
showstopper
सब
does
ऊपर
fall
नहीं जाने
short.
वाले.
And BBL instantly reacts
Minute
to it.
के
They're heading
बाद
towards this B side, but
time
I
out
think
देंगे.
Heretics are pretty quick on the charge as well.
I mean, Benji's
I am
been splitting
19.
up a lot of
Matrimonial
his
site
utility
नहीं
as
है
well
ये.
across the
Game
B
देखो
sides,
इधर.
right? Just to cover a
कैसा
little
push
bit
हो
more
रहा है,
background.
कैसा
BBL
execute
gets
हो रहा है.
continuously
अभी फाइवमैन
as
कैसा
to
फ्री
where
साइट मिलने वाला है
that
इनको.
pressure
ये
on
सब देखो.
Still a trip to be broken though. Oh, it's hard to find where that comes from. One's caught up and up against the smoke. No one's been able to shoot back from Heretics. They're playing it slow. They know that BBL could be anywhere. They could even have heavy
I am
control,
21.
and
तेरे
it's
पास
heavily
मेंबरशिप भी
respected.
नहीं
I
है.
think you could have
क्या
actually
खिलेगा
crunched under
उसको?
that trip with how high it was. Poised more in case it was a blast pack in situation, but there's also a showstopper available here for Kushner into the post.
Oh,
Popped early,
that's looking to buy time. Just going to hold on to it.
both
Smart.
chokes covered.
Another one pops again. All he has to do is
Party.
buy up the time. So
Party
there's now
लेकिन.
time trouble for Heretics. They've got to
Who
start
को party?
moving in quickly. They don't have many flashes for it. The
Whoa!
Orbital Strike is going to have to clear way for the team to start
Great
moving in.
zoning.
The Poison Cloud, oh, the Viper's Pit as well, just being so menacing that BBL just can hide within it. No problem at all. Still,
Oh shit.
somehow favoring Heretics now. Brave trying to have a crossfire with Power.
Close,
And there's no
close.
time for
Pago.
Boo. He knows it, has to run away. The eyes of Heretics going to give away this one. BBL get themselves a second round on the board.
Nicely done. 2 ultimates expended, not too much needed there, and slowly
Membership
closing
का
that
पैसा
gap
save
there
करके
for
उसको
BBL. I
खिलाऊंगा.
think what they did really well was just kind of managing the fact that you have that Viper's Pit covering up
Thumbnail
towards
में थोड़ा
alley,
लोचा
then you're
ठीक करें, हो
denying
गया
that
ठीक.
time over towards B tower with the showstopper coming in.
आप बुलाओ केस सेम ही
It's
है.
curious.
मजबूरी
I mean,
नाम चेंज करना
you're
पड़ा.
also looking at Heretics, and they're
Love
playing with
you,
the
love
solo
you.
initiator
Yes, bye,
here
love you.
as well, right? You're
Yeah.
looking towards
बड़ा
Rings
पाव.
to be that initiator, and Sky no longer has that utility that refreshes. So that's a big trade-off when you're
मैं
looking at the
20 का
double
हूँ.
flash.
बिजनेस है
On
बट
side of
जीएफ
BBL
भी
as
है.
well.
क्या
A lot
बिजनेस
of
है
breakthrough
भाई?
utility on this BBL side. But let's be fair, we haven't seen it up until this point. Rolling Thunder drawing out. Riens gets away with his life. A pick, spike down, and in no man's land. Only just collected. BBL handed the site. Knocking on the door,
By
no
retake.
one's there. Heretics are going to look to join the party a
वेस्ट
little
हो
bit
गया
later.
उसका.
I like this
Retake भी है.
information search though from BBL over towards CT, allows them that free screens control. put the pressure on Heretics.
Retake.
Brave really close to the action. Anti-flash for Easy. But Brave just walks even further forward. Smoked to give him the fallback. The spray is there. Always thinking about sticking around. Easy though is good with it. The double spray down from Brave. Make it a triple as well.
नहीं
As Brew may be in
होगा
trouble, and I think he knows it.
retake.
I mean, there's not much money left in the bank at this point.
नहीं
It's going to have to be a save in a
होगा
1v4
retake.
here for Boo, but very nicely done. Again, that shift in the tempo. They start off slow most rounds. Now they had that Rolling Thunder available. It allowed them to blitz on towards site, but more importantly, denying one of those lanes early on to Heretics, which again I think comes back to
भाई,
Reigns
मेरे को
being
लगा
that
सचिन वहाँ के
solo
जाएंगे
initiator,
भाई.
where they are now forced to use so much of that Sky util to just clear into screens alone and not even sight.
Yeah, and now Heretics plan.
मेरे को टाइम आउट मिला
Led
एंड
by
मेरा
BBL,
बर्थडे
good
है
time out,
16
good
को.
read.
माफ करे
Props
यार.
to Element and
मेरे को लगा आपका
Epic,
एज
of
है.
course,
माफ
for
करे.
drawing that out and making the team make the right choice, adapting on the fly. Good stuff. Maybe they can maintain it. Heretics, on the other hand, now have dropped a couple of rounds in a row. Their pockets are hurting. They got a deep dip. Got a deep
भाई
deep for
जोश
this
आ
one.
गया है. जोश आ गया है. जोश आ गया है.
Okay, but you heard the hype
मैंने
there. You talked
देखा
about them being emotional,
आगे
getting some of
आगे
that energy
खेला जा
up, which
रहा
is
है.
what they
I am
really need to
22
get the ball
earning
rolling
50
here.
K a month. मैंने मानता.
Can't say too much about momentum because it's only really
Down
been
payment
2
दे,
rounds realistically.
20 लाख
Posted
तो
and ready
मानूं.
for close contact. No one going to be there on the side of Heretics though, but they've got
मैंने मानता।
mid-control galore with that one way.
भाई 22 साल पे मैं क्या कमा रहा था पता है?
The stun could be a good one for them. Doesn't even come down to it.
लड़कियों
A
के
little spray down
स्माइल।
here from Kushina, expecting
पैसा
kind
तो
of position,
घंटा
and
नहीं
now
मिला
they go
था।
in again. Nice
Oh,
position there from
clean
Kushina.
bait.
And he just keeps on
Clean
killing.
satchel
BBL
bait,
just sits in
clean.
control, demanding respect, and Heretics got to put their arms in the air and surrender.
इको था,
Down
लेकिन
to
clean था
1
वैसा।
2v5, make that a 1v5 here.
How
but
does
she's only gonna have
coach's
to
screen
share.
look in competitive? They can see
That's
all
that
5
confidence we were
screens.
talking about, right? Instantly just feeling it. Benji Fishy won't allow him to have it for too soon. The young Brit doing a work on a couple of heads, but still
Aim था।
maintaining some composure.
इको coach।
It's getting close now, though. Okay,
Oh,
one
it
round,
is.
dividing these two teams, BBL. This is the confidence you just mentioned that we were looking to see from them, and this shift in pacing is difficult so far from what we've seen Team Heretics to work with. They really like having that time in the early round
Just
to look
remember
for some
also
of that
just
mid-control with their
ठीक है,
utility,
ठीक है।
push one of those lanes,
अरे
and see what's going
मच्छर।
on and deny that lurk over towards Elite, and BBL have completely shifted their approach towards these attacking rounds.
Yeah. For Heretics, it feels like today, this week, is an opportunity for them to get a good win in the bag, to have a little bit of a gap before when Boot comes in, because when, you know, when another player comes into the roster, surely
यार गर्मी ने
things
कम
become a
कांड
little bit
मारी
more
है।
difficult, right? Surely they've got to refine, start from the beginning, right?
It does get a bit.
भाई रात
a
को
bit
क्या मेरे
daunting in that
नीचे
kind of
पैदा
sense.
होता है वो?
Imagine bringing a new player in mid-split. You've got to change up your fundamentals. You've got to change up what agents each of these players play, right? Because the pools aren't exactly the same, and there's a lot to work out. And you can't really, you can't really predict what problems you'll come across. It may take a week to fix. It may take a couple of weeks, and we don't know if they do end up having the time if they come off with a loss today, especially for the playoffs.
Especially if you want to make playoffs. Time's ticking, right? We're already into week 3, day 2.
बंग भाई चेयर के आजू बाजू नेट लगा दो।
Score, though, BBL. Full 5 this time around over back towards this ace site. No Rolling Thunder this time around, though. That one was just used recently.
टेनिस खेलते हुए।
Are they going to move as quickly as we
Free
anticipate,
side,
though?
free
Trip set up
side,
for the choke.
free side।
Caught.
Oh, Benji Fishy.
Such a good stun.
Not quite
करने
there.
दे रहा बा।
Oh, he's still hiding. He's still being a
Positioning.
ninja in his own smokes, in his own realm. And he's got his opponent's smoke to conceal himself within.
एक
Still,
साइड
it's
पे उसको
looking a
पता
little
नहीं
bit
लेकिन
crazy here. Bray finding himself to the back of the line. Rian's keeping things competitive. He's been strong today. He's been someone to put on the highlight reels.
Spike लेके
And he's
भी
the
जाएगा।
one to put
लिख के
Heretics
ले लो
still on
बे,
top this
लिख
round
के ले लो।
with Brave on the hot
जा
seat.
जा जा।
From the shadow, though, just hop over towards that B site, try and clear things out. You know, Heretics are going to stick together. It's the brother duo now here for Heretics in this 1v2.
ट्रैप्स तो है यार उसके।
It's planted very safe here as
आगे
well.
बंग
so
बार
he's
थोड़ा
gonna
लेट हो गया,
creep
कोई नहीं, love
around
you।
site when he's trying to isolate these 1v1s. Nothing to really work with but one TP. Meanwhile, you look towards Boo, he's still got that paranoia.
Brave is one of those players that lived the pains of last year. BBL's bottom 8 ranking. Now wants to change it all around about with beating one of the favorites of this league. He's got the start good. 3 to his name, 1 remaining. The captain of Heretics touching the spike. Do you read this, Brave? Do you keep your composure here? Do you stay solid? Into the smoke he goes! And a clutch, a Red Bull clutch to silence Heretics!
Beautifully played
BBL
there
bhai.
by Brave to isolate
Kya
that
scene hai?
one. The immediate reposition with no hesitation. Now tied up 5-5. I think that if you were to look back and try and
अभी तो
predict
game
this
जीते
game
भी नहीं
from the
है।
very beginning, you wouldn't expect BBL to necessarily be making this comeback.
भाई BBL में aim
when we're
heavy
looking
नहीं
towards
लग
Team
रहा।
Heretics, I think. Okay, I had to pause my thought there because of the yelling on stage. I feel like we can't not acknowledge it and give them their moment in that sense,
They
but
were off camera and it kept on going.
just kept going. Couldn't even hear myself think,
Fast
guys.
गुस्से
I'm
में।
on
भाई
0
यही
sleep
breach
right
का
now. I need
मजा
all the
यही
help
है।
I can get.
Well, if they can't make you,
Heavy,
maybe they can't allow
heavy
Heretics to
घूमते।
think. Maybe they're that loud. Maybe that's the plan.
Emotional damage,
Emotional damage.
noise suppression.
Let me know if there's some sort of that ability at some point, if the name ever comes out. I mean, there is some sort of noise suppression, paranoia. Anyway, back into this round. Both teams, well, BBR's got a bye, Heretics not quite. They've got ultimate, so give them a kill or two, and it becomes doable. Up until that point, this is BBL's round.
6-5, 6-5 baby. ये तो गलत ही नहीं हो सकता. मैं बोल नहीं रहा हूँ कौन सा टीम, लेकिन 6-5 है.
So they're not going to be walking into the traps.
ये गलत हो के बताया मैं नंगा नाचूंगा.
Ranged weapons that we see hovering over towards that B side is a full retake protocol here on A.
Oh, Benji Fishy is struggling. Kushina is living in the Matrix. And he's got a giant rocket with Boo's name on it. It's looking clean. Mini Boo and Patty though, have turned it all around. Remember what we said, 2 kills and this is doable.
Orbital strike online with 30 seconds left. Spikes down front sight.
Elite might find the back angle onto Patty Tech. Vandal does favor that positioning. Mini Boo left alone. His teammate's gone. Spike on the ground, missing the mark, giving away his position, and Elite somehow pulls out his gun out of nowhere and puts BBL in the lead.
I think he just had the angle with the game physics to be able to manage that peak when maybe he's not actually able to spot him out now. 6-5. One chance here for Heretics to tie things up before we swap sides. They have the ultimates, though. They're the ones snowballing into this round compared to BBL, who expended quite a few in the last couple to manage to find themselves this momentum with 5 rounds in a row.
BBL are playing with belligerence. They're playing aggro. They're taking the fight to Heretics. And it's working out, let's be fair. Not many solutions to it. The change of pace is exactly what they needed. Boom, signing the alarms. He does have help, but the util from BBL is good enough for the first trade. Boo, wanting to stop the fight in the making, but BBL is having none of it.
No, the shifting gears. They're swapping site hits every other round or so, making it more difficult for Heretics to find that lead.
And it's the last round. Heretics, when were you saving those ults for? You've got to use them now. A 2v4, let's see what they can do. Clearing out the back of the site, no one from BBL was there. Patty Tech first shot's good for it. Can he find any more? Damage? Done. But Elite is in charge today. 7-5. BBL lead the half after being down, I believe, 4 rounds.
Unexpected with the way we saw this map start out. Team Heretics looked to
compared to Patty Tech. हाँ मतलब मैं कल परसों ना मैं वुड के घर पे ही था.
Initial half.
हम लोग डू खेले थे ऐसे ऑफ
charge and they're like, no, we're not playing that game anymore. They're kind of aware of the fact that if they give that opportunity to Team Heretics to kind of workshop in that kind of sense, that they will outplay them with that map control, and they just had to bring the fight to them.
Yeah, not allowing Heretics to play style. Not at all. And it's working like a charm for BBL, not a problem. I remember when I asked you what was a good scoreline.
Miles B, कमा रहे हो लोगों की. Love you, Surya bhai.
Now it's 5-7. How to do?
What the fuck?
Indeed, it seems like that. Still, change of sides. Heretics on attack. Let's see what you can do as you do control the tempo.
More like no sights, because no one can see a damn thing here in mid right now.
True.
Walking in.
Moving in as a unit.
Contact into mail.
One on the lookout. Looking away from the guiding light, but it pops late. Good stuff. Paint shells out. Who's got to be careful of that one. Down to low. But there is another fight in the making over in Garage. As Boo is trying to deal with that one. One shot drop on site for Heretics. And still Para getting a double. It's looking incredibly scrumptious from the BBL side. Eating Heretics up for dinner. Pissed around goes to them. A grand start to the second half.
Just the immediate collapse on that mid control that Team Heretics were looking to find for themselves. And you're also looking, I know we talked a little bit about the compositional differences, but I think now especially, I mean, I think either way, to be honest, no matter what half it is, but you're looking towards that side of the breach on the side of BBL being a great counter over towards the double controller on the likes of Team Heretics, where you've also swapped out of that Viper that no longer, you don't have smokes that are applying that decay. Like, you can very comfortably just walk through Brim smokes, flash out of them.
ये BKL, excuse me. अच्छा BBL लिखा.
They're a little bit too used to losing these days. And to be fair, the only win they've gotten in the past 5 matches is against Fnatic. I mean, let's be fair, some of the losses were against Sentinels, Paper X, KC. We get it. But they've also lost to Vitality. Not to say it was to their own fault. They played a decent game, but Vitality played a better one. Coming into this one and seeing results like this, now that's not what we expected.
No, but you also have to consider compared to BBL, they currently have so much more footage on them.
Yeah.
लोगों की नहीं दो क्यूटीज की लोगों का क्या करूँगा बात कर
by Elite.
Set shot mara. Set shot mara.
Right between the eyes. And now Heretics rethinking how they move
Marcel
about
dekha
this
sa
one,
lag
because
raha.
they've got numbers advantage. And let's be fair, there's only a couple of rifles for BBL. Get hold of one of them, and maybe we're looking at an upsetting game.
Well, the trouble here for BBL as well is the fact that they're running no Sentinel, right, with the double controller and double initiator.
Moha pe mara
So
be.
they don't have that information.
America's kab hai? Hai main bhi ek do din
Easy gets one. Not going to capitulate this one. Will stick around for a little longer, though. Paint shells do move him out of position. Still one on Heaven, though. Paddy Tech might find the right timing, but he distracts him for a little longer. BBL not going to stand to fall this time
agar
around.
aisa khatam ho gaya na
Continue
bura lagega mere.
and won't lose any players apart from the initial one.
So patiently played there in that defensive round, knowing that they had the advantage. Anti-eco now here for Heretics. Nothing too much to look at here as far as that ultimate economy
ka
going
fans
into
ka
this
awaaz nahi aa
round.
raha hai.
Looking at more of a default play this time from Heretics, knowing that they have that ability to pressure across the map here on split. Again, with that lack of a cypher on the side of BBL and trying to force some of those players to stick around when elsewhere. What is
Gun
this?
acha tha.
Bit Kushner got a little bit too
Gun acha tha
aggressive
na.
on that one. It does pay for it for his
Dono
life. Knew they were on a
stunte.
bonus. They took a risk. Didn't work.
It was also a bit of a set play, right? You had actually the stun going out at the same time now. Though it does force that Trailblazer to be used
Stun at
much
City.
earlier. Did that mid-control.
Well, the Trailblazer did bark up close to the B site, but it looks like it barked up the wrong tree.
Can someone give me membership? जो
Take
तूने
the
member
Suez
और
route.
ship को अलग अलग किया ना मजा आ गया.
Defense
कभी
round.
exam.
Apologies. Still, BBL going to play this a little bit slow, capitulating. Heretics on the other end.
Max Payne को
As
जरा
they-
time out दे.
2 players on extremities and the rest with full power in mid.
Breeze is now cleared out towards A main as well. Benji to take down the Trailblazer. Presence shown here towards B heaven.
मैं तो बोलता
Snipe
सारे
is
mods
still
मिल के
waiting over towards market. Boo likely the one to pick it up for the team while they look to regroup here in mid. Brave is a
मेरा कल exam paper है दो एक
Paranoia, I
साथ.
think it missed his mark into the smoke, and that's 3 players looking directly at him. And that's 3 pairs of eyes as well.
Big fan
All of a sudden,
moment.
BBL are in big boo-boo. What do you do with this one? Spike can go onto the site, and yeah, that means Heretics can find their way onto the scoreboard on the attacking side. That's how you get into the game, and they'll be happy to get in
69.
flawless
Love
in
you यार.
this one.
Shout out to मेरी जान.
Well, that remains is Elite, who's been having a scrumptious
ये
2
हुआ ना
weeks.
TH वाला
Having
round.
the
ये
best
हुआ ना.
performance out of anyone in VCT.
I think just looking to get some of those exit frags again. Team Heretics, they're not the ones with money in the bank right
Big
now.
man
into the
मेरा
second half.
Saturday exam है. Best of luck.
But yeah, I mean, they took some gambles into this round. Doesn't pan out for them, but I think you
Yeah.
made a great point. It's the bonus. They're trying to catch Heretics off guard, see what they can actually get away with in these rounds, and do a little bit of that limit
भाई
testing
इसका aim
here
crispy है
as
हाँ.
well.
Viper का.
I don't blame Elite. Wanted to keep the stats up. He's gotten some fancy ones himself. Want to hear some of them?
लेकिन BBL close तो कर सकते
Okay,
हैं
I'm
game.
gonna take that as a yes.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एक round
He's
आएगा
got
next.
260
तो
ACS
उसके
in
बाद
the
close
past 2
तो कर
weeks.
देगा लग रहा है.
And 75 kills to 44 deaths. Now that's not too bad for a Sentinel,
stand
and
up, eh?
for a team that has been losing most of their games.
Yeah,
भाई
That's not too
मस्त
bad at all, is
stun
it?
था.
I think you'd say better than not
Must
too bad,
done.
to be honest.
It's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. So he's not going to go out without a fight. That's to be said in certainty. But now we're entering a round where both teams have a buy-in,
Is it
and this is
the
really
current
important for
performance
BBL to
that
get the momentum rolling to close out map
them,
number 1.
others really improved a lot.
That's the important part.
नहीं,
This
Biflu
is
कहाँ
their
से
map
अच्छा
pick.
तो
We
खेल
have to
रहे हो
keep
भाई.
that in mind. They were
कैसे
kind
भी
of
अच्छा
trying to
खेल
play
रहे
to the
तेज भी अच्छा
weaknesses
खेल
of
रहे.
Heretics rather
बाकी
than
लोग
their own
काउंटर
strengths.
काउंटर
It's
तो
working out
करेंगे
for
ना.
them
वॉर्ड
so
देखेंगे
far.
उनका काउंटर करेंगे.
Brave
Nah,
backing out of
shots
that
lying.
one. Not so brave in that exchange. But again, Heretics are happy to spread out their love.
Keeping it slow. The difference, though, is now the
Why would
BBL
you
are on
remove
the
the
defense. They don't get
sub-count
to
Binks? किधर है
control
तो सही
as much
sub-count, ऊपर ही
of
तो
that
है.
pacing
Good.
here on Split, considering the composition that we see coming out of them as well. We have seen a bit of ebb and flow, some of that dynamic play with taking some space, but Team Heretics also like to play so quietly.
Yeah.
And a lot of those contact style plays, right, where you also aren't really given anything to work with as a defender.
एक अच्छा है कि TH किधर भी जा सकता है
This
without
is
the
information about
trap
whereabouts of
potential.
attackers in mid.
तो एटलीस्ट उनको ट्रैप का
Dogs
टेंशन
after
नहीं है.
elite.
Trying to buy a bit of a distraction here, but oh, actually Benji's not going to go for that lurk up towards A.
He's
Blind
an
to the
option though
cute
if they
stuff.
need him. They're just clearing out fence. They want to keep players at bay, but you can already see the rotation coming in from Reezy. He's smart about this, and so is Elite. They're going to follow up on this B site hit soon enough, and they may be relevant quicker than Heretics have a chance to push through. Paranoia in. Kushina is good on the close distance against Miniboo, and he wants to move the entire Heretics down. It's Kushina, because his grass is clean.
10-6 here, BBL finding
क्या
double digits
खेला
off of
बे?
the ace here, and we saw
कैसे?
hesitation, I think, on the side of Team Heretics on where they actually wanted to push the issue on this attacking round, and taking full advantage of the off angle there on towards Raptors.
आराम से भाई.
And this is the momentum that they've needed, the emotional excitement that they've needed here to continue forward. We just saw Epic smile.
We saw Epic smile. A revelation. That's something
भाई
new. And it's
क्या
something
भाई
I could get
BBL
used
का
to.
बनता है बे यार ये मैप.
BBL suddenly have a chance. They
मस्त
believe
खेल
not
रहा है
only
यार.
themselves, not only within them, their coaches, the fans as well. Wait a minute.
क्यों TH ने कुछ
Surely
गलत
this is
नहीं
not a
किया
fluke.
था.
They're
उन
playing
लोग का
against one of the best
walk-in,
teams this
rotation
region
सब
has
बराबर
got
करवाया
this
था.
year.
दो ही बंदे थे साइड पे.
Yeah, I mean, kickoff, it
लेकिन
was
वो
that
ब्रीच का जो
story
स्टन
of
आया ना और
a lot
ओमेन
of
का
the
जो ब्लाइंड
rookies
आया.
coming to
बहुत
light, these
beautiful.
new teams that did poorly last year, turning that new leaf. But then the question at
Breach
the end of the
का
day was
stun
always, what
MVP
was
था.
the depth in that? How far can they really take it? And what is the ceiling that they can hit? I think Heretics, they have so much to offer the team, and we have to consider that there are those pending changes coming to the roster. It could be something that is a chip on their shoulder into this matchup.
Kushina forced to back away from that fight. As Heretics moving towards this right-hand side. Initially there were 3 defenders, now down to 2.
अभी दो है.
Although pretty decent angle for Reezer to hold. What if he's dealing with multiple players at the same time and Flash is flying right at him? Difficult task, and there's nowhere really to back down to. As there's dropped to the site, he does have the reinforcements of power, but this aftershock will have to put Miniboo in a different position. How does this one work? Oh, showstopper from Kushina, instantly shut down.
Love
Power
you,
is
yeah.
doing wonder work, and Reezy still relevant, and still able to shut down Benji. Fishy Reezy is a gift that wants to be given time and time again on their feet. BBL 11-2 away from closing out map number 1.
Insane hold on that ace. It came down to 2 players, the 2 initiators on the side of BBL. The cavalry was coming, but it wasn't needed at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You're seeing the replay here as well. That's even with Q-Sure being shut down with the ultimate. So many bases just being covered. The Flash is sublime as far as zoning and isolating a lot of these fights with the help of the one-way that was actually thrown over towards heaven by the defenders themselves.
Really good stuff from BBL. I mean, one of the conversation topics for Heretics at the start of the season, and for many teams that had rookies within them, was that how are you able to keep these young players to have their composure? Because that comes with experience. That comes with hundreds of matches on official stages, on international lands. And obviously, Heretics don't have that. Now, who's got a task in his hands to get these players in the right mindset? Get these players thinking that they can turn this around. And they played against better teams. They've had comebacks against better teams. But right now, they feel defeated. They know inside them that they shouldn't be losing against BBL.
I mean, only round 1 here was the anti-eco in round 3 for the second half, right? Otherwise, it's been BBL all the way.
उतरना के रेस तो मार ही रहा है लेकिन सब भी मार रहे ना बे BBL में आज.
This is a difference maker we could look towards.
सबका ऐसा 2K 3K सब दिखाई दिए बे.
On the stage, and if he's able to find some sort of numbers advantage here for Heretics, popping that showstopper becomes even more likely to find that space to lay time, whatever it is in that situation. Great delay towards mid. Makes it so difficult for Heretics to scale up early. The one-ways have been doing wonders here as well. Gotta give Brave a pat on the back for that one. They found so much value denying a lot of these chokes for Heretics.
Power. Oh, he's a brick wall. Nothing's getting past him. Good stuff. He's throwing bricks right at Heretics.
आपका montage कभी आएगा?
They just look so snappy today.
Yeah. Snappy crocodiles. Didn't know Turkey had crocodiles. They might do. I could be wrong.
We might have to fact check that one later, Pablo.
Yeah, not quite aware. Maybe have some alligators, who knows? A zoo would. Either way, locked up, caged up, BBL, Andalusia flawless, and one away from picking up splits.
Unbelievable scene हो रहा है बे.
Map point here for BBL, and this hurts for Heretics. You're looking towards the fact that sure, they have that opportunity to try and bring it over towards overtime. That is also 12 rounds in a row needed to do so. Snowball round incoming for them as well, at the very least. We also have a rolling thunder.
भाई याद है एक मैच तब मैं बोला अरे यार ये मैच
situation, or if it is like a full hit towards that A site eventually. Could even see that
वही
being
team में
pulled
ना
out
ये.
here by Power to delay and make the fights a little bit more unfair.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the mental pressure that Heretics has in being able to close out the distance, but BBL also need to stay composed to close out this game. They haven't had in many positions to be ahead by this much against a team like Heretics. So they themselves need to cool down. Don't get over-ego, overzealous. Kushin may be in trouble here as the showstopper is going directly for him. Miniboo is eager to back out of it though, as he may give it another chance. Paranoia has delayed it even further, and BBL defenses have gone to hide.
I mean, this utility cycling coming up from BBL, just denying B Heaven as an option completely. And I feel like we see this constantly into the mid-round here for Heretics. They're pushing the issue over towards B Heaven, then they have to make that pivot back.
Oh
BBL,
no, this is smart. I mean, there's a reason Power got brought in. He's got big brains and looking to instate himself as one of the big brains in Turkey. But not going to be reading it this time around. Okay, Kushina to the other end of it. He's been good for a quadra kill last time he was there, maybe even an ace, but this time it's Brave called to action. Good for a dink on the second time around, but Heretics have garnered space control, which BBL have to respect.
Seeker's nice for information. You have this
mid,
like you mentioned here, for Benji Fishy.
What is this Rolling Thunder able to do? Benji Fishy on the look, and he's good to put Pora to rest, and so is the Rolling Thunder. Easy alone, they know where he is. And he's up against 3. This is a difficult task to try and close it out right here, right now, but he's got the balls to do it. Bullet to the head of Benji Fishy, 2 left. You've got to read Mini Boo's position. You've got to be able to read Boo's position.
Nice.
And the brother Boos will take this time's win.
Like के लिए बोलोगे chat, like कर दो stream.
Letting BBL shut this game down that easy.
No, but BBL are comfortable nonetheless. I mean, I know we said that they can't get too overzealous, too comfortable in the lead that they found for themselves, but at least financially, there's not too much more you could ask for. Meanwhile, Heretics are still on the back foot in that kind of regard. Every single round being so tight in those finances. Operator coming out for the first time here on Split as well. Easy the one to pull that out. Over towards that A site. Nobody home this time here for Heretics.
By B side, the easy hold.
Heretics are pretty quick to bounce on this one, but Brave won't let any bouncing commence. No,
it's just an attempt to walk through that one way, hoping that they had that timing. Not really wanting to expend one of those guiding lights either now that, because they don't refresh. Vent's completely cleared out, but doesn't really mean much for BBL. Typically leave it empty other than the early round.
Yeah, Minibu's been one of the reasons though for Heretics that they gained those site controls quickly, able to pull his team with them. Now they don't really have that as a tool.
Now he's the space taker for sure.
But defense strong to dikh raha hai log.
Good timing on the cage there. Otherwise, I believe Benji Fishy would be no more.
I do like that we're seeing Benji actually activating on this A flank and lurk, because this is something that Heretics haven't really worked with before. He's always regrouped with the team in mid.
Kushina, next player in trouble. Guiding light will spawn out Elite's presence, but Power caught with his stun out in the skies. And now, the attention of Heretics is moving towards this A side. They've got to move a little bit quickly though. Kushin is here to help out. Seeker's looking to stop it all from happening, but Reezy doubles up with the operator seemingly from thin air. And Rians is alone, faced up against a BBL that's about to take Heretics down. Who would have thought the Royals would be here to give the Rogues a fight? And that's exactly what happens here, as the Royals of BBL shut down Heretics in map number 1.
13-7, what a way to end out the first map of the day here in week 3.
Well, don't go anywhere, folks. This is turning out to be quite the banger series. We'll be back for the next in a bit.
भाई अभी पॉजिटिविटी कितना रहेगा ना नेक्स्ट मैप के लिए? हाँ एक्सक्यूज मी, स्पीड भाई क्या सीन? कोराला क्या सीन है वापस बताओ ना, मैंने था जब बताया था। जा रहा हूँ नेक्स्ट मंथ, वहां जाके क्या होगा होगा कुछ नहीं होगा वो बाद में बताओ।
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola.
पिकासो बोलते।
Caballo Grande. I, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you.
भाई अच्छा खेला भाई।
Warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian.
मैच का सैलरी गया फैन भरने में। भाई बाप खेला बे, बाप खेला बे, बाप खेला, पता नहीं कैसे रे, बाप खेला यार।
Hey guys,
Mumbai
it's
doing
Jimmy
about
Rowe,
XPH
professional
player
counter
and
strike
high
right
weight
now.
people
Watch out for the
was
stairs,
था।
clear this angle. You're
आपने
gonna be
रैंक
able to
पुश
fight
किया था
this.
जिसमें, हाँ ना उसमें भी कोई हारी थी ना, कोई 2-0 हारी थी। चैट पढ़ लो एक बार, मेरा पढ़ लिया।
Red Bull gives you wings.
बात कर रहे हो भाई, बात तो। हाय बंग भाई, लव यू मेरी जान के टोटे, लव यू। पिंकी नहीं दिख रही आज बंग्स भाई, कहाँ पे बाबू जी? बाबू जी स्ट्रीम कर रही है भाई, म्यूजिक सेक्सी है। Chasing the vibe, एपिक वॉरियर क्या चाहिए रे तेरे को लाइफ में? मेरा वीपी शो नहीं हो रहा है, गेम में मनी डिडक्ट हो गए, कोई सॉल्यूशन? वापस आ जाएगा। जब मैं खुद कमाऊंगा तो आपका मेंबरशिप पका लूंगा। डन से, लव यू। सेकंड मैच फुट इजी, सेकंड मैच सीनेड बोलते हैं। सीनेड वर्सेस सेफ होने वाला है ना, दोनों गोट मेरे को मिले। Can G qualify for play still? Nope, very tough, very tough. I mean, is there a chance if they win all the matches? If they win all the matches, there is a chance, but सामने PRX है ना।
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah.
First match कौन जीता? PH हारा यारो।
Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks. I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind.
हेलो लगा अच्छे म्यूजिक सेंस है। हेलो की म्यूजिक बहुत क्रेजी है।
Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Chasing good
vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Chasing the vibe। कुछ आया क्या ट्वेट्स? कोई ट्वेट्स आया है? Chasing the vibes, chasing the vibes, too busy chasing good vibes. थोड़ा लाइक और सब करो, चैट लाइक और सब करो।
Hello, greetings to Berlin from Istanbul. This is BBL's Watchparty.
बाप रे भाई, जोश और एनर्जी तो हैवी है बे।
Nice! Nice! Let's go! Nice! 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 Let's go! Nice! Ball! Ball! Let's go!
ये साला था।
Nice!
Last week we got to see Epic being like, yes, you will see if I have emotion because I will touch my forehead and mop the sweat. And today we've got...
के चैट लाइक और सब्सक्राइब और दोनों हो गए हैं, तो मेंबरशिप ज्वाइन करें।
Positive, to be honest.
Yeah, to be
Volume
fair,
बढ़ा,
if you were Epic watching your team perform like that, then yeah, after the first half, you would be losing your mind with joy, especially the way that Kushner was playing.
Yeah, Kushner was playing decently well. I think that what?
We watched in the same
Faint
map.
praise
Come
from
on,
Steel.
go on.
He was playing decently well.
Okay, decently well.
You know, especially comparatively to what we've seen in other matches, you were looking to expect, players like Elite, where that's one of the players that was performing really well for the team. So yeah, he was playing relatively well. Sorry, that's not good enough for you, I guess.
So not even this ace. You didn't enjoy the ace, did you still?
Just to come off, I mean, the ace was insane. It comes at a crucial round as well after we almost get really worried about a round 3 in the second half overheat of what the hell was that down mid. Saving grace is the follow-up round there. But I mean, for me, the thing alongside that, obviously we have seen a big upswing from Kushner as we do obviously now checking with him on the aim lab shoot around the warm-up here. But yeah, for me, seeing such an upswing versus it was disappointing before. It wasn't just kind of a little
$1000 में मैं मेरे mods को गाली देता हूँ।
apparent that BBL struggled when Kushner wasn't delivering such a performance, and I guess the second layer to that now is actually BBL had the confidence to follow up on Kushner, which is something we talk about Turkish teams, it's usually the fundamentals that can be a little hit or miss, and teams overheat, individuals overheat. Here, as soon as he came online, BBL were all on the front line.
I think that's one of the things I noticed is that BBL had a lot of momentum. So once they started building up a few rounds, they started really running away with the game. And I think it started around the time that Brave got his clutch in
अगर ऐसे गेला तो 2-0 लग रहा है यार।
I think that was later. That was round 10, so that was still pretty late into the
सारे
half.
लोग
But
का aim shine दिख रहा है।
Heretics, they got one round out of the last like 6 rounds in that first half. I was wondering, where's the coach pause coming in? Where the brain pick come from? What's going on here? I feel like when you're losing rounds and you're bleeding out like that, as soon as you lose 2 rounds in a row, it should be instantly you pause, you ice the other team, you put a stop to the momentum, you regroup mentally, and you talk about the adjustments that you need to make. Like, hey, what's going on? Let's figure out a way to fix this. They usually play Viper instead of Brim, so maybe something's not clicking fully.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's an argument to be made that sure, the Viper would address a lot of the issues that they had on the defense in terms of slowing things down, not allowing safe passage on site. I mean, Benji struggled in terms of finding value from his utility setup. We saw a couple of times spams through smokes from Kushner being caught in a tripwire here and there, but beyond that, it didn't feel like where usually Heretics win condition has been, which is Benji delivering and looking very comfortable and being teed up for freebies almost in some rounds.
It almost looked like they were also on their attack side, feeling way more all in for the side of Team Heretics. And I wonder if they didn't have enough
vibe
if you have a Viper, you can always kind of pause, reset, and go around the world a few times. But with Brim, you don't really have that luxury. Yeah, you're more committed. And what happened was BBL was consistently just disrupting the flow of things. But we're going to go into Agent Select here for the next map.
This is going to be interesting because we've actually got a change on the side of BBL. Esports. We're actually seeing the Gecko on Reezy this time round. So we haven't got a mirror matchup, and that's what I was actually expecting to see them both rocking the same comp. We've also got a Raze.
Yeah, so a couple of adjustments here. I mean, I do
अगर
like it.
TH आ रहा है
Again,
मैप,
if Kushner
इसका
is gonna
मतलब
get back
Gecko
into-
is compulsory.
I don't want to say the flow state, you know, oversell it too much, Josh, but you know, back into
Backlash
I guess
after
delivering
BRX
what's
games.
expected of him as a duelist, then yeah, pretty happy with this overall.
The last time I saw BBL playing this map, Brave was getting exploited a lot towards elbow, and I feel like there needs to be a really good
120
adjustment to that, especially from
के
Neon running at them.
खाते में लिख लेना
yeah, we'll
बड़ा
see what
पापा,
happens
love
this game.
you.
Interesting. We got the Sova instead of the KO instead of the Sova. So I'm expecting explosions on the side of BBL. So Pavos and Ashkas, get ready to have your world rocked.
Nescafe भी उनके पास.
All right, yeah, okay. I'm looking forward to
Red
it.
Bull
This
beer.
is going to be an interesting one, seeing how Heretics are able to bounce back from it. It is their pick after all. Sunset heading into this one. Obviously, we already had high expectations from him. They've been smashed, they've been crumbled to pieces. BBL winning the first map. Does this change how we see how this will move on to
120
the
रुपए
cash?
आपने बहुत ज़्यादा
I
दे
think we do
दिया.
have to
उसको तो मैं
see
40 रुपए
Heretics
में दूँ.
kind of reset a little bit
Bada
mentally
open
going
move.
into map 2. It wasn't the same Team Heretics that we're used to seeing up on that stage. And Hypoc mentioning the fact that Minibu really is one of those win conditions here for Heretics. So consistently a pop-off player, right? Not seeing that same kind of value every single round in
भाई
map 1.
लग गए भाई.
Seems
लग
like
गए.
BBL have the answer to this already before it
तीन
even
बंदे,
starts.
तीन बंदे.
Minibu walks in to the Lion's Den
लग गए भाई.
and comes out of it without a head and without his life. BBL, they're in trouble because Panatic and Boo have turned it all around all of an instance. Para, though, has an opportunity to turn it around. That paranoia was excellent. Heretics turning it all back, upside down. Reezy, though. Now, this is what we want to see in his influence at the final mark, but that will not come to fruition. Heretics with first blood.
Pistol round in pocket here for Heretics.
कैसे?
Same way over on Split.
एक मारा, दो मारा. बाकी कहाँ से मरे?
Look even better, right? But there's also a difference in the kind of tempo you can take. Sure, you have the dive potential coming out of the Raze, but Minibu on the Neon is, I think he's probably one of the best in Valorant right now.
He's one of the best, period. Mega fanboy here.
Tesla काय गाली दे
But
रहे
yeah,
हो?
I think one of the instances that we need to look at is definitely the fight of Rians here. He's up against his other home countrymen, right? It's a matter of being proud to be the strongest Turkish player on the server. And BBL have taken that run after him, right? They've taken it away. Definitely something to look at in this one. Good shot, Dark. Kushner is down low. How much that will matter overall, we'll have to wait and see, because Heretics were already kind of favored this one. They've got themselves plenty of guns to work.
Go, go, go. Just kind of ebb and flowing right now.
अगर दूसरा भी आता तो?
BBL look to handle the defense here in round 2. Everyone's stacked up over towards that B site. They have the retake camera, the information camera over at A, and just hoping
Actually में trap तोड़ने के लिए है.
fall into that trap, but it's not going to be the case this time around.
Trap तोड़ने के लिए वो.
Retake situation, and then you also have Minibu still keeping that space over towards the mid side. Walks away, but Benji Fishy will be able to reclaim that at the end of the day to try and cut that off. But actually, they're looking to play it a little bit safer. Benji, though, with only the ghost in hand, can take a little bit more of that risk if he does.
Scam का आवाज कर रहा है वो नहीं ना?
Yeah, it's almost as if Heretics are knocking at the door and no one's replying, and they're continuously knocking, still no one replying, and eventually they just barge in. Yeah, no one's home. So they'll take over the A site. BBL though, I mean, we've all seen this story before. They're gonna hold back, save the guns. I just want to ask you another question here, Ash. What do we feel about this comp change here from BBL? Obviously, they kind of had a mirror comp, I do believe, with Heretics on this map. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, is it to catch Heretics off guard here, you reckon?
Yeah, they did have the mirror composition previously, swapping out that Sova for the Gecko there for Reezy. Also got the change in the duelist as well when you see Future pulling out that raise. But I do also wonder if maybe it was a bit more of a question of comfort in that kind of regard, maybe leaning back towards something more into that Sunset kind of meta that we've seen coming through with some of those more blitz plays with Neons. And I mean, sure, we see raises as well, but I think Future has always looked a lot more comfortable on the Raze versus the Neon pick.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, right? It's for some players, it's going to be Neon. For some players, it's going to be Raze. But overall, it's a different approach. BBL is just seeing what has worked over in Masters, taking that approach of the Gecko. And so far, I mean, we haven't gotten to see too much of it. It's the pistol and the follow-up, but now there's guns. And now this becomes interesting because there are rifles on the Heretic side as well.
Scaling up for Antec here as well. 3 away from the null commands to come through. Dizzy slows down this initial space that Heretics were looking to take.
क्या करेंगे मिड तो भी जाएंगे या वापस एट
Very
करेंगे
standard look on that.
क्या
Easily shot out.
इसी ट्रैप तोड़ दिया
Adding that pressure. I like the smoke on the right side here as well, just to make it a lot more of a threat up against BBL and force them to actually fall off of A a little bit here as well.
Timing for Brave. But you're right, that smoke keeps Heretics, keeps BBL busy. As they have given up a lot of control, a lot of
पूरा
marks
rotation का
on the
left
map
right
for them.
कर दिया है बे एक ट्रैप
Slow
टूटने
and
से
steady. Heretics winning this bonus would be tremendous for them, not only for this match, this series. They've got to bring themselves back together. You've got to hope that Neil Zinho had a good pep talk for the team to bring their morale up. And so far,
well,
Paddy Tech
I
first
think they
blood,
win this
good
round too. They'll
entry.
go B
And
सीधा.
now it spreads
Jerry,
BBL's
thank you
resources
for the
thin. That was a mid
membership.
player. That was a setup player. But now Para's got a call from the grave.
Tough for an IGL. Deep trip here for the push for backside here on the legs of BBL, playing over towards Boba instead.
But again, BBL going to play this a little bit safe. Want to put all their chips together, go all in on this. BBL, let's see what kind of a hand you have. So far, leaving Mini close fine. Already want to go on the cross against Market as the smoke does fade out. Oh, wanted to go with a push with the flash, but Kushner was there to read it in time. And that evens the scales out a bit. All Heretics players playing it in one direction. They're looking to spray upon this as soon as they can, together with a fragment grenade. Some damage will be done, diffused halfway. This might be good enough here for BBL to get on the spike again. Now, where do you find the players spraying upon it, touching it, putting the wingman on it? But no one is going to be able to be in that line of fire. Heretics, they've gone for this try before, and they've gone for it so many times. It's so hard to think that BBL can win against it this time. Great bonus from Heretics to get them 3 in a row.
I like the ideas coming out from BBL there. You had a deep smoke over towards B main, and you get paired with the paranoia that's actually going out close on that right side, and it's forcing, okay, if you're backing up, you're then behind the smoke, and everyone who's caught in it is isolated.
GG
but then BBL don't actually try and take that B main space. They're kind of just standing there, firing. But if you're going to do that kind of setup, you do actually have to pressure on in, or else it's spam galore as far as that post plant goes.
Back to ground zero for BBL. But it seems like Kushner's push works out like a charm. No access to the rifles though. Very important for Heretics to at least keep them in charge. And with Boost picking mid, still things are in control.
In control, but some Stinger Gaming.
Yeah.
I have the spike.
They do have to keep an eye on these rifles, though. I think.
भाई ये लोग के
पास
so
far, just
heavy stats है बे.
That one way that was initially thrown, but the weapons are so deep that Heretics are aware that BBL
heavy stats है.
Highly
BBL
unlikely.
के पास.
Would be late
क्या
as
push
well.
किया बे?
Call from BBL though to look to group up here, just kind of sync up over towards the A site. Again, play that retake. It's a retake cam on top of the choke.
Yeah, again, it's a risk for BBL, right? They've got to put all their chips together onto this A site, and it's for good reason.
वो सब ना करे
They're
भाई.
dealing up against guns, so the B site is the simple choice for Heretics. They're going to be moving into it without an issue.
The fact that they decide to sync up
देखो
over
ये
A
लोग
as well
दो
does
गन
leave
तो
the
मिलेगा ये
option
लोग.
open if they do want to end up pushing over towards
लेकिन
A.
क्या ये लोग
After
retake कर
the spike
पाएंगे?
is planted and then
The
cut over
answer
into
is
mid into
no.
the market.
मच्छर भाई. फिर से आगे बासुंडी की
And the
छोटी
play
कांड.
calms down for Heretics. As expected at the start, those 2 picks at the beginning, though, just shows the bravado that BBL has on them.
बरवाड़ो क्या है
Against
अभी?
the tempo team, but you know, winning 4
क्या
rounds in a
तुम
row
लोग
could be
बरवाड़ो है?
enough to take the wind out of your lungs. Make sure that they're no longer running on that fast-paced play.
Cage triggered.
Okay, one way triggered here.
Stealing sight.
Great paranoia though.
SMGs could do quite a bit. Boo nearly was in trouble. Had to run away from the mosh. Man no more. Elite gets a pick. How much do they have in store for us anymore? It's hard to spray when you've only got pistols, and especially when you line up. Wait, the defuse still going on. Minibu's going to have to close up the gap, but he might not be there on time. He just is. Barely for the spike explosion to come in. No one survives
Close
that round.
था यार,
Heretics pick it
close.
up.
इनकी का
4-0
gameplay कभी आज
start
तक
here
इतना
for
close नहीं गया है.
Heretics, and it came right down to the wire.
That was this.
I do want to see some changes coming out from BBL as we progress forward into this half, though. I want to see if they are stuck in those retake situations, especially over towards that B site. A bit more of that pressure over towards B main. Have a flank come through. Heretics are very comfortably playing back into the choke right now and just playing that post plant, and there isn't really much threat to it. The advantage is on their side in the post.
There really is. Hey, last time we saw a timeout come out from BBL, that's when magic happened. That's when some abracadabra happened. And I don't know in what universe we are. This is not Harry Potter, right? There's something weird with these timeouts with BBL. Let's see if they can replicate that magic this time around.
You actually see that Epic's not really the one actually having the conversation right now. It's the team that Power actually making the calls, Epic trusting him on those adjustments here for the squad. Fist bumps all around, knowing they have to keep that emotion, that momentum from splits into sunset.
I think it was Epic saying in one of the interviews, they've got to keep the winner's mentality. It's a very emotional team. He knows it. He's got players that can shoot. They've got to get rid of that losing mentality, which he believed, the coach of BBL, said, that's what my team has got. Got to bring that winning energy. Solve some issues on that defense side. And let's see now if they can do that on Sunset.
टेढ़ा है क्या टेढ़ा है इसको खुद को नहीं दिखाना करके मेरे तरफ किया है कैम उसे
Mini boot, stand up, paralyzed, at least for a moment. That Brave is in trouble here. Good to keep his life for a bit, but quickly exchanged. Still
का last game
है, so quick to rotate to this party, but Paddy Tech, wow, wants to go out with a bang. Not going to be subbed out that quickly. Wants to show why he should stick into VCT. EMEA getting 5 rounds straight out of the bat. Nothing for BBL yet.
You didn't eat this.
The way that they are able to just pivot after that loss over on Split and just look so dominant now on Sunset. The firepower back here on the side of Team Heretics. Again, BBL, I mean, they've made adjustments. We've seen the ideas coming out from them. It's just missing, I feel like, a couple of pieces in a lot of those retakes as far as the last
nice,
vamos.
Vamos.
Would actually help them find
last
more of that
पता नहीं
success.
ये match last
Spanish while he was over in Madrid.
ये VCT वाला scene last
है. When he gets that showstopper, you know he's going to go full guns blazing in mid. Well, Rians does get a couple for his troubles. But yeah, that's the round, I feel. Here, Ash, right? This should be it.
It should be. I mean, I feel like when we do see those eco rounds coming through here for the side of BBL.
I think at least got a say in the matter.
Oh. This cage is so
my
good.
Goodness! You're disgusting, mate. And suddenly BBL have got a chance on an eco. I believe that's how the last map started, where the comeback began.
You asked me a question, basically told me to eat my words on stream here.
Oh no. I'm starting to panic here.
I mean, they're also walking into BBL, who've swapped now the Cypher setup over towards this A site here for Elite. Trips to give away the ruse.
Well.
Hoppable.
Hoppable. Eases past though.
Oh.
No bunnies. We'll have to break it.
Cam लगाओ, Cam.
Gotta be quick.
Cam हो जाए.
That's an interesting dark cover.
30 seconds left.
I mean, Steve, it's
Cam,
just
Cam,
as
Cam
much
हो जाए.
time as possible as they set up into this post plant, force the respect. Breezy's got his whole kit to work with here, though.
And that will mean they'll have to use the wingman pretty early, so the Dizzy. And that's very vital utility for BBL on this retake. They've got to take these fights dry. Benji Fizzy to the other end. Elite's good for it. That Sheriff keeps on ripping heads off. And BBL find their way on the scoreboard in the second map of the match.
We started off this round and you would expect it to come with, obviously the Thrifty to end up here, but you would expect it to come with a bit of that criticism towards the fact that BBL consistently will throw Q-Shot Hail Mary on the early portion of those eco rounds, see what he can find, and it's okay, are you going to keep doing that every single time? And Elite would be the one to absolutely save it. A player that you couldn't stop telling me enough about over in the green room as well.
I was like, this guy's nuts.
Tomorrow morning का
pretty well. All the BBL needed was winning mentality and a timeout. It's a bit of a combination of things. Still, Kushina, he just wants to press W and mouse one to win the game.
Correction नहीं हुआ.
But it's a 50-50 on if he's actually going to win the engagement. doesn't have numbers to follow up for him either this time. A bit of a different story with the Thrash.
ऐसा वापस लेते एक भवे ने मुझे सप्रेस किया था.
Double-sided shadow here. Two players hand in hand to face up against Brave. The one-sided smoke comes in on time to make Heretics move out. Benji Fish, he's gotten away with his life and he doesn't even know it.
I thought he was going to tear the timing for in that right? I was like, are you really going to push the one there?
For a second, yeah. We all believe the same.
Second match क्या है? Saved by versus Sinned by.
And it seems that's exactly where Heretics are going. Did that spot 2 or 3 players? Still, it's a heavy concern for BBL for this right-hand side.
जाएंगे लग रहा है
Throwing a bit of that utility out though. 45 seconds to work with now. They silence themselves and look to rework back towards A main here. And Power does have that knife now down. There's a flash, but he is alone on an island with Reezy moving towards
30
spawn
seconds
towards that
left.
side.
Power has got the power! 2 kills before he drops, and instantly the attack for Heretics thwarted.
Okay, down 2.
Ice cream.
2v3. We've seen Boo and Benji Fishy in this position previously. They find the same sort of success. Playing over towards Generator this time.
Oh, I can imagine what the BBL Watchparty is looking at right now, looking at how they can take this on. It's been turned into a 3v2. Oh, but Benji Fishy and Boo have got a good crossfire. Wingman on the spike won't be able to do it. Parisi sees through walls and sees through Benji Fishy's soul as he sends it to heaven.
Knowing that was his best opportunity to take
the
fight, not allow Benji Fishy to reposition into the post. Just doing it with so much time on the clock here as well. I like the adjustments. However, a lot of these rounds, I think, what's tough about them is how much they are coming down to some of these hero plays. The heroics coming out from individuals, finding multi-kills.
ये राउंड जीता तो कमबैक है.
Even be finding.
ये राउंड जीता अगर विवेक.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Let us hunt. We weren't joking around when we said
PH का attack अपना ये strong है रे.
I mean, I know you weren't.
No.
Yeah, you and Mitch.
Mitch. It's hocus pokery.
But my first card today, just wanted to let you know.
Ultimate to play for
as
Heretics,
you are my
though,
big brother. कौन सा यार?
In winning ways.
Did you get yourself a limo?
Here for Power.
Limousine. Bharat bhai, thank you for the $10. Big congratulations. आपके कार के बाई में मेरा कितना हाथ था? सच बताओ.
It's a matter of playing the game. No!
What?
Finds his way out into the open and gets denied the null command.
The timing on the smoke.
Oh my goodness, Elite! 3 kills and I can't even fathom how quick those came out.
आके चोंजिया जाने वाली शॉट मारा उसने.
The ultimates from the Heretic side could make all the difference. And BBL have a big answer to that, and that has 2 letters to it. No.
I can have a mango candy or an orange candy or chocolate which has vanilla in it candy.
But of course the numbers will have it. BBL again, right back on charge, looking to replicate what they did on Splits.
A little bit of taunting there on stage as well. Some hand waves coming in for the team, all smiles, all banter.
Ice cream
little mistakes like that, you know, that could have changed everything. But of course, Elite had to come out of nowhere.
First playing aim labs.
He's playing aim labs. Don't know Turkish, but pretty sure that wasn't hi friends.
गई.
So
देखा ना गोल्डी भाई क्या बोला है?
We cracked one smile earlier.
Goldie
That was
bhai.
the quota for the day.
Yeah, it was.
Timeout to be called this time, though, on the side of Team Heretics. BBL looked to ramp things up. This is kind of what we saw on Split. BBL started to find their footing, started to catch up. And Heretics were the ones actually falling behind and making those adjustments.
And I think it's clear
already
we see concerned faces on Neilzinho and Weber. Here, Boo also looking to look calm. He always looks calm, Boo does, even if they're winning, even if they're losing. You rarely see a smile from him.
Sorry,
I don't know, there's a bit extra sweat on that forehead here.
Sorry,
3 rounds lost consecutively. Back to economical
देखो,
troubles.
sorry,
It kind of signs the alarms of the previous map, where BBL made an insane comeback on the first half.
Sometimes you do just want to touch base as a team, though. Kind of reset that mental and go into the next round with a fresh look instead of feeling that pressure of, is it happening again?
Yeah, 100%. Heading into this one, let's see if the tempo switches around here for Heretics. I don't think we've seen an explosive start around here at all in this game thus far. I wonder if it's going to be equal to do it, not quite.
Oh, घर में कोई और है?
Right-hand side, even though there's three fading it.
You can also typically assume in that situation Kushner is going to be there if you spotted Reezy.
लोगों ने बोला ना क्रीज क्वीज खेल लेना ठीक है
Picks away with his life.
भाई बिना देखे मार रहे
And to kill to tell for it as well. Paralyzed, he's in trouble, but no, not really. Call the ambulance, but no for me. Kushner is right back into the party, bringing the champagne.
full comeback कर दिया बे.
Benji Fishy alone.
BMW X6 लिया है. Thank you very much. Bad day. Last year, bye.
Close to Heretic score.
मेरे को एक टायर मिल सकता है उसका?
There whatsoever for Benji.
Love you, Bharat.
Racking up though here. Heretics do have
big
congratulations online here for Patatech.
Wish you
but you've
more
also got
success.
Kushner cycled onto another showstopper heading into this round. We've consistently seen it expended
Order वो ना जिस chocolate के अंदर vanilla रहता वाला.
over towards A main.
जो
Presence is there this time. How much value does it get if it's popping it?
हाँ.
Scanning ahead. Similar to the last round's approach, but this time with a bit more oomph.
Go, go, go. Playing it a bit safer as well.
Maybe a little bit more speed.
Same pivot towards market.
By trap
yeah, Mini loses his life straight after his connection to the tripwire. The
Bro,
neural theft doesn't shot to reveal the rest, so respected by BBL as they drop back. They've got ways to find their way back into the site when it comes to it.
Also got Elite's been so dynamic.
So
Speaking
smart.
of which,
not letting them settle down at all. Power might have been able to get away, but Rian somehow has got 10 HP on him, trying to face up against Elite here, but he doesn't stand a chance. Heretics might be losing the lead here, because there's 3 remaining on this attacking side. They've been good to hold this. Whenever they've had the situation, they've been winning, but they've always had some sort of a numbers advantage. But this is when Kushner starts to push forwards into the smoke. The wingman gets shut down as well. There's time trouble for BBL. Heretics might be able to save this. Elite's low on the spike. He gets stopped. Can't even be defused halfway. 2 versus 2. And the time is ticking so quickly at this point.
Brave bolte.
Brave is going to decide to stick it to spray down, but I believe he may not have the chance to defuse it. Boo with a triple kill. The 3v5 hold for Heretics stands.
they stop the bleeding for now.
Best
You look
plant
towards BBL,
here.
and okay, sure, they have the last 4 rounds in a row. They've also never won a post plant on B.
Best
like we
plant
continuously
here,
see the same thing being done. Util dumping towards B main, but it really nothing is happening there. They're trying to zone out, but with very little pressure of pushing in. You swing through a smoke like solo.
I'm not quite sure what sort of breakthrough utility they had there, really, because it felt every time they had to confront them, it was whether it was behind the smoke.
मेरे को लगता है ये लोग को एक ओडिन लेके बैठना चाहिए.
Maybe they were limited.
बी रिटेक में जैसे पीछे जाएंगे ना एकदम दर्र करके मारते रहो.
hasn't really entertained those posts.
Many Boo again.
फिर से रिटेक.
Quite explosive into this one. And we
Jinx
said
पे
that before, we'll say it
माफ
again.
करे.
BBL yet to win a retake on B.
This time though, Heretics, they're opting to maintain more of this backside control than previously.
Ultra aggro. Kushner though puts him to rest. That's a really good camp.
That's so
And he hasn't
much
pinged a single one. No one knows.
be.
But finally, finally Benji Fishy takes it down. But it's done quite a bit because it puts BBL in a situation in the know.
It's a great trip.
And we'll block Elite for a little bit. Can they get onto the spike? Body blocking for now. Kushner into the fight.
ये retake था. ये retake था बे.
They will finally learning from
ये
their
retake
wrongs
था.
and get themselves a 5th.
They use the mass as
घुस
the number
गए
advantage
बे,
to actually look
घुस
to
गए.
collapse, and it's a
ये
great
retake तो था.
adaptation coming out from BBL. Now 1 round here left into this half, and Heretics have nothing to work with.
Ow.
That's an explosive one, to say the least. They knew exactly what they did wrong. Props to Power here to make the call and switch in approach. And you got to say the coaches are a little bit happy about that one.
Some not. Just a little bit. We're warming up to
Not
it.
too enthusiastic.
It does make me wonder though if BBL took more of that aggressive approach on B main. Would they have had more rounds actually here in this first half?
That's the question that will have to be answered after this. It's all in hindsight after all. But again, pockets of Heretics here. Sting and Shara, so it's bleak, it's weak, and BBL know of it.
Hey
So they're
guys,
just gonna take their time, wait for Heretics to approach, get the read in.
थोड़ा कैम
Let's be fair, that
तोड़ने
wasn't
का
too much
तरीका
utility
कैजुअल है.
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
Timing on the refresh.
By 6-6 ना, by BBL ये जीता. कौन-कौन मेरे साथ है बताओ?
Drone's actually not going to be contested, just fully tucking and backing off the angle.
BBL ये जीता रे.
Ball sense of security.
Miniboo is going to walk in. Wouldn't it be funny if he ends up with a double? No. Brave would say it wouldn't be funny. And Thrash picks up one. Oh, both of them? Oh dear, that's going to delay Kushner here. But it's going to make simple workings of Rians. That's paint. Not to put Rians to sleep, not just yet. Lead is required for that. Not in liquid form, though. And Benji fishing.
क्या बात, क्या बात, क्या बात.
Generals left available, but a tall order.
Yeah. Get it done and dusted with.
Exactly.
Chat,
4-1 BBL for a second time.
4-1
This time not with the lead.
6-6.
Is that enough for the second half?
I mean, you look at the momentum. It's all on the side of BBL right now.
True. You start to wonder, is this BBL just playing extremely well? Is it also Heretics dropping the ball here? I mean, yes,
BBL, I think 5-0
performance issues on some of them key players.
I think BBL is playing extremely well.
Why aren't they having that impact? But it feels like
भाई गेम खेलने का मन कर रहा है.
BBL's bullets just hit a little bit harder.
I think right now you're looking towards the scoreboard. You've got Miniboo down at 3-10 on an attacking half coming out from Team Heretics, which is not the same kind of performance that we expect coming out from him, right? Again, a win condition really being these young bloods popping off on the side of Team Heretics, having that firepower that we've been so used to seeing so far in Split 1 kickoff and Masters Madrid even. Even though they were out early, they still
सुनना ही नहीं है.
to hit their shots. It's tough.
सुनना ही नहीं है.
I mean, I bet they wish they were in Madrid right now because it sounds from
2-0 हो
that
सकता है.
BBL has been shouted out thus far. Not that many Spanish fans out here today, but it seems like Kushner will be going aggressive off the rip. Greens, on the other hand, shot start to do damage. Not going to be shutting down the wingman just yet. I think we've seen this approach before, but it's with turned sides as it's Heretics now to re-aggress onto the site and take the space that was righteously theirs from the beginning. Spike not yet touched. How do Heretics play this? Do they try and spray upon them or go for the fight as they go? Only Paranoia available here from Boo. If he puts a good positioning on it, there may be a chance onto the spike. They're trying to figure out what the setup looks like from BBL here. Smart, step-by-step approach. Oh, Miniboo's got him low though. He hasn't gotten a chance to swing just yet, but it's Paddydeck to do a lot of the work. They'll try to overwhelm them with numbers, but Elite shall not stand for a minute longer. Benji fishing on the pistol,
And off the gate,
अगर
Team
Elite एक
Heretics
एंगल से लड़ता
understand
तो
what they
शायद
need to do
Fuse
about
ने
that
backstab
B
पे
main post
focus किया.
plant setup. They have to push in. They can't allow that free sight line for the spams through the smoke, even on pistols. Bullets can still connect, but this is a pistol round needed here for Heretics to. I mean, I know it was 6-6, but I think mentally find themselves back into the game and find that lead. Again, they are the ones that are down currently, one map. BBL sitting on the comfort, knowing that they'd be taken to a decider instead of having to be taking to a decider.
रहेगी नहीं उसके.
Kept. Big question.
बहुत ही कुछ संडास जोक्स होने वाले हैं.
Buying off the plant as well.
Oh, mid-approach. And he's caught up. That dizzy was crucial. Paddydeck not being able to see, can't deal with Kushner at that moment, but there might be a collapse here and BBL know of it, so they avert their focus close to market. But it might have been a little bit too long. Boo is pretty quick on his feet, especially on Neon. And BBL, excuse me, turned it right back in their favor. And it's the force to work out for them.
Oh.
But Benji Fishy won't let it be that easy spike onto the ground. Benji Fishy wants to carry on the momentum.
Possible है इसका पड़ता है.
What can you do here? 1v2, but can they even find the first? Heretics back to back rounds, and it looks like they're here to stay.
Expensive for both sides, obviously more for BBL, but
क्या हो गया
Heretics
ये
as well
भाई मत
lost
सुनो ना
3
तुम.
weapons out of that. We're gonna see
सुनाओ
Okay.
आज
I like
हम
actually
14
seeing
सोफे पे सोने वाले हैं
that he will be buying up to a
Basta.
Phantom
क्योंकि ऐसी
tension
बंद है
on the stage right now.
क्या कैसे
But it tells
भाई
me
कुछ
a bit
चल
about
नहीं
okay, the
रहा हो
confidence that
चलेगा।
he's looking to
नहीं हो
revisit
रहा
into
तू
this, right?
मैच
Knowing that, okay,
You
I
have
can still trust
technical
that he can
bumps
get the
in
2K
life,
there
don't worry.
नहीं होगा
for the
भाई
Guardian.
Jinx आप चुप रहे,
Just being
excuse
able
me.
to have that faith in himself here in this match.
By 69, shout out to you. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, BBL moving as a collective here. A ball of shit.
जॉर्ज सोफा डुओ
Over towards elbow. Phantoms
जहाँ
waiting
मुंह
on
लगा
one
तो
side,
Jinx
bit of a
होता है.
trap.
So you know what bandits are called in Spanish, Los Bandidos, and Heretics are looking to stop them right where they stand exactly. Like so, unless
okay.
Pistols can do something in return. Party Tech having none of it.
Sexy one tap मारा
The
बे.
Phantom to be
Crucial one
recovered
tap.
though here in towards elbow, picked up by Para.
और भाई को गन तो मिला है.
At least Still's got his pistol.
हो सकता है
If you give him
3-1.
a gun, there might be another chance.
I do wonder if they try to revisit the orb here for Power being 2 away from that null command.
ये ulti मारेगा
Said they
लग रहा
need the
है.
timing over
One
towards
round
this
at a time.
site,
Right.
beating the fact that
Benji
nobody's
भाई
gonna
ult
be there.
मारने वाले हैं
Sure,
100
you have
टक्का.
the green light over towards Heretics with the
मारा.
tripwires, but otherwise, it will take them down early and then kind of reposition wherever you want. Leave Heretics guessing. And dash over.
I wonder if it would have been worth it for them to
पीछे जाएंगे
back
retake
to
लेंगे ना
using
दोनों.
later. Anyway, potato potato, this is the case scenario. No flashes, only a couple of shock darts and recon for Rians to move in, but Power wants to take the fight head on, hasn't been spotted.
Oh,
the recon,
whiff
Benji
कर दिया
Fishy is able to
बेचारा.
put him to rest, and Elite alone. It's a sheriff, it's a rough one, it's a difficult one. What have you got in store for us here?
That was a risky gamble because sure you had the
boy.
cam on there, but that was the Phantom down.
They don't quite know where he
ये
is, but at
बोलने
least
का था
Paddy
तेरे को
Tech is
वहाँ पे.
looking in that direction. Elite no more, and Heretics are able to find another.
कितना सपोर्ट कर गया बीबीएल को बस कर भाई.
Kind of position
TH
coming out
जीत
from
रहा
the
है ना.
pistol
TH को
player
सपोर्ट
is,
कर रहा हूँ भाई.
aside from the rifle, to be a
TH
bit stronger
जीतेगा.
into that post plant, but disconnected. I know that they did
2-1
have
for
to go and fight
TH.
forward
छाती
there.
लाओ.
Try and isolate something, but
2-1
Heretics are a team that will
TH.
continuously stick together into those retake
2-1
situations.
for
They don't
TH.
leave that option open to
पहला
take
मैप
points.
वार्म अप
No,
था.
that's fair. I mean, especially
समझ
when
रहे
you've
हो?
got the numbers advantage, might
आराम
as
से,
well
आराम
keep
से.
those numbers together. Get yourselves that
Table method,
trade
ना?
value at the end of the day. But of course, buy around for BBL again. And it took them a while, the first half, to get going. Now on attack, it may need again. Is this the moment they come back?
हाँ ना आज होने वाला
होगा अभी Jinx again. क्यों?
क्या हुआ तुम वो नहीं डाला नंबर
Seen by Brave, going directly in for the fight. He's got
हो
to deal
जाएगा
with
जब होना
two. He gets
रहेगा.
Paddy Tech out before he loses his own life. Mini Boo though
ये गया.
goes berserk. Wants to go in for the fight, but
फिर
he
भी
handles
मारा
him before he
बे.
drops. This is chaos. There's fights all
मार
over the
देगा.
board, but BBL knew the plan was the A site all along.
Took me a beat to digest what was actually happening in mid there. It was such a fast push out towards B main. 3v3 onto the retake here. Looking at this utility right now.
It's actually really important that the camera is still there for Benji Fishy. He's
भाई
realized
गेको
where
के
all the
पास
players are.
यूटिल
They're
है
not
भाई.
on that side of the site. But
ये
they know
round
the
BBL
potential of
easy.
Kushin being here, which they've
Easy
already
जीत गया
picked
BBL.
out. And Kushin now is in trouble, but he's also got the re-assistance of Power and Reezy if it's required. But it goes untraded. Reezy will be dropping Mosh Pit. 46 points of health on him, so he won't be able to survive a trade. Means that Power is left all to himself to fend against Boo, who's still sticking the defuse. 3 bullets. Oh! They are enough to clutch up the round for BBL.
A Red Bull clutch coming in here for BBL. Time ticking down into that post plant here. Heretics. They found the momentum into this second half. BBL to stop the bleeding. Plays here as well.
Subscriber on the chat karo.
I mean, let's be fair, this isn't new BBL. This is completely different. Yeah, okay, there are some aspects of the previous playstyle, some mistakes that they still do repeat. Yes, we're not too far away from that, but BBL is showing a different image. This is not the BBL we knew, where they were bottom of the scoreboard in the EMEA. This is a BBL that can shoot back. They've shown it against Koi, and somehow they're showing it against Heretics. Yes, folks, you're tuning in at a moment where BBL have got a map of the Heretics and are challenging the first 3 consecutive that Heretics have gotten on the second half, forcing them to an eco and potentially another equalization. It's insane. You can pinch yourselves. I know you can feel pain here. You're not dreaming.
That's how close each round has been since we've swapped sides. Trying trying to break that initial trip over towards B main, but it's not going to be one. Instead, it's a double trip setup over in market, expecting
heavy
again
rotations
that heavy
here,
coming out from
heavy.
EPL instead. Look to run over towards that A site, but with the 0 point having scanned nothing from Paditech, Heretics have the read. They lean over towards A.
But it's a heavy
It
rotation.
might be the best read they could possibly have at this point. Have the stars really aligned. Miniboo not spotted by their death. Good stun to keep them at bay. The Thrash is going to cause chaos and panic. Who will it find? Oh, there's a couple of players, maybe even 3. And Miniboo isn't there to save his teammate's life. Not this time. Kushina is on the case.
Hello, love you.
Where Boo has to leave the case, leave the site. Maybe find some kills with a judge. You know you're going for rifles the next time around. But BBL are looking different. They're looking strong. And no one mess.
भाई हमारा यूज से होता है उनका ऐसा 2-2 3-3 रिटर्न क्यों होता है भाई? हाँ डिफेंस में भी उसने अच्छा रिटर्न किया था.
Underestimates a single team
भाई
in this
2-0
league.
नहीं देखना भाई. 2-0 नहीं देखना. TH जीत सकता है.
It's getting kind of scary here, Pavlos.
भाई अभी फुल बाय चाहिए. एक ऑफ भी ले लो मैं तो बोलता हूँ. टाइम आउट पहले ले लो.
I feel like he has
ऑफ बाद में लो पहला टाइम आउट ले लो.
solid initiator support on the side of Team Heretics like the entirety of this season so far, but again this is his last game, his last time on stage under Heretics.
Unlucky and all good bowlers.
You've got the idea that okay, Woot coming in, they're gonna have to work on some things. So then, when do they begin that upwards climbing?
Mini boot, क्या हो गया मारो?
Before they actually have the issue of having to replace one of their key players.
Maybe even the mental pressure of that alone at the back of their minds.
Maybe they've been training with Root, believing that this should be a simple game, and Paditech is not quite aligned with them. Who knows?
Right side smoke आएगा, left side आएगा.
But BBL are taking full advantage of it right now, and Kushina aggressing, looking to catch Paditech off guard. Miniboo, they're trying to close it all down, but not giving a chance to do so. Boo, ultra aggressing in this one. He wants to lead from the front, and looks to back out with from the shadows to allow BBL to take this A site.
साइट मिल गया और वापस वही सीन है. इसके पास हुक है, ब्लाइंड है और अबे भी स्मोक भी डाला है.
They're not 100% sure on Boo's positioning, but the neural theft to come out here for Benji Fishy.
Vital neural theft. This allows them so much time to close in on their opponents. The second tick just shows exactly where they lie. Brave does TP, but then again, where exactly has he gone? That's the question mark now. For Heretics,
Bop smoke.
Not much utility left for them. Not much aggressive utility that is. Brave go
Bop
for the
smoke.
first trade.
Bop time पे smoke डाला उसने.
Just hide away at this point. And Heretics don't have the confidence to go in for the fight, go in for the brawl. They've given this away.
क्या scene?
And BBL will be finding the equalizer. That is insane.
They got disconnected in that 3v3. You have Boo trying to put on the pressure from Ali on the A site and expecting his two teammates in Reens and Benji Fishy to be able to actually push in through short, but so much respect given to the dark cover, not wanting to swing through dry. But then you're also
match
leaving your
last
IGL
है,
dry
ये
on
cup
the other
last है.
side.
I think game match, huh?
Okay. Get some vibes in the arena here.
God damn.
On stage.
God damn.
No matter what बन गया है, W Gaming तो IPL
It
का.
seems like the timeouts haven't had that much of effect for this side, has it?
मेरे को लगा last round लेंगे कि अभी तो पैसा है नहीं वो लोग के पास.
Where's the bounce back? Where's the feeling of being on the server? Miniboo, this is not his day. Let's be clear. This should be a situation when he's the one fragging, opening up the rounds, right? And he's been so good in doing so in the past, but today, this game, that's not happening.
I mean, how often do you see going double negative?
Yeah. Do you have
Paditech कहाँ जा रहा है? Woot करके player आ रहा है. Woot.
Right, so you know when your sibling tries to
Woot करके player आ रहा है.
build you
उसका
up,
birthday हुआ, वो
give
अभी
you
भी
words of
18 साल
motivation,
का
but
हुआ,
because
उसका
you're
visa है.
their sibling, right? You don't really listen. You're like, just shut up.
Whoa, okay,
Right?
whoa.
No?
I don't think...
That's my experience,
no.
at least. That's
my experience.
Okay.
But from what we've seen in interviews, I don't think it's the same vibes here from Boo and
their love is a little different, but you never know. You never know. It could all be a rouge.
They literally have matching in-game names.
That's very true.
I could never.
That's cute. Yeah.
I could never.
I agree.
The way that they just talk
Monitor
about
कौन
each
सा
other,
आपका बड़ा सा
I feel like
monitor है
that's
यार.
something
Love
that we
you.
did have questions about when
Normal stream पे
kickoff
पूछे ये सब
was
questions.
starting. It was one of those things where we're like, okay, it's previously been a brother nerf. Is it a brother buff? And it looked that way with a different kind of attitude, right?
Yeah. But you're right, everybody speaks so highly of each other in Heretics. It's a family already. There's definitely a sense to that, but for some reason this family isn't clicking. It's facing some problems and perhaps may need counseling after this match with BBL if they do end up losing it. Even if they don't, it's already quite catastrophic, be certain of that. But already it looks like BBL have the sights on this B site, and Heretics have got a good setup for that. They've got some guns for it, presence, but BBL somehow want none of that.
Bhai read आया है उनको
map right now, jiggle peeking with a bucket.
Not quite the distance for it, is it?
I mean, mostly looking for information though.
Yeah.
He'll tuck back in and try and bait them into the shotgun, but one way to be thrown out. Eric's having the read. That lack of presence towards that B side. You're seeing the rotations being pulled, but again,
बोला ना please
weapon
description check
disadvantage
करो.
here.
Yeah, they expended 2 rifles as well. It's kind of a half-assed approach.
मारना था अब्बू को.
But Kushina's opener does kind of give them a full leeway onto this A site.
जज रहता तो मार देते. बाकी का सीन है बिल्कुल. भाई BBL लीड पे गया है यार. क्या सीन है?
30 seconds left.
Lacking that same kind of synergy and coordination we've seen in the past.
2-0 लग रहा है. कुछ नहीं कर सकता retake के लिए. रेस का ult भी है.
What can you do here? You haven't been able to do much with the rifles. Will the chef be it? Not this time around. Not when Elite is there.
चलो उसका ult भी यूज नहीं हो गया.
Triple for Kushina this round, and BBL have found the lead.
I think BBL also are just shooting back so well right now. Like they are on
5-0 down to
shots. Heretics. I know we're talking a lot
5-0.
about Mini Boo, the score line currently as far as that KDA goes, but you also consider the fact that he is still doing his job on the Neon, making that space.
भाई
He's
बहुत
been able to
अच्छा लग रहा है यार.
capitalize off of it. It's just not the
So
same
when they are a good
multi-kills
team,
that we
most
usually
people
have seen in
underestimate
the
them.
past. Off that
मैंने
kind
भी
of
थोड़ा
entry,
किया था,
but
लेकिन
the rest of
इतना
the team on
नहीं.
Heretics,
थोड़ा
they
किया
are
था
doing
मैंने.
well to try and maintain that, try and balance that out.
That's true.
And pick up some of that weight, that responsibility, the fragging power.
But it's quite a lot of momentum that BBL have picked up. I don't think they've lost the round.
भाई पौरा भाई का भी aim है
since
भाई.
their
Brave का
initial
भी
one
है.
in this
सबका
half.
aim लग रहा है.
So they're going for quite a streak. I believe that's 4 consecutive. Kushina going full, guns blazing.
Plus ये लोग बस वो भी कितना देखो ना रे.
So he's traded, and Benji Fisher is there to reaffirm their control over market, their control over this game.
Ulti क्यों नहीं मारा मेरे को बता.
Steady.
I mean,
Press
Benji
होता
has
हो.
been, I think, the unsung hero here
इतना
on
success
the
stat है.
on
Ulti
Team
मार के घुस
Heretics.
जाता.
The way he's been able to bring back a lot of these rounds, now tying this up 10-10.
Heavy
I
stat.
mean, let's be fair, his
बहुत
snapping
irritating है
ability
पिंकी. मत देखो रे
is
बाबा.
out of this world.
Thank you
Benji
for the
Fisher, right?
coffee.
He's been so clean with these gun trades. Not only today, but generally throughout the season, since the start of the year, he's shown up big time. And it's got to be daunting to play up against him, right? It's one of those situations, oh, Benji Fisher's playing that, let's go the other way, right?
No.
It's got to be daunting.
When he's on fire, it's like, okay, we just don't even want to see what site he's set up on. But both the Cyphers, I
Pro
think,
Max.
on defense were quite dynamic with their, they were setting up their trips and whatnot and switching things out, keeping the attackers guessing on either team.
They found my wire.
All trick broken towards
अब
me.
ult है.
I
अब ult है.
love that cage being thrown down to deny the one way.
How far is Kushina willing to go with the showstopper? Hunter Fury straight away though. Heretics don't really
Combo
want to
हुआ.
allow BBL get into the site clean enough. They found only one tag onto one of these players. The spike finally being touched down. Damage, but only just some splash damage. Not enough to be of any substance.
एक एंगल कोई तो
But this
चेक नहीं
crossfire is
आएगा.
actually
कौन
gonna
सा
be pretty
एंगल है
darn
वो?
good. The neon approach is also a right idea, but they're moving right into Kushina's realm. Well, here will be completely demanding supremacy over them. Keeping it going, drawing out the classic, but it's down to a duel. Elite swings out, and Boo shall drop 11 to 10.
कोने में बैठा था यार.
on
उसने
top.
कोने से
At this
चार
point,
मारे.
Kushner's got to change his name from Kushner X to Kushner W, because that's all he's been
ये
doing
ult आया
this
उसपे.
game.
100 ult
It
आया.
happened
Stun
on
हुआ.
Splits,
क्या
happening
कुछ
again
नहीं
on
हुआ
Sunset.
बे.
I feel like he's always pressing go, and because he's
Kushuma आधा.
online right
हाँ?
now, it's working.
Their energy is contagious. Their tempo is unmatched.
खतरनाक
Heretics
खेल रहे
seem to
थे.
be
खतरनाक
silenced.
खेल रहे. भाई heavy
And,
improvement
oh my
है बे.
god, this has got to be really
Heavy.
tough to face up against. They've
फिर भी
got
TH
resources,
जीता.
they've been on this
तुमको
rodeo
यकीन नहीं हो रहा है
before,
तो
but
देखो. TH
this
फिर भी
mental
जीतेगा.
challenge is something they'll have to
नींबू
overcome.
अभी stun मार के वो करेंगे.
This is a situation they'll have to struggle with to make to playoffs. Spoo gets caught out in no man's land, and Kushina just opens up this A site single-handedly. Tech wanting to give him another fight outside of the smoke, but 1-for-1 will not do. Numbers favor BBL as Rians looks for the next fight. Again, this is Turkish pride for Rians right now. This is a different fight of a different level. So if he's able to save the day for his team right here, right now, he'll take that opportunity and take the full mile. Elite on the side, weaving in and out in the battle with finesse. Heretics haven't seen in a while. One away from putting Heretics to the bottom of that group.
I don't think anyone expected this
उसका
to be a
shot
potential 2-0 for the side of BBL. If anything, going the distance to a 2-1. But I think, again, Heretics, we have to remember, they were the favorites going into this matchup. And BBL seemed to be bringing themselves up, showing the change that's
Elite का aim है, Elite का game है.
at the beginning of the season. Starting things off with that 2-0 against
Elite बोलते हैं, Elite बोलते हैं.
Koi definitely not the same thing as Heretics, though,
No.
and I think that tells you a lot.
Absolutely not. I mean, everybody thought, okay, we're talking about the two leaders here, Koi BBL, but this is a completely different story, and Kushina wants to prove it as such. Finally, finding his mark with a showstopper. So far, it's only been an initiating tool, but now it's a killing tool. Benji Fishy, though, into the action, hasn't been caught, and will not go punished just yet, at least. 3 versus 3, and BBL have got great tools for this. Neural Theft will be dropped straight out of the rip. Wingman heading in Ray's direction, and Elite is keeping that gun handy. Back into Pora, giving BBL numbers advantage, and this surely should be the end of Heretics. Surely this is BBL showing supremacy and winning the match against the favorite.
13-10 and a 2-0 here for BBL in week 3. A turnaround that we didn't expect based off of the way that Heretics has been showing up.
Unbelievable कैसे हो गया?
Has been up and up and up. And we saw the match against Vitality. We saw, okay, that's probably a fluke. Vitality played an excellent game. Let's talk about Vitality's playing up against Foot right after this. But still, we thought that was it. They can bounce back.
एक बात बताओ, ये लोग playoffs में खेल सकते हैं ना अभी भी?
Issues right here, and they can't bring all their players alive. But BBL, we can be happy about this one. This is their best win this season, the best win I think they've ever had in VCT EMEA. Period.
Hey, kickoff started with the conversation of Heretics turning a new lead. Now it's the opportunity for BBL to do so. And you're looking at the fact that Kushner over these 2 maps had 19 first bloods total. 31 kills in map 2. I wonder what Josh has to say, because I feel like he can't just say, okay, he played all right this time.
Yeah, well, royalty of BBL are looking to enter the center stage and take a bow for what was an incredible series. Really kind of one-sided, right? Yeah, Heretics had their moments, but BBL was in control with the right tempo, with the right pace. BBL, your match winners against Heretics, giving them a second win in group stage.
Yeah, taking them 2-1, and now Heretics
ये राज है 85 के लेते लोग.
And congratulations here towards BBL. You see the hype over in Turkey with the watch party here as well for BBL. Lots of love from their country.
I mean, for sure, they've got to be really enthusiastic about this one. They've got to be really happy about that end result. Like, we didn't expect it. They apparently got that winning mentality to work, because that's what we were talking about, right? Being able to use that winning mindset, that energy alive. The moment you lose it, you lose grip of the game, and it didn't feel like BBL lost that at any moment.
No, and I'd like to see how that continues forward. Are they going to be able to keep this kind of baseline in every single match? Because we saw how they were able to actually reel that back in when Split started off so heavily in favor of Heretics. And then they kind of just flew with it from there.
It looked pretty darn good, to say the least. But oh my
Korean
goodness, everybody, there is going to be an interview after this. But my God, it's been absurd, to say.
बाप प्लेयर है क्या वो?
Turkish matchup.
बाप प्लेयर कैसे होएगा? अब भी 18 का
Turkey here to support your team today, because both of these teams are playing BBL and Foot. Well, you're up for a treat, because Foot and Vitality are facing up face to face right after this. But this has been a great start of the day. Taking it over to Frankie on the stage with Brave for an interview.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm delighted to be joined
We
by
want all
Brave. How
Indian
do you
players.
feel
Paisa do.
after getting your second win back-to-back
Paisa do
on this
jaldi.
stage?
I mean, it feels really great because we were trusting ourselves, but we needed to win something, you know, to like keep going, to be a good team, you know. And after Koi win, we knew that we could do it. We could beat everyone. We knew it. And after the Koi win, we just like we are just being ourselves, and we are great right now.
You manifested the win. You had
Bhai,
thoughts about
ek
it
win
before.
chahiye na
You
ye
went
log
out
ko.
and took it by force.
Sorry.
So I mean manifesting in the sense that you imagined yourself beating Heretics today before you came on stage.
Yeah,
जो पैसा
of course. I
imports
mean,
को दे रहे वो Indians को दो.
as,
मैंने दे रहा
I'm
पैसा.
thinking we can beat everyone because it's possible. You know, we didn't think Heretics or Carmen Corp would make it to the Madrid, and they made
There's
it.
an extreme
So
for
if you play good,
NDSG. Oh.
you can beat everyone, and we are playing good right now. I'm proud of my teammates.
And if Heretics can make it to Madrid, BBL can make it to Shanghai.
Of course, yeah.
Of course. Let's take a look back at Split. I love the support from the
क्या था
audience
ये
here in
Heretics?
Berlin. Let's take a look though at Split. Round 10. This was
Heretics?
such a game-changing round for your team at the clutch that you had. I feel like this might have inspired your team to go on for the win. Talk me through it as we watch
अभी
it back.
शंघाई है.
हाँ उसके बाद तो
So here you are TPing
confused काहे
across,
दिख रहे हो?
going for the plant. You're just watching yourself back. You're just
Huh?
impressed. Talk me through it.
हाँ?
Confused काहे
I mean, in this round,
समझ में
Rizzi
नहीं आ
was
रहा,
telling me
DBL
they know you
पहुंचने
have
वाले
it.
कि
I
नहीं?
said, shut up, don't give me pressure, you know. And
ये
after
अच्छे
that,
अच्छे teams
I took
रुके
risk.
हुए
You
यार.
know, I was in under heaven.
Fnatic
I
ज़्यादा
said, if they
बचा है.
come under heaven, I kill them. I will pick city on the timing. I was telling myself, you know, it's 2v1. You have to
Fnatic
take
lost
risk,
to
you
BBL
know,
and foot.
like, yeah. And then I pick city. I saw one guy doesn't look at me, and I was
भाई
really
वो
happy
चाहिए
because I killed
टेबल.
him. Yeah,
इसका कितना points है क्या win
I
loss
think
है
you
टेबल
should be
पे.
happy.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Talk me through it.
Yeah, here I was thinking he has a lot of pressure, you know? I can be left, I can be right, so I was sure he wasn't gonna defuse it. And then I took risk.
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
You got in their faces today. A
कर रहे थे, speed
fantastic
वाला.
moment for you individually.
Safe
Also
boy,
a
कैसे
fantastic
हो?
moment
Are
for
you
your
safe
team.
there?
Going into our
Safe
next
boy.
match then, Sunset.
मैं मिला था
It's not
इधर देखो
necessarily been
हेलो.
your strongest in the past. We expected you to play the same composition as Team Heretics, but you made some changes. You brought in the Gecko, you brought in the Raze. Talk to me about why.
Because that's previous comp wasn't
भाई मैंने
for
क्या
us.
बोला था गेको
We
मेटा
talked
है
about it
बोला
as a
था
team
कि
and
नहीं
we said let's go this comp and we
बोला
worked
था
hard,
कि नहीं गेको मेटा
really hard on it.
चलो बंक्स पे
We
गेम
just
चालू
trust
करो
our
don't you?
tactics and stuff,
हाँ?
fundamentals, and then
चल रहे
yeah.
8 मिनट में गेम चालू
And
है
now you have 2 wins on this stage.
तो अभी
Feeling
3
stronger
मिनट
than
का
ever.
म्यूजिक आएगा 2.5 मिनट्स का उसके बाद गेम चालू
How
होगा
do you say the equivalent of we're going to Shanghai in Turkish?
Şangay'a gidiyoruz.
ये इंडियन
Well,
है
there you
सभी
go.
इंडियन सभी
You
वहाँ पे
are
जो
the man.
प्लेयर्स है
Thank you
वो
so
सारे
much,
इंडियंस
Jessica.
है जो
Congratulations, Brave.
होस्ट है वो भी
Fantastic
इंडियन
performance for
है
BBL
जो
today.
पीछे फोटो है
But
वो भी
can the
इंडियन है
Turks do it again
जो लोग
after the
पीछे
break? Because
कैमरा
we're
वैमरा
going to
माइक वाले वो भी
have
इंडियन है
Tripolis
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ इवेंट ही
versus the
इंडिया में
lads
चल
from Team Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
भाई मैं तो है
सेन वर्सेस लेव का मैप 2 दिस लाइन दिस टाइम देखो आपके लिए कुछ है मेरे तरफ हाँ क्या
नहीं हाँ वो जाने वाला था ना शायद
कौन जाता
खोल खोल खोल
अभी नहीं
बताओ पता
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away
अभी
from
इंडिया
them.
में इंडिया
Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve.
लाइक करो चैट लाइक करो सब्सक्राइब करो क्या कर रहे हो
In spite of everything,
भाई
it
गेमिंग हो
occurs
जाए
to
मैं
you
पूछूं
to
6
visit
को
Andalusia.
मैं भी हूँ।
Watch
Don't
party
say
के
I
बाद
didn't warn you. Be careful of
इमॉर्टल
the
में डुओ कर रहे
Andalusian
हो
crush.
वो भी इमॉर्टल 3 में 3 कर जाएगा फ्लैट 3 के बाद क्या क्या आता बताएं oh my God, चैट क्या बोलते हो पिंकी को
Hey
कोचिंग दो
guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional
Are you
Counter-Strike
ready to
player
pay
and
my
valorant
fees?
coach. Watch out for the stairs,
What
clear
fee?
this angle.
1 lakh
You're going to
per
be able to fight this.
fee.
1 lakh
Yeah, coaching fees 3 hours per day
3 hours तो मेरे पास ही नहीं है 3 घंटा खेलती हूँ मैं वाला उसमें भी कोचिंग करूँ
तो मैं तो सोचा अपने पतिदेव के लिए पानी भर के लाए सोचा कभी
Red Bull gives you wings.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal.
Freezer में
Got a model on my arm, gold watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots.
कोई है जो गिफ्टेड बिंक्स को हटाओ पिक्की को लाओ यार हेट दे रहे लोग मैं रोऊंगी अभी गाइस इरिटेटिंग बुला लिया मेरे को क्रिंज ठीक हाय डेस्टिलो बोल चेंज करो वो अभी करना I'm just a chill. Hi, Shumi. Music तो है ना?
Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. So busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Chill vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes.
मस्त गाना है
Chasing good vibes.
Chasing the vibe Chasing the vibe
Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes.
आ जाओ वापस आ जाओ लाइट ओ शिट क्या हो गया इसको हाँ आ गया हाँ तो बताओ फुल पार्टी वाइब्स
If you've just joined us, teşekkürler. I have it on good authority that I've been mispronouncing thank you in Turkish my entire life. Now, the stage is about to be set for an absolute banger between Foot and Team Vitality. So, to get us ready for this one, we reached out to a man who, as of yet, has a 100% win rate
Binks
against
नहीं
Foot
है
player
तो
Cena,
पलक से बात
and in
भी
his
कर
own
लेता
words,
हूँ
just
हेलो
wants the best
अरे
of his writing style. Still, what do you want
बैकग्राउंड में कौन सी आरजीबी मेरे चैट पे है लिंक उसका
When we talk
मेरे
about
को याद नहीं है
duelists, it's always something about being set up. But at their core, duelists are
Ice
players
cream.
that seek out duels.
पिघला हुआ नहीं है
In
ना
some of these situations, we will
Right,
see CNET fighting with his team in chaotic battles. But other times, we'll see him holding aggressive positions or pressing forward.
क्या लगता है
even
क्या
after
लगता है
getting kills. No
chasing
setup,
the
no tools,
vibe
just pure
chasing the
confidence.
क्या हो
vibe
गया तेरे को
अरे गाना आया था अभी
इतने
chasing the
गंदे
vibe
तरीके से क्यों गा रही है मेरे से गाना
ओ सॉरी
chasing the vibe chasing the vibe chasing the vibe ऐसे गाने का बे
CNED's been
मैं
गाना
irritating
गाना भी गाने नहीं
on
आता
Na'Vi, but he's
मैं
getting back into
irritating
form.
लगती है तुम लोग को फिर
And Foot.
मैं सीनेट वर्सेस वो लिखने वाला था पता है सीनेट वर्सेस सेफ लिखने वाला था मजाक सेट कर
No?
मैं तो खोल कर
That was incredibly impressive. Things that we don't want to see from
रहने
CNED.
दो आप एक्सक्यूज मी
We don't want to see a Sage, right?
Things we don't want to see from CNED, Sage.
Yeah,
Doesn't provide.
we've seen the Sage from CNED on Bind, which is weird because
Wait,
Cracks
wait,
also
wait.
plays Sage and yesterday also plays Sage. Why on earth are you going to put CNED on Sage?
Apparently he wanted to be on Sage, but
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this the other day. Actually, I think Lauren
It's yeah,
Pansy even
touch nahi karna.
confirmed this. I was talking because it's kind of like Sage has been the common denominator across, you know, the previous rosters for CNED, across Send, Na'Vi, and it's always been a question mark, but supposedly
अरे नहीं है अभी नहीं
it's just a
जुड़ेगा
personal
नहीं तू
comfort
रख
thing.
अरे चलेगा मैं खा लूंगा
Yeah, I mean, if that's as strong an argument internally as I guess is implied with that statement.
अरे मैं खा लूंगा मेरे को आता है खाने अरे ऐसा खा लूंगा मैं
well, the thing is, I think he should definitely be on Jet or Chamber right now because when we're
know how
looking at
to
him on
eat.
Sage and we're saying like, oh,
मेरे को अच्छा
like
लगता
what
है
is
ऐसा।
it? He's
Plastic.
just like not comfortable. The thing that I
Like
really,
having
that
gola.
really stands out is his utility usage. So his lack of just like not rezzing basically at all until it's like the one reza game where his teammate just comes back to life and then dies instantly. That's not really good enough.
Do you
But it
do
looks
that,
like he feels
Very backward.
restricted on the agent when he's playing Sage. He's not moving around the same way. On Jet, he just keeps holding W,
वो
whether
वाला
he's shift
taste नहीं आ रहा
walking
पता है
or just
ये
running it
phone
down.
Yeah, I think as well, we definitely
Sugar
saw
wala.
a similar sort of
Kalma.
transition when I remember actually previously when CNED first picked up
अब मैं मेहनत
different
नहीं करूंगी
agents
तेरे लिए
on
sugar
Fracture, I
free
believe,
coffee
and first time we saw the chamber come out and you know a couple of other weird things, the Yoru,
तेरे को
and the
difference नहीं समझ
Raze
में आ
kind of
रहा?
sprinkled in there. We had the
Huh?
same sort of thing, right? Utility seemed a little off.
कैसे समझ में नहीं आ
recall
रहा?
a few rounds where Trap didn't even get placed, or like the TP was misplaced even back when there was two
Remember,
TPs
एक
on
ride बड़ी
chamber.
giveaway
So
करना है
seeing
actually.
that and not seeing kind of a marked improvement across the amount of time we have seen it on Sage, it does still kind of remain as a concern, to be honest.
It just comes down to this. When they played Bind
बस
versus
मैं
when they
next
played
match
Split,
return time
any
return
map
time
with
में
a Breeze,
अब भी है
the
5
difference is he's trying to value his life too much as Sage, whereas on Gen Chamber, he's no fear, he's getting in your face, and he's winning a lot of the duels. He's getting his confidence back to go for these duels. And it's kind of like that peak form CNED of he will just stomp on you if you keep going to him, and you have to avoid him, otherwise you lose.
Yeah, and I think it's so apparent.
यार ये
when
लोग ने
CNED
peak
is such a
form
player that
CNED
can
का बात किया
single-handedly take control of a map.
So if you are the coach of Foot, you're basically like, CNED, just let's put you on duelist. Whereas if we look over to Vitality and Safe, Safe used to be that pure duelist, and now he's a flex player. He's able to do things for his team, and he also became the first player in VCT EMEA to reach 3,000 kills, and the player with the most matches played in VCT EMEA with 224 professional games under his belt. We did give him kudos last week, but we were not necessarily expecting the 3,000 kills marker to be hit as well. And the thing that I love seeing about this year in VCT is this maturity. He's
by
talked about
3,000
how he's
kills
changed
in
his approach and his
VCT
attitude as a player.
मेरे
It's
कितने
reflected
rank
on his
games
team.
में
I absolutely
30,000
agree with that because I think last year some of the internal rumblings that we heard about was kind of discourse, right? A disagreement in terms of overall direction, how to approach
देखो ना एक बार देखता है
previously. And Safe was the one that kind of dug his heels in and kind of stuck to his guns and even hinting at it in interviews, which is something that
More so
you
tension याद
kind
करना
of
please.
confirm some of these things that may be hearsay, urban myth, whatever. So to see him now actually probably more supported, to be honest, in Vitality is probably going to give him that confidence back.
Well, they seem to be doing better than Liquid are right now, so that there could be something to do with. There might be something to do with that, yeah.
And I think there's probably something to do with the coaching staff as well. Sela is obviously someone who puts a lot of trust in his players, but also puts a lot of support in there as well. I mean, it was mentioned, I believe, on the show last week, there's 6 support staff for Vitality. Shout out to Mr. Rob Mulgan, by the way. He just celebrated his 2-year anniversary managing Team Vitality.
Got to support UK Esports.
UK Esports.
In any facet.
Yeah, sorry. I'm literally using this desk now to
ये माल क्या होता है मतलब नए subscriber love
if you
you.
knew Rob Mulgan, you would also celebrate him too. But you've got Salah, who's obviously placed a lot of trust in his team. The team respects him back.
Salah
and also,
बोलते
if Safe was unhappy, then it would impact, say, Sender, who is a new IGL. I mean, he's not a new player, but he is new to that role, and, and that can be a difficult thing.
I think the other thing as well is noting Safe's energy on the stage, what he brings to a team outside of, you know, the game itself in terms of bringing people online, getting people, you know, kind of energetic and invested in the game. Because previously, I mean, you think back to Guild, he was kind of the headliner in that regard. He was back then really delivering on that duelist role, and he was kind of the tip of the spear almost, not to make it too cheesy. But when Safe's happy, that's the additional on top that you get with this player.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even got to talk much more about the impact of the skill reunion between Safe and Trex, but I'm sure we're going to get to do that very soon. Because right now we have both the Turkish and French broadcasts in this arena for the matchup between the two regions, and they wanted to say some words about the opponent before the next match.
VitaFoot, ça va être un vrai match en vrai.
Ça va être un banger.
J'ai trop hâte.
Ça va être une folie.
On doit faire quoi?
Je crois qu'il faut leur foutre la poisse, il faut les jinxer.
इसको कर रहे हो Jinx? मैं भी आ रहा हूँ.
Tu vois, Sined, il était discret au kick-off, mais ça arrive une fois dans sa carrière, il va les défoncer. Il va être trop fort, Sined, c'est sûr. Franchement, ce mec, on peut lui faire confiance. Il est tellement régulier.
इसको कर रहे हो? Sined भाई आज आप बहुत मार
गए. Player, un vrai jet turc, tu l'as dit. Moi, j'avoue que Ata Captain, même en 1v3, même en 1v4, je pense que il va vraiment les terroriser. Vitality, qu'est-ce que t'en penses?
Ouais, clutch un max. Après, il y a les maps, les vetos. Non, mais là, laisse tomber en fait.
Ils vont se faire brailler.
यार मेरे को किसने बुलाया?
Ils ont aucune chance. Vita, ils ont pas de map. Genre foot, ils peuvent jouer. S'il y avait 9 maps, ils joueraient les 9.
Probablement.
Ils ont trop. Non, ils ont franchement, il y a trop de marge de manœuvre, trop de skill. Le team play est là. On les a vus la semaine dernière, foot.
Ça faisait très peur. Ils ont déjà battu une équipe française puisqu'ils ont battu
Cassé. Ça fait déjà mal, tu vois.
Je pense qu'ils sont partis.
C'est juste une winning streak qui commence. Et ils vont dérouler sur toute la France. Ouais, c'est trop facile.
Bon, je pense qu'on peut le dire. Heidi
Foot.
Favorite food. Depend करता है मूड पे. लेकिन heroes
maç geçecek. Yani çok zorlanacağımızı düşünmüyorum.
Ya like करो, 3K likes करो.
Zaten biz ligin orta sıralıkta.
क्या था timestamp क्या था?
Abi bizde maçın daha iyi geçmesi için jinxlememizi söylüyorlar ama.
Abi ne diyeyim, White çok iyi takım ya bu arada.
White bayağı iyi takım. Hatta bence Safe Prime ile birlikte dünyanın en iyi oyuncusu. Yani
ya
Prime'ı Snet'den iyidir, Ye'den iyidir,
bir de
Runner'dan iyidir.
Yani Runner da var yanında.
Herkesten iyidir.
Hadi bak ben extended for 300 gel let's go.
Öyle bir Sender Kicks başladı ki zaten lige biliyorsun yani muazzam hepsi.
105 kız ne konuşsam ben.
Ata Kaptan çok kötü oynuyor. Bence hiç problem olmayacak Vitality için.
समझ में भी नहीं आ रहा. 105-25 कौन सा था वो?
10
वर्सेस
Lev.
10 वर्सेस Lev. 10 वर्सेस Lev. Binks 69. ठीक है. 10 वर्सेस Lev ठीक है. इसमें 1-5-25. 1-5-25. क्या है? 1-5-25 हमें भी दिखाओ. है ही नहीं. 1-5-25. हाँ?
You are only there. उसमें जाके देखना है.
सब्सक्राइब का बोलो. लव यू. सब्सक्राइब करो.
On their hands, but with so much potential in their individuals,
1-5-25 में है ही नहीं
should
कुछ.
be feeling more confident than ever before on the stage today. Their opponents are a Turkish powerhouse, and they're here to show they can outwit, out-aim, and outpace the best of the best. If they can keep the curveballs coming and not get too set in their ways, it will prove a terrifying prospect for any of their rivals, despite the presence of the Teemo hat and the Octopus. Don't be fooled by the plushies, the soft furnishings. They're just here to get you comfortable before they rip the rug from under your feet. Oh, Salah's trying to get the crowd buff on side still.
He is definitely trying to get the crowd buff on side. But I mean, is it gonna work? We have yet to see it. I'm liking the map pool though a little bit here. Obviously, Ascent looking a little bit scary for Vitality.
We haven't seen the map pool.
Oh.
Spoilers.
My bad.
Are you saying Ascent because it's a Turkish team and you've just jumped to conclusions?
Yeah. So what?
I think, you know what? I would say that is an absolutely educated guess. Oh, what a shot up the octopus.
Oh, I thought they were going to play Breeze actually as well.
That's a lot of...
A cursed image.
Oh!
Well, Ascent. Josh.
I honestly thought that they were going to play Breeze in there, but I
भाई देखो please sunset ban कर दो बस
honestly taking it
एक ही request है sunset ban कर दो
I thought that we're gonna see Vitality being able to play Breeze, and while that would look scary against Foot, obviously Ascent is definitely more scary. So going, I mean, Vitality is feeling confident on Icebox. I wonder what their goal is there, with specific to avoid CNED.
Just dodge them all
Just
together.
dodge them all together.
I mean, yeah, for me, this feels pretty targeted. I think for probably feeling fairly confident in terms of being 0-2 currently for Vitality. I don't think, I mean, even with a 15-13 versus Carmine Core, didn't necessarily feel like a comfort pick for them. So I think for probably first showing, yes, but there's definitely an element of confidence to start this veto for them.
Do you think we're going to see something pretty standard when it comes to the agent select from both these teams?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting anything too crazy. Obviously, we have seen from Vitality a willingness to
play
try and switch things up a little bit. So that thought's obviously got to be in the back of your mind. Foot, I don't expect anything too crazy here.
Video section match and map
Turkish approach to Ascent.
Yeah, so it doesn't really need to be crazy in terms of the composition. The crazy is all in the aim.
Yeah, the crazy is in the performance. That's where you get the spice on top here, because it's always fairly vanilla for Turkish teams in general, and I'm not expecting anything crazy.
You know what? We haven't seen Foot play Ascent this year, though.
No. So like I'm saying, this will be the first appearance on Ascent, but I mean, it's seen it. A lot of these compositions, a lot of the approaches built around the Jet players on these rosters.
It doesn't even matter though, because like every team basically plays this comp, and they play the same way on Ascent, and it's been played the same way for a few years. Where some teams will try to like branch out, like, oh, we're gonna add in Viper and do all this other stuff, but it feels like teams pivot away from that and go back to the tried and tested of the standard.
मतलब इतना बड़ा Binks नहीं लिख सकता था तू?
Initiator comp with the Jet, getting all that value, but I mean, this is what we're going to be expecting from these guys. This is, you know, attack, CNED, Jet. That's what we're going to be looking at here to see how they work the map. I think I want to see them working through mid a lot. I think I've seen them avoid it before, but that's really the key to unlocking the map.
I can't wait to see who is truly going to unlock this map, but I do hope we're going to see 3 of them today as we go into our final matchup in this Turkish Odyssey. It's Team Vitality versus Foot Esports.
भाई अच्छा लगा लेकिन आप गए
Love you Tom, already off to a good start with BBL.
Princess ने जो लिखा वो थोड़ा कैजुअल, मतलब नीचे इतना बड़ा वाइट स्पेस है, इतना नीचे पूरा बॉर्डर दिखता है। कोने में जो आपने मेरे को बिठाया,
team has definitely had their ups and downs. They could be putting that 3-0 on the board, keeping it up with
love you Akshat bhai, love you. कैसा था feeling वहाँ पे?
I think that in the last game, I think we have to talk about BBL being underdogs. In this one, I edge it slightly towards Foot. I think the Vitality are definitely coming into their own, but I think Foot have definitely looked fantastic since we've come in, obviously in towards this stage
बहुत famous हो गए बंक्स, ये मैं वहाँ तक आया.
Yet to lose a game, so we'll see if this is going to be their first.
बाकी डेज अच्छा बाकी डेज.
It's been a strong start.
कास्टर के पीछे बैठा रहेगा तो बराबर दिखता है.
Vitality have been trying to find their footing. This could be a real opportunity for them to prove themselves.
Is
looking to get right into the action, already swinging in for one, but the returns are clearly in favor of Foot. A double kill on the classic for the IGL of Mr. Fallen.
लेकिन save by है.
Which is wide open.
By Foot जीत गया.
He's someone that
2-0 for Foot, किसको feeling आ रहा है?
Because I still remember going back to the qualifiers, Rebel Homeground.
अंदर से गैस का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, बताओ.
They haven't been playing it. They didn't play a kickoff. They didn't play it previously in the last couple of weeks. But this is a map where I feel like Mr. Fallen thrives. It's a map where if CNED wasn't playing a Jet, I think we'd be losing our minds.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
For the side of Vitality to try and get anything.
God jersey sent by them. हाँ क्या? I am jealous.
Both players looking to come from above. No utility that
मेरे लिए भी लियो यार जर्सी. मेरा चेस्ट एकदम कम हो चुका है अभी.
Lose the element of surprise.
44 है शायद. 46 है?
They're going to hear the player jump up. They're going to know that he's there, or at least have a decent idea. They're all trapped in a corner, but you still got to watch out for the man looking about. That was out of captain, and we have got our first round on the board.
Easy for CNED.
Nicely handled, and yeah, Mr. Fallen really takes the
Easy
cake on that
for
one too
Sinet
with the
lag
classic
kara,
in the
easy.
final with the Sheriff, building up some of those old orbs and building up the confidence. Leading by example
Proud
is a
of
good factor for
aapke
some of
naam
these teams. You look at
Binks
Navi,
Army ka,
Angel,
love you.
not last.
Finally,
match,
after
but
years and
before
years
that,
of
he has
मेहनत,
to do that, don't he? Yeah,
Binks
every
Army
time,
का
yeah,
एक
like,
बंदा
you
वहाँ
sound
पे
like you're
पहुंचा
about
है.
to say something nice about him, and then it's always just like, yeah, well, he
Jord,
sucked
Akshat
to
bhai,
last.
Jord.
The time before that. Time before that, he was great, Tom. There's the compliments. It's compliment sandwich. An insult, a compliment, another insult. He's also old. So 1-0. But I feel like I know Angel well enough, but I'm going to find out next week.
He'll definitely able to beat you up. It's just if he decides
By
to.
starting early round हमेशा यही दिखता है ना 3-1
Hopefully
में.
not. Foot in a strong position, 1-0 up, and now they've got their 3 Bulldogs. I like this buy. It gives them so much in terms of dueling for the next round. They can still fight with those Bulldogs. If they lose a player or two, the margins for error are fairly thick. You can still recover that Sheriff and obviously pick up a rifle if it goes down, so long as you're only losing
दूसरा शॉटगन भी
2
पड़ा है
players.
बेचारे को.
No more, and already it looked like we were about to see one fall, but a quick dash out of CNET keeps him online, and it looks like the B site's taken pretty easily. Vitality of a choice? Do they want to go in and throw themselves at these players,
By
take some
spikes
orbs as they
tomorrow.
go, and
Spikes
probably
tomorrow.
not do that
Mad
economical
gold
damage, or play exits, and if they don't come your way, go down to the spike.
Yeah, I think that's the more likely of the options. I think also something that, again, it comes with this change to Vitality. Obviously, they were playing with Destrian not too long ago. Is they have switched up some of the roles. It means that we've got Safe back on the Omen, which was something we were seeing a little bit through Kickoff. He was on KO before, but also it means Kix is back on KO.
Let's go!
Interesting because I think that he works very well when given aggressive initiator utility. Don't get me wrong, I think he can play a Sova absolutely fine, but give this man a couple of flashes, give this man a nade,
उसको कैसे
and the
मारा?
potential
Hello?
goes up significantly. Now they're going to get 1 kill, nobody else going to die to the spike, and they'll be able to escape.
True. The curious thing about this is,
मतलब
in
आपको
this
देखना
round, if you
वो
were to send
stage
someone
पे
hunting, you'd imagine it would be one of the players with the Sheriffs. But it was Mr. Fallen running it down instead for his ult orb, which now he's got
8-bit
his
value
ultimate
lineup
online, the
नहीं है.
Hunter's Fury ready to rumble. But they are missing that Bulldog. It's a small downside to it.
But what would you rather, a Turkish
Very
player
nice.
with a Bulldog
Boot
or a
का
Sheriff?
कल boot camp जाके.
That's true. Yeah,
See,
fair
there you
point.
go.
I think
Economically
Foot would
terrible.
rather the Bulldog because one of the players with a Sheriff
So I'll
has
take
actually
ये
bought
लोग
up
ये भी
anyways,
round
Tom. So
ये भी round
they
जीतने का try कर
definitely
सकते
wouldn't
हैं.
rather the Sheriff. But Mr. Fallen is going to be left with that consequence of his greed in the previous round. But, well, there's also a reward to be reaped. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury has any impact. It is one of those ults that I think, you know, you kind of got to get into position to use it first, especially on that attack side.
Oh, here goes CNET again. Pop flash from Kix already. It's going to deny them the space. The more information they get, though, the more likely that Hunter's Fury is to come out. And it might actually take up a couple. Oh, almost gets the opener. The rest of the team, though, didn't really take the space off of it. I thought it would be used more disruptive than anything else, but actually they were, I guess, expecting a kill, and now that it hasn't happened, Vitality actually have 4 players on the right side of the map.
Shock darts are very dangerous, actually only a few pixels away from taking Runner down, who's on 14
इतना
health
देर
still on
लड़े
that site.
वे.
And I loved what we saw from Mr. Fallen. I'm not a big fan of blind Hunter's Furies in general, even off of information. When I say blind, I mean not aimed at a spike, not with an objective to run down time, and not off the back of an actual reveal. But I like that once he spotted Runner, he knew Runner's going to dash. He predicted it almost perfectly, but was just a little bit away. Runner's reactions kept him alive for this fight later on, as Ada Captain's fallen. But Foot weren't looking to take this and kept 3 players on that site. We'll look to cut off rotations with Yedije. They're very fragmented.
Yeah, Yedije really needs to find something. I think having this Guardian from this position, not ideal, but nobody actually checking for it. They've still got to clear the guy at the backside, though. Trex, there's only 6 seconds. If he can kill the planter, he actually wins the round, but he's unable to. They get that spike plant down, and the trades are good. It's left all onto Safe. In this 1v2, both players on opposite sides
है भाई, hello.
off the wall. So he does have a good opportunity to actually isolate the fight, but never mind. Cracks on the KO, winning a round with a 3K. Who could have seen that coming?
Well, a huge response from Foot. They're 2-0 up, forced to take a
Clean,
lighter
baby.
buy, invest into some rifles,
Clean.
even have the Hunter's Fury
Bonus bhi
online.
jeet gaye be.
Thanks to some crazy shenanigans in the end of round 2. And, well, the reward here is very valuable. The side of Foot are left down to pistols, and on that defensive side, they will find it hard to hold their ground. Not only that, we've seen Mr. Fallen in the pistol round pop
Foot
off,
is even
and
love
Cracks
grab.
yet to taste the relief of
भाई क्या
death. The
खतरनाक
reward,
करना
oh.
A पे आधा घंटा
And,
रुके
I
एक
think
को
he's
छोड़
looking to
दिया
slow down. That triple kill in the
बाकी
last
लोग
round, the
मिड में
flash
रुके
off
साउंड
kicks.
कट किया
They'll
फिर
try to make
वापस B पे गए
use of these lighter weapons, but there's no one on the receiving end. Foot focused in on A.
बहुत भगाया
Seeing more and more of the
भाई
stinger. I feel like KC are one of the teams that really brought that home. Seen it? Well,
ब्रदर को
he's
मारना
the
था
only one who hits headshots in the back with the pistol.
Breeze game, wow.
Yeah, he was pretty good with the ghost. Pretty good. And we are happy to see him back on the jet. Now this is a map where, as I said, Foot haven't been playing it recently, but it's been a little bit rough. Oh, nice work though from a couple of the players. Still, I don't think this round is going to fall apart, but a little bit messy. The relief has been tasted.
At last. Long as he waited. Yeah,
सिंगर ने अगर मैं बोलने वाला था अगर सिंगर से क्लच किया ना नंगा नाचने वाला था मैं
eventually going down predictably. The double
इतना
swing
लॉन्ग
comes
रेंज
in,
अगर उसको
and
मार
Foot
के
find a
क्लच बिच
fourth
कर
round,
देता तो
but
नंगा
yeah,
नाचने
Tom,
वाला
despite the fact that it didn't look like
पानी चाहिए
Vitality
इसको
were going to come out on top, even with the kill swinging their way, they've done a lot of damage
ये
in a round
मारना
where
था ना
they
रनर को
might not have been expected to, and it's kept things at least somewhat modest for Foot. It's not that the team doesn't have more cash in the bank, but it might have just taken one extra round of a full buy off.
ब्लाइंड
Yeah,
और
I think the
नेड का
unfortunate
वो
thing
है
is, though, is
रीटेक करने के
even
लिए
after
तो शायद से
the
फुल
first 4
रीटेक
rounds,
खेलेंगे
because the
लोग
kills have been fairly minimal for Vitality,
20
the
stack
ults are getting
A full
close, but
retake.
none of them are there. So they can't use that to sort of pad the gap. Safe investing straight away into an Odin over on the A site. But the pressure's on the other side. The flash is so good. The Sender actually comes out with 2. Completely blind. Even still, though, they're going to get the res off.
4v2
Nobody actually able to deny that.
4v4 हो गया बे
That flash was cracks.
आपको नंगा नहीं देखना
That was so good for Vitality.
Yeah, that's
Did he blind himself completely?
Yeah, he flashed it off the wall, and then it bounced off the other wall instead of going around the corner.
Damn.
Blinded himself.
See,
stood there with a nade in hand.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt that had to come out of an opponent. There you go. That's a pretty good flash, though. That one was from him.
almost
But it is going to be
168
taken down.
hits.
Yedajay, well, on the other side of things, cracks with another. Leaving just 2 standing. From these positions, they've been so good, and the retakes just haven't been there. Safe now, retaking with an Odin. No surprise that didn't work.
Well, Tom, yes, because of his low HP,
Huh?
I absolutely agree. And the 1v3 griefed with his teammates already going down. Of course, you have to wait for that one suppressing fire
well played
before you
वाला
charge
scene
on
लग
in. You should
रहा
know that. 5-0 for the side of Foot, and a very, very clean beginning to this map. They have that
भाई
little bit of
ZZ
contention in
well
the
played
previous
वाला
round.
scene
They have
लग
the
रहा है
flash out of cracks
I love
here.
he threw the
Got
worst
so much
flash
value.
ever, and then a pretty good flash.
Yeah. But then he recovered, right? And that's what it's all.
What?
All right, that's kind of BS, CNET. I don't want to see any more of that. But what the 180 tap through a wall. And the king of it. Well, Vitality now on 0 rounds, and their economy is shaky. They've called a timeout.
Good play,
They want a moment
shocking
to collect
always.
themselves before this map really
Must
runs
kill
away
it,
from
eh?
them.
Did
There's
not
no
play
shame
Galti
to
का
losing
खेल
to a
रहा।
Turkish squad, especially Foot when it comes to Ascent. Icebox up next, though,
Improved
will have to be a
bolte.
foolproof display from the Vitality side if things keep up this way. You see Salah popping off there, hitting his rap god. Let them know how they can clean this one up.
I don't know if they would have expected coming into today.
Comeback
for Foot
होएगा
to
यहाँ
actually
से
pick a
रनर को
set.
मारना
I
पड़ेगा
think
क्या
especially
सीन मैं तेरे को
with
WhatsApp किया
maps
देखना
like Split on the board,
12:30
where we've seen
बजे
them destroy Liquid
ये
and
2-0 लग रहा है
GX in the
clean
last couple of weeks, but deciding instead to go for a center map that has been a little bit of a struggle, but even an OT loss for Vitality on that map, you kind of think, okay, it was close, but they lost to a good team. Even still, Foot have picked, I guess, their opponent's poison. And it's looking very good for them on the start. Of course, still an opportunity for Vitality to find a response. And for Foot, most of the time you do have expectations again.
चलेगा तो
That
बता
attack side is where they're going to thrive. It's where they can truly put players like
क्यों नहीं आ रहा
CNET
ट्रेनर के
as the focal point of the rounds. This one, though, again, not really much to play with. The main thing here is, again, Sender safe, probably going to have ults next round. If Kicks and Runner can get a kill or an orb, they will as well.
देखा उसने शायद
Saw a few well-placed shots. Some of the low buy rounds for Vitality, but more so towards the end of the round, fighting their way back through.
You know Sinev wanted to try and shoot him with a Vandal through the wall. You know in his head he was like, I could.
ये एक्चुअल में अच्छा है.
I don't think that's wall
क्योंकि वो
bangable,
इतना
but I should
फॉरवर्ड खेला ना.
try, just in case.
ड्रोन वन तोड़ते हैं ये लोग ए में जा रहे हैं लेकिन ए में
55
तीन जन
seconds
का
left.
स्टैक
Vitality have played
विद
this well by just sitting back. That
सामान
knife
है.
is
Oh
unfortunate.
shit.
That has caught Killjoy. That utility was what I was going to speak well of. The fact that it was sectioning them off, allowing players to fight out of door. Well, instead, the paranoia comes through and they're blocked out. Nano even going down a little bit late, forcing teammates out of position. Zender falls, so too does Kicks. And the retake out of heaven is not looking very good. In fact, it's desperate. Jumps out from safe to just try to find anything.
He had a Bucky. There's no way that you're solo retaking with a Bucky. Doesn't work like that. Nice shot from Runner. That will be his ult online in the next round, unless he decides to save, which I can tell you for now. That's not what he's going to be doing.
Look at the HP, Tom. I mean, most people will still tank one shot to the body. It makes it tough to take them down, but
I feel like here, dying to the spike is not worth it. Bladestorm guaranteed. I guess if he can buy in the next round, then the round after, he'll probably have Bladestorm anyway, but I still think it's just better to have it online as soon as possible. The one orb difference, okay, maybe you give CHUMMI or Bladestorm.
इस मैप में साइफर recommended है क्या for A side?
Utilizing it, and I guess Runner will end up just going down to the spike. I don't think it's going to change things massively, but well, we'll see if there's an opportunity next round for him to do something with the Bladestorm. Maybe we'll be calling it into question.
Well, it will save the death statistic, Tom, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. It might hurt the kill statistics in the next round. That's the thing, it will actually save your VLR rating. There you go.
Yeah, backside nade
That's
मार
what it's
सकता
done.
है.
He has improved his
तो एक और
VLR rating
angle
by a
duelist
little
के लिए
bit
कम
by
होगा.
not dying to a
लेकिन अगर
person.
साइफर खेल रहे हो तो पूरा मिड पे कैम वैम डाल के लर्क कर सकता है. तो
Huge.
दोनों
The
अलग-अलग
spikes
है.
rating just went up as well, though, Tom.
Yeah, that's true.
So she
Duo,
got a
duo.
big
साढ़े 12
KD
बजे.
infinite. Looking good. Well,
तो
6
दोनों
to
का
0.
अलग-अलग
You know,
है.
this
Plus
start.
Killjoy का ulti बहुत बाप
There's been a
रहता है.
few little moments for Vitality, but I'm waiting for them to show up, be online, and this is the round for it. You've got an op in the hands of Runner. He doesn't need that blade storm, but he'll have it online for the
साइफर
next
का
if
वैसे
he
कि
goes down.
कैम
or
डाला
claims
तो
a
उसके
victim.
कैम के
Moving up on
कांटेक्ट
B
में
main. They're not a conventional
वो
spot
करना
for the
पड़ेगा.
op to be
Heavy
in.
blind vent place
He's
सीधा
got
push
support.
boom
He
bam.
had backup. We can just see on the map now. Sender slowly moving away, leaving that op isolated. Runner could be in danger if challenged.
और बिग ब्रेन प्लेस भी होता है कि यहाँ पे ए सेट पे तुम लोग ट्रैप अप डालो और बी खेलो. तो अगर सप्रेस हो भी गया और वो लोग को लगा साइफर इधर है और रोटेट किया तो वाट लगेगी.
Runner up. It means they can kind of gamble rotations elsewhere. The timing though may not be there. A lot of counter utility being used. Safe looked like he wanted to try and gamble TP across, but I guess judgment has been there not to. It means that the afterplant's almost free. Like there's players here from Vitality, but they just haven't been able to do anything to deny Foot that space.
Here.
And now they're just going to have to go for the full retake. Now they've got a lot of ults. Lockdown available, but it does seem like Foot
ये
are
लोग
very
फाइट
ready
लेने
for
वाले
that.
ना. ब्लाइंड आ रहा है
The
अभी.
short players don't need to look anywhere else with their back being held by Yedege. It's just
Blind आ रहा
forward looking at this choke point as players emerge, but they actually walked into it, walked into Sender, and he's taken 3, leaving Vitality with a way back in. A round on the board at long last for the defenders.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't disagree with what Foot were going for. I think they read what ults were online. They knew the lockdown was coming in, so their plan was to try and fight it. I think Vitality were also aware of that counter. They had pretty much all of their players waiting towards Tree to try and deny them as they try and counter their lockdown. So good shots connected by Sender as well. It's been a little bit of a quiet start for the whole team individually, so the fact that he's able to basically just defend that lockdown and give them the space into the site. That's going to be their first round onto the
4
board.
points और भी मिल गए ना
But
उसको.
as we said, there is still plenty of credits available
लेटेस्ट वाला
for
लेगा.
the attack to buy
लेटेस्ट
straight
में
back in
नासिक
again.
में फोटो खींचा एक वो वाला
Oh
लगा.
yeah, yeah. I mean, if you were 6-0 up and facing an eco after a round loss, well, it would tell you it's a much closer game than the scoreline says. Oh my God. 3 kills from. Okay, well, we are going to need a replay of that, please. Because I'm not sure what that man has just done, but I don't think it should be allowed. That's ridiculous.
I said beginning of the map.
Shut up, Tom. Shut up. You saw this
Mr. Violence kind of good, you know.
How hard you been rubbing your head
be
to see
fair,
those visions?
He was doing that. It was short. He would push short and just pre-fire spam through on defender side. I think he's going to do that when we get onto the defense, but that's a little bit more ridiculous than what I was expecting.
I mean, it was so quick, and it's a player on short,
and
then we got on.
Just wide swung the launch player.
What
and
the
flawless, by the way.
Yeah, Vitality got to feel great. You win a round, and then you face off against that. That's one of those rounds where even if you called a pause now, what the hell is Salah supposed to say? Don't get spammed through smoke by a guy. Two of you are look at this. Okay, kill is reasonable. That's not even close to reasonable. And that's just, I mean, that's a kill with confidence, fair enough, but they double spam through the smoke.
Did they even fist bump at that point? They went, I didn't, guys,
I
didn't do anything.
Can I do something, bro? He's 10
well,
and 4.
I saw that there was a nice little Reddit post about like the time to kill. And I believe the Foots was something like 25 seconds on average. That's the highest point of when they're most likely to get a kill. That was about 5.
Yeah.
That's why the average is so low. Because everybody else, I think, will be about like 35, 45, like way further down the line. They don't play slow and defaulty most of the time.
Great smoke by Adaptation too, by the way. You know, that was spammed through to allow the swing on short. Yada yada.
He deserves
don't really
3
care when the guy just comes through and does stuff like that. Blade Storm's not gone well. Hicks at least trades. They're still pushing. They're still pushing on the back of the Hunter's Fury. But, it's worked out well.
Yeah.
They've got the kills and they've retreated. I was worried they'd continue to aggress, but Safe grabs that one and bails.
Heavy call the
Vitality. I do think maybe the Hunter's Fury was a little bit mistimed. I think because it's the peak of runner in front of when the Hunter's Fury, because it seemed like that was the plan. Maybe they were just using him as a distraction, but either way, they've got the advantage in this scenario. That was the main thing. DeathAdder versus Safe could decide the round. I think Safe knows it, but he has support from Trex. And now it's left all onto Adaptation. Again, this man, maybe one of the happiest outside of the server, but he definitely strikes fear into the heart of many when it comes to within it. Shock darts, they've been close. He's just trying to bait them into a fight. Wrapping back round, I think they've definitely heard him. It would be a miracle to get both players from here, and Sender is going to put him out of his misery.
Well handled by Vitality, taking the rounds that they at least have an opportunity to find. They don't just sit back and leave Foot to play the map how they want to push and pull it. It even doesn't go that well. Like you say, Runner going down early. Hunter's Fury comes in just after, but they're able to find the kills in the end. And I think Safe did a fantastic job, the decision making, because he knew there was another player there. He doesn't want to isolate that duel. Instead, plays with the team, plays the numbers, wins the round for it. 7-2. It's not a damning sentence just yet, and the half is far from over. Vitality can still get back on this horse.
Still, this is where now the ults flip. You've got kicks at least, but he's on the wrong side of the map where this push is looking to come through. With the lockdown taking over the backside, they're already going to know that there's a couple of players back here as well. The due diligence of Foot. Nigh on perfect, and the amount of times we're looking at the 30-second mark on the round, and they're already going to have themselves in an afterplant position, handing over to Cracks as well, so he's going to get that null command online and be able to deny any utility for them on the way in.
Low.
The Hunter's Fury is going to be called in from quite far away, from downtown, one could say. An opportunity with the spam landing on CNET. DeathAdder falling. Okay, there's a real chance for Vitality. In fact, it looks like they're pretty heavily favored. They've got an idea where Mr. Fallen is after the Hunter's Fury earlier. They're just going to be holding this for the walk back out. No way, surely, for Mr. Fallen to repeat his previous antics, and isolating these duels is impossible. Another found for Vitality.
Vitality, map jeet gaya. Comeback.
Nice retake coming in from them there. I think especially being able to sort of stay alive when everything was being disrupted, but the spam through from Safe gives them the opener, and then that's where it almost becomes a little bit of a domino effect. It's the dart into the kill, and then after that everybody's trying to bring it back into their favor. Because of that, it ends up a little bit scrambly, but Vitality do well.
When can we see stats like this in India?
3-7, still a long way back. And again, the finances aren't even close to being broken. Over on Foot side, they could buy for another round.
पहला सिर्फ recon smoke डाल के पीछे भगा दिया
as well in that replay from the coach
cam. जैसे ही वो smoke हटा, दूसरा smoke blind, KO blind, so
nice. Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, you like that? A few more. Oh, nice for Safe. Great reveal. Good follow-up, and he's out with the teleport as well. Face mid for a second, but CNET's ire had faced the other way. Oh, nice trade back by Cracks through the smoke, but it's only one. It's still a 3v4.
Yeah, again, once the advantage has been in Vitality's favor, that's normally when these retakes start to swing back. Interestingly, CNET is still back towards the spawn. Now, he does have his Blade Storm if he needs it.
Out of my way.
Gonna try and get a little bit of info with this dart just over the corner.
Heavy spam.
Paranoia already sent through, and we'll leave a couple of players blind. They've got to be careful of the door safe. Already picking off one through it. CNET so low on HP is left onto Cracks. And while he does what he can, 3 kills. But this resurgence from Vitality, a climb back into each of these rounds.
105 figure.
They only needed to warm up towards the end of it. Foot were 6-0 up. It was not feeling like the game I was expecting today, because speaking backstage, it ranges from the perspective of, oh, it's going to be 50-50, tight game, or people saying that it's going to be dominantly in favor of Foot. You know, the Turkish guys was here this week, so they can guess and give me those perspectives. But I was leaning towards the Foot side as well. I think this squad is just one of the best in the world. I was surprised to see them not make it to Madrid, and I think they were too. They put in the work to get even better since then, and for Vitality, it's a massive challenge. But they've shown up 4 out of the last 5 rounds, and a chance now to put it at a 7-5 half when they swap over to the attack. Again, I'm still going to favor Foot to close out this map. It is a cent after all, but it's good to see some fight in Vitality, if not early on, but eventually.
Again, this middle control has been one of the main battles, back and forth with aggression from Safe in the last round. CNET looking to just do this dry. The rest of the team are somewhat on the other side of the map. He's going to have to fall back. Again, we're going to see this aggressive positioning from Runner. He hasn't had the best of starts to this match. And normally on the defense is where you do see your GM put up numbers. It's the attack that can be much more troublesome. He's about to be pressured. That first shot should be easy, and I don't think they're going to get him on the follow-up. No, he'll escape and even go back for a little more.
Well, the turrets come back online now, but it's not going to do much. Yeah, there's a player in main. I think they already knew that. Making their way down. You're not going to see the Nano destroyed either. Good wall bang from Sender. They knew the players were around that area thanks to the Nano being broken, and they're able to fire back with the wall bangs, damage onto Cracks as well. Just 61 HP, and now they try to capitalize on the side of Foot. They have a little bit of space. It's for Yedajay to try to get value out of it. It's not good enough to just get that control and find a plan in a 5v3, Tom. We heard it in the interview earlier. This is something in these positions and these disadvantages where you have to take risks.
Yeah, the steps are going to be hard, but it seems like they're already checking for these aggressive positions. Well cleared by Kicks and Ada Captain. Not the corner you want to be trying to clear. Cracks again. Normally good for 3 kills, but this would have to be the best of them. The flash through is already going to be pinged up. A second solid dart. Manages to land the headshot onto Trex though. Definitely making things interesting. I think he's already heard the steps of them getting a little closer. Another one found for Cracks. And on 11 HP, he's got to be so careful here. Fragment to try and clear onto the spike. It's just not the shots being connected at the moment by Runner. That shorty really isn't doing it, and he's going to have to try and break that door, try and bait him into this fight. He's coming out with that operator, but I think at this point, Cracks already knows that he's won it. Not even scared of it. He'll get knifed at the end, but he won't care, because he's won himself the round in the Red Bull clutch.
At the start of that engagement, he was 21 HP. He got tagged twice by the shorty. Both barrels tasted his skin, but he walks out alive anyway. Well, he didn't. He wins the round.
Going into that, I said he's always good for 3 in a 1v4. He gets 3 kills and then dies and still wins. It's just ridiculous.
I don't know how as well, because I look at those fights and there are 2 players facing him. Not here because it was a 2v1, but up until then, they always had backup. They always had a second guy, and they could not deal with him. The smiles on Foot's face as they somehow get away with this victory right at the end of the half. 8-4. They've got double the rounds of Vitality and definitely got the momentum on their side in the start of this Vitality crept up on them in the end. See how this pistol goes. It could put that attacking side back in the game.
Yeah, they're somewhat needing it as well.
Fighting back from 10-4,
seen it on defense.
Right here.
And also maybe Mr. Fallen on defense. As said, he is disrespectful more than most. And the captain's in a bit of an awkward position. He doesn't even get a chance to use the paranoia. Completely surrounded here. Support not really there, at least for now. Yedajay is completely blinded by the flash from Kicks.
Comeback बोलते चड्डी खोलते होने वाला है.
Expectations are that Vitality have this one. A couple of good trades, making things at least a little bit closer. CNET still standing and healthy, but he's now left alone. 3 players to find.
Wisely thinks there could be somebody trying to creep their way up
Nice
behind, but well, that's cleared out.
But the last game that age
New position to try to catch them off guard, but more than ready for the fight. The right click tags him low. The shock dart chases him and kicks bullet gets there first. 8-5.
Heavy comeback लग रहा है.
And a pistol round for Vitality means that they
इसके
get
बाद
to
game
close
खेलोगे
that
क्या?
gap
मतलब
even
इसे
further.
पूरा
I
खत्म
don't
होने के बाद.
expect the side of foot to go in for a force. An 8-6. That looks like a much more manageable score.
Do they need a force though?
Listen, Tom, I'm thinking about that a little bit here. If Adaptation
करेंगे क्या
buys
force?
anything other than utility, if the guy doesn't come in with a classic, he's trolling.
Are you forgetting about CNED's Marshall as well?
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
You can see as well, they're going heavier on rifles on the Vitality side. Now, this also helps their economy a little bit, but if they're with them saving one gun, they can buy up with another in the next. But for definitely a team to fear in these
Mid
second
में देख
rounds.
अभी A जाएंगे लग रहा है मेरे को.
Especially that man.
कोई
But I
suppress
will
नहीं हुआ,
say,
एक बंदा mid में था.
a lot of his effectiveness did only really seem to affect Liquid.
Yeah, he
क्या
found
लगता
so
है?
much value against that squad. It was outrageous.
I
Whereas-
think A जाएंगे.
Versus KC, maybe not so much. But they did still manage one with that Marshall. For now, though, it's a stack up on the A site, a gamble, leaving Cracks alone. Now, of course, Cracks, a lot of teams will do this, either put the Sova or a Fade, or in this case, a KO alone, so that he can keep doing what he's doing. Every time the knife refreshes, throws it into B main, they can go a little bit more on the gamble.
Great flash. This is completely wrecked the plan from the side of Foot. Everybody was isolated, and now everyone's dead. Just Cracks left in a 1 versus 4.
Believe this time?
A classic in hand.
No.
He's picked up a Marshall, and he's picked up a headshot. That's the first of 4.
क्या scene है?
3 more to go, and well,
ये वही
his
जगह था
chances
जहाँ
go
से
down.
clutch
They
हुआ
know
था.
roughly
Please.
where he is. He's going to break open that door. If he's have any chance, they are going to break it for him. At least get it very, very low. And now the Marshall comes back out, but the smoke in play. Okay, reposition again. Try to get the sight line. This guy isn't in a rush. Spike is ticking away. Well, Cracks knows the chances of him defusing this are low, but after all, he's got 16 kills and 8 deaths. Why not try to run up those stats a bit more, make this even more costly for the side of Vitality, closing the distance. Here's a chance. Nice shot by Cracks. Look at least
वो
one
भी
more. That's
almost
it. This guy is
सर के
always
इधर लगा
reliable
था,
for a
just
couple. They
इधर.
got the triple this time, Tom, but
when he has
फिर
a gun,
भी दो
when he has a
मारे
gun.
बे, फिर भी
That's
दो
the thing,
मारे
though.
बंदे
Again,
ने.
they had themselves 3 rifles in that round.
Good bonus.
The main goal is to keep 3 players alive, so you get all the rifles. Didn't happen. They've lost 1 at least in this scenario. Kixo starting to wake up, I think, is a great sign. As said, I think him playing that aggressive initiator is something that most excites me about the changes
Did
that
you
they
know? I
made
don't
coming
know.
into this map.
Very realistic.
And right now he's, well, 11-11-11.
चैट जो लोग नए हैं लाइक करो और जिसने
Consistent.
सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है
If nothing
सब्सक्राइब
else.
कर दो.
His flashes have been good. Maybe not as good as Crax's, but and the best part about that, what we saw earlier from Crax was his utility has actually been, this whole season, unbelievable. Some of it's been so smart, especially the Breeze plays. Hello! That's a fantastic
Good
play
timing.
for CNED, and yeah, you know, not a bad flash by
Ah, so
Crax. Who would have seen that
blind
coming?
मुझे
Okay.
Not seen it.
Trade back though, and that actually gives them a road straight onto the A side. They won't
Bhai,
know
come
it
back
as
a
of
bit.
just yet, and
Come back
Mr.
a-
Fallen should be there in time. Drone actually being used up close, and I don't know if it's actually going to reach to clear out Mr. Fallen. They opt to go underneath instead. Mr. Fallen may just look to try and find one. Has a drone of his own, but ultimately
Planted.
they're going to have to try and peek off of this. Has managed to attack, but all of the players stuck around that generator at the moment. Mr. Fallen isolated on his own. Wasn't able to get anything done, and the paranoia is going to leave Cena completely blind as well. The counter utility looking fantastic, but they still have to be careful. Cracks now. The last one left, and they're going to make it look quite easy in the end. The Vitality
8-8 हो
climb
गया भाई
continues.
8-8.
Was it 6-0
क्या हो
down?
गया आज
Yep,
सारे
they're
टीम्स
back.
को एकदम हेवी लीड में
6-0
जाता
down.
है
It was an
फिर अचानक से कुछ तो
impressive
कुछ तो होता है
beginning
फिर
for Foot,
अचानक
and
से ऐसे ऐसे हो
honestly
जाता
a
है.
worrying one because, as I said,
क्या score था? 7-1?
Foot. People will think they'll dominantly win, but the other perspective is that Vitality have a fantastic roster, one with a lot of potential, and so far I don't think I think they've got a great bunch of players, and so far I haven't seen them be a great team. We're waiting for that day. We know that it's around the corner. And as Salah said, they were getting there earlier on. Now just 1 round away from equalizing this scoreline. And Foot have to be feeling
Save but team
they've
को
just been caught
उठाते
up
तो
on.
है.
This is where they tend to be dangerous. You see the teeth come out, lower by, pistols across the board, a stinger for Ada Captain. You expect some nasty plays. Vitality certainly do.
मैंने
They're
4
playing
बार
this one
अरे
very
odd
slow,
number में
waiting
करना
for Foot to make the first move.
Yeah, last week was when we saw Vitality finally get themselves up onto that board. Obviously, they grew up as a little bit rough when it came to kickoff, and Antec being in there, facing off against Gentlemates and just not quite making it through when it came to the play-in. Now with Trex, an initial loss, and then a resurgence. They've got to be careful though. Again, the reads from Foot are nigh on spot on. They've got the whole of their team surrounding this site. Yedajay, the youngster, has found a couple already, and this is looking deadly, dangerous for the side of Vitality. Not really the time you wanted to sort of have a blip on the radar, but finally Trex will find a response. But look at the HP. They're waiting for a captain. He's got the SMG, but he's actually going to lose that fight. And that gives an opportunity. Unfortunately, in the meantime, the spike has been dropped. He's going to have to run back and get this. It basically just comes down to him getting the kills at this point, because anything more... And he's going to run out of time, and Krax knows it as well. He falls back. It doesn't even matter. Cena's going to get that final kill as well.
This is the danger, Tom. This is the danger. The teeth come out in those low rounds. And Foot have one hell of a bite to them. 9-7. The lead extended on up to 2. And late in the game, and this is a disruptive play as well. Vitality give them over a couple of weapons, lose out on that round, and now come back to what is possibly a last full buy for a little while. They might be on an eco up next. And you don't want to see that momentum switch back in favor of Foot, because we know it's very hard to stop it. Right off rip, danger for Mr. Fallen. He has bought an Odin sitting inside B main and waiting. And I thought we were going to see Sender try to sneak up inside. That would be a big mistake against this guy, but possibly he will attempt that after the recon goes through.
But that's the thing. They had the KO knife on the defense for contact.
Deep recon, good.
ये लोग ने देख लिया
A little bit of extra info.
मिड खाली
It's
है
all going to
पता
be
है
close. This space is
Market
given,
भी
and
खाली
as of
होगी
right
पता
now,
है
there is
Pure recon
nobody defending
खतरनाक
it.
था
We're going to see the peaks coming out from Cracks, and the drone utilized, which will be broken, but doesn't really give much information. You spotted the lurker.
Hello, I'm back. Hello.
Nice deep shock as well. They knew that recon was destroyed earlier on. You see them still there with the drone. That's the time to do it. Shocks have gone through. Now the knife confirms they're still here. The Odin spray a little late on the chase, but Vitality have left. A turning tail towards the A site, which is still very much stacked up. There is a knife online. If this lands and eliminates Yedajay's utility, it could be massive, but I think it's more towards the site. I don't think it will catch him in this corner. In fact, I think that's why Yedajay's repositioned to this spot, noticing that and allowing them to crunch in afterwards. Now the util does go down, and so too does Ana Captain. CNET on the way through the smoke, and a lightning fast reaction to keep it equal.
Puts them into a 3v3, but the third player of Foot is desperately far away. CNET about to be pressured. Actually peek him together. Is forced to fall back. Maybe just going to wait that time a little bit. Now there is still the Hunter's Fury available. He's going to pop it immediately. I wonder if there'll be some sort of counter. Well, never mind. Cracks again. He's been so good in these sort of scenarios, and well, CNET will be there to find kicks as well. It's another round off the back for Foot. They'll get to 10. And what was a streak of rounds for Vitality, well, now it's definitely come to an end.
They just couldn't get past Mr. Fallen. You know, the recon, the drone, the support that was coming in as well. They gave up on it. And the knife as well. It makes it even more difficult. On the way back, though, we can see it wasn't too much easier. And you know, the beautiful thing about this is that this was Foot's backup plan almost. Those rotates coming through. It came down to desperation because the initial play was having short utility. No one saw it. Having a short utility to slow them down, which did slow them down for a moment, and then crunching on A main. So just as they're going for the split, both sides, they'll be pushing in. You slow one side, you fight the other, and you completely dismantle their push. And they didn't. They got one kill, traded out immediately, and it looked like Vitality had it set to storm the A site, but great resilience by the remaining players to pull that one off. And now with a 3-round gap between them, Foot back off against a low buy, but there are some rifles here. There's some potential.
Yeah, Alt's also not in a bad spot, but that's not the start they were looking for. Runner has been having a rough time. Many do when they face up against this man. Been looking to farm up those eco frags. Still got a very long way if he's going to catch up to Cracks, who is a mile ahead of anybody, but Well, give this man individual fights, and normally he wins them all. Trex, again, has been able to deny him. It's going to pick up a rifle as well. So I have to be careful not to overface this one, but the trade again from Cracks is sublime.
Easy for foot, baby, ये game.
Oh, there's the steps as well. It's giving it away. He's found the first, but there is a flank still. Yedije close to the B site, and he will confirm that plant's coming in just a moment. But I think the main thing is that you're kind of expecting these players to be much further away, certainly to be coming from spawn, not to be walking down this alleyway, not to be in this position. And a beautiful round from Yedije. It gets another round online for 11-7.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he faked the nano swarm there. He popped it just as he walked past it, so that Safe's never going to look there. Because who in their right mind pops their own nano swarm? He's like, oh, he thinks I'm just about to get there, and then he's right in front of him. Again, the youngster shows how big his brain is, even just within the last few seconds of the round, but he knows what he's done. But again, these are just the rounds where you have CNED, you have Cracks. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. And
I think it's 37.
We always talk about Cracks playing KO. And when we've seen him on other things, maybe other than Sage also, in terms of his individual aim, is very good. The walls sometimes get him killed, but we'll ignore that. But that's the thing, when he's on this agent, he looks like one of the best players in the world. Like, he's so hard to play against, whether it be the supportive flashes, or the fact he's 22-11 right now. And just, you even saw the retake in the prior round. Was that like crazy util or all of this? No, they put Hunter's Fury and he ran in and just killed 2 people, and then Cena went, I'll grab the last one. Like, that's a lot of it, it's just around. He is so good individually that teams struggle to play against, and I think we've seen that throughout the season. It's like sometimes we look at the strategy that Foot are coming in with and go, well, that's not going to work. And then they go, you remember who we got on our team?
That's the thing, it wouldn't work for so many teams out there. Anyone else? We've seen people try it and fail. And no doubt people have gone into scrim and said, oh, I saw this thing on VCT.
On top.
Why isn't it working?
Heavy
well,
clutch,
you're not
heavy
these guys.
aim,
You're
heavy
not
support.
22-11, 10 assists. And a lot of those have been ones that you can't help but call out because they're so impossible to react to. You see these Vitality players walk into their death. Now, 4-round cap. Again, it's not lost yet. And there's a lockdown online for Sander.
Not lost, bhai. Ultis dekho unke paas.
What do Foot have to work against that? Well, no Hunter's Fury.
Yeah,
that's good.
Everything else.
Yeah, they've got everything else online. That's going to be tough.
Well, Mr. Fallen even has an Odin on the A site. Is it the most orthodox place to play it?
Yeah.
No.
Perfect. Perfect position. He's spamming a smoke with the most traceable weapon in the game. Well, got more chances to hit you than you do to hit him, I suppose.
Again, very interesting things, but a lot of the time it seems to work. And Vitality, as of right now, don't seem to have a response. Stuck behind the smoke. There's currently an Odin and an op spamming bullets through the smoke. Oh, what do you even do at that point? You go, well, I should be able to win this fight. I should be able to work out where he is and trace it. They've actually re-smoked it themselves. A bit deeper so they can just try and get out of here.
Odin to Judge 1 hai.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what's going to happen. 4 kills with an Odin, most of which were through a smoke.
And Alethea flawless, by the way.
So Icebox, you know, I think that's where Vitality have a pretty good chance in this. What do you do? What do you do?
That's the only one that wasn't through a smoke.
Absolutely outrageous.
Oh, he's just swinging left and right. Oh, Mr. Fallen, 18-12. It's impossible not to love watching this team play. Unless you support or work for Vitality, then it's probably quite a painful experience.
As an Odin enjoyer, I always enjoy Mr. Fallen playing this game. But today he has done things that I'm not sure I can sign off on. I don't want to see anyone in my ranked games playing an A Heaven in the open with an Odin in hand, but maybe I should want that. Because they're 12-7, 5-round gap in Vitality. Well, they've still got that lockdown, still got their Hunter's Fury, and the Blade Storm came online.
Odin nerf incoming?
Even kicks one away from getting his own, but Foot definitely not shy in terms of response power. And so
they'll try and wall back anything.
Literally
like, genuinely anything.
This team is disgusting in all the best ways.
50 सेकंड है भाई, 4 अल्टी से जूझना है.
To come up with something. They've had these ults for the last 2 rounds, not really been in a position to use them. I think that was why he was actually A Heaven. He was going to spam that if they used the lockdown, but they haven't been able to use the lockdown. And again, it's not even him this time. It's Adaptation. TP in. I think it's just TP'd straight into the ground. Like that was not the idea. That's gone wrong, as is everything else. He's just roaming the site finally. He's been put down by Trex, but the pop flash is perfect again, and there's Adaptation to close it. But it looked a little bit shaky in the middle, Mitch. But they bring it back, win 13-7, and head into Icebox.
Yeah, there were some bumps in that road, but, well, 13-7
अच्छा से
to
comeback तो
close,
मार
6-0
लिया था.
to
वो
start.
एक
There were
thirsty का जिसे ना.
some pretty dominant
एक round में
displays from the
जीतो.
side of Foot, but that was their map pick. Up next is Icebox and Vitality's chance to answer back.
Just हुआ गेम खत्म बिंचो. 2-0 या 2-1. 2-1 भी हो सकता है. वाइटलिटी अच्छी टीम तो है. ये आटा कैप्टन कौन सा आटा का था? Excuse me.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000
और अल्ट से
pieces.
जूझना और के नो अल्ट
Stay
पे.
away from them.
क्या पता
Stay
है?
away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about
कासो
them.
बोलते. आज रात को बूम बाम गेमिंग होएगा, थोड़ा गेमिंग होएगा. बूम बाम का पता नहीं. तो मेरे को उठने का 9 बजे, 9 या 8:30 बजे.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Ta 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 ta.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
प्लीज वाइटलिटी को जिता दो भाई. नहीं भाई 2-0 है फुट भाई. 2-0. And in an MMO player we can take ISO and use its double tap. Very realistic. म्यूजिक तो है. म्यूजिक तो है बे में. बाबा जान बहुत बड़ी बात खेलोगे या किसके हाथ में आगे थी थोड़ी देर पहले. एक्चुअली माय गारंटी वाइटलिटी 2-1. नहीं भाई फुट बहुत हेवी खेल रहा है, बहुत कोऑर्डिनेटेड भी खेल रहा है और एम तो हेवी लग रहा है. एम लव यू बंग, आई लव यू गाइस. 4K लाइक्स नहीं हुआ है आज. 4K लाइक्स करो. प्रेडिक्शन बताए 2-0 फॉर FUT. मीटअप कब? जब कोई इवेंट आएगा. बिंक्स बोल रहे तो वो हाँ नो इस बार THKC नहीं जाएगा मास्टर्स, मेरे को भी लग रहा है यार, बहुत टफ है। उल्टा BBL जा सकता है जिससे आपसे खेल रहा है। Fnatic तो जाएगा ही जाएगा। Fnatic लिख के रखो, Fnatic तो 100% जाएगा। नावी भी जीत रहा है ना, नावी भी है। नावी, फूड, BBL ये सब में थोड़ा टफ है कंपटीशन। ये में कंपटीशन थोड़ा टफ है, मतलब सब एक दूसरे को हराने वाला सीन है। लाइक कर दे बोलो, 4K लाइक्स करो। चढ़ बोलते भाई, देख रहे हो भाई, एडिडास है, वोडाफोन है, लॉजिटेक है। कहाँ पे रखा बेचारे को?
Welcome back. Turkey is on fire. VCT EMEA is terrified. And to be honest, I'm just happy to see Foot back on ascent again, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's expected, but it does always come with that asterisk. Obviously, first appearance.
Fnatic sort of.
And I'll be honest,
101%
beat in terms of between CNED and obviously Cracks doing his thing on KO.
करेगा जॉन किड से रिप्लेस करने वाला शायद नहीं रे।
I think there's a few teams that you come to expect to just have gigantic
performances
on ascent. Foot is one of them.
main event
You
होता है,
know,
उसके बाद
sprinkle a little bit of Navi in there. There's a few teams that what?
Champions
Am I
सबसे
wrong?
बड़ा।
So when we see Foot going into ascent and then they're having so much success going into the sites and they don't even have to explore the rest of the map. That's what I was afraid of, because the last time they were getting stuck in the mains and they weren't exploring through mid enough, and this time it's just like, okay, we're
I think the double-edged sword of that being that you can slip into this sort of linear approach, which versus a lot of teams won't work, right? And I mean, the difference being if you do have an individual like CNED or like Cracks really kind of dragging the rest of the team online and just converting rounds single-handedly, then it's not as much of a concern. For me, a big positive to see Foot actually address a separate issue, being that they're not very reliant on CNED going forward, hunting, having to dig really deep for these engagements. Vitality, you could argue, gave them a couple away, but still Foot converting their advantages really, really well.
And actually, when they're at disadvantage as well, they can somehow work through it. Do you want to talk us through the last round of the first half?
Sure, yeah. So basically what happened was Foot's trying to go towards B. They're getting stuck. They end up going back towards A because we had Yaruj basically securing this garden area. And this is going to be a brilliant 1 versus 3 clutch from Cracks. So while he's playing this out and just like playing it so well with his positioning, just being able to bait it out and isolate the fights. What you have to be concerned about if you're in a 3 versus 4 situation like this is the first thing the defenders are going to do is they're going to try to clear you out of the garden area. That's the first thing. They know that A is compromised. They're going to clear every close angle. You can't be there if you're Yeruj alone in an area where they're going to clear you. You need to set up a bait, set up a crossfire. You don't have to keep that aggressive space because you're not catching them trickling in one by one. You have to make sure that when they come in together as a unit, they're fighting as a unit as well.
I quite like the balls out approach. I've heard that phrase used on the show before, so it's a pleasure to be able to use it myself. I love the balls out approach of Cracks as well in that clutch situation because he doesn't care that his position is very obvious.
Yeah, I mean, there's no secrets about what has to happen for Cracks to win that round. I mean, I even love the bit where he's just nodding at the door. He knows he's got it at that point. I mean, even the fact that the door's still actually there to be closed at that stage as well. Looked like a little chaotic from Vitality's side, to be honest. I think you can see the cogs turning
has a very positive
vibe. To get on, tap the spike, hold for the first half, just a little bit disjointed. And like you say, yeah, Cracks isolates those individual fights. But again, this for me is an example where Vitality ultimately gave him those 1v1s.
It's the power of Foot. They are going to cause chaos. I don't think you can really hold on to your usual protocols when you are against these forces of nature. And we're going to be heading to Icebox next. Now, this isn't necessarily a Turkish signature map, but still, I know you were quite interested in the compositions we might potentially be seeing.
Yeah, so basically what I was looking at was Foot, they're running it looks really standard. Jet, Sova, KO, Sage, Viper. That's what they ran the last time they played it.
And Mr. Fallen, currently doing the AIM Labs warm-up, by the
Sova
way,
नहीं
is anticipating exactly what you're about to talk about, by the way, I imagine.
Well, maybe, yeah. So what's interesting is that they're not running a Killjoy in their composition, which is going to mean that on defense specifically, they're going to be losing a lot of valuable passive information, and that's going to mean that we might have to see CNET being a lot more active. The last time we saw Vitality play this was a very non-conventional composition. They're running Raze and not even running Jet. And we haven't really seen that in a long time either.
Yeah, so just to come back to the first point there, this is more a composition that does require CNET to stand on his own 2 feet almost and deliver single-handedly that performance on the front line. You don't necessarily have, I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't feel as all in when you have the Sage, right? That's almost just your spike plant coming through.
Yeah, and Foot's actually going to start on attack here. So, you know, not having that Killjoy, they have to be a little bit mindful of the flanks, but it could be something that Ada Captain deals with as like a lurker type player. And they have the double initiator to help really set up to get CNET to be able to dive into sites. You have the knife and the dart and the drone to get him in there, and the flash as well. And once you're in there, you deploy the Sage wall and plant. It's pretty standard. Old days comp. It's the team vitality though. They have that Raze, and that could be a hard counter to the Sage wall plant strat if they play their, you know, their cards right.
I mean, yeah, the other thing is, well, look at Vitality's comp. There's enough util there to kind of play anti-plant versus Foot's, I like what you're saying, sort of like antiquated comp, where it is a little more linear. It does require CNET digging a little deeper because you are sacrificing that body away. The thing with Gecko we always talk about, the plants coming through, the big difference between the attacking side of both these teams, Foot being the first to do so will be, there will be situations where there's only 4 people, 4 foot available. That's why I say the front line's a little bit weaker with this Sage because you're committed towards walling, planting, unless you're going to do something completely out of the wheelhouse with the Sage wall, which we don't see an awful lot of nowadays.
Can I ask a curious casual question?
Sure.
I apologise for interrupting because what you were about to say was
You
a
let
lot more interesting than my question. I was going to ask if Sage can be a good counter to the wingman, because obviously we see that used a lot as a combination. I was just wondering, can you block those stupid hearts very quickly? In two words.
I counter to the freebie plants, yes.
Great, hooray! I asked a maybe sensible but probably quite boring question, but don't worry, less from me and more please from Tom Piz and Mitch Mann as we head over to Icebox.
Don't sell yourself short, Frankie. You're doing a great job out there. Always good to see you. And listen, always good to see Foot showing up.
Zero losses है तो ये जीतने के बाद वो
let us
लोग
down.
qualified
But
for
Vitality,
Shanghai.
listen, they've had a rough start, 6-0 down. They got some energy back. They managed to fight their way back in, 13-7. It wasn't a great scoreline, but it was a lot better than what it looked like it could have been. That was Ascent. That was a map Footer known for being good on that. The region, Turkey's known for being good on. Icebox though, Tom, sell it to me. What's different here, apart from Kicks being a much better Gecko than I am?
I think the unconventional comp is definitely difficult to fight against. I like what the desk were highlighting about plant denial. They have got so much utility. And that works on the attack as well. Like this A site hasn't changed. It ain't great for corners you can stand in when there's 5 different types of utility that can be thrown in. So we'll see that from Vitality's attack side. This though, from Foot's, very direct, but already off the bat, you're seeing some of that denial.
Yeah, wall in from Foot to allow them to get some space and drop that plant down. Looks like they will be uncontested in as time ticks on and Spike hits floor. Vitality have to fight their way back through. Dizzy's going to be fantastic for clearing those closer corners. That's going to be point of contact to get them out. It's already through the choke point. Here comes the retake. Now, no flash, sorry, 1 flash still on Trex. They could get close to that screen and try to play through it. And there it is. Actually, a flash coming out of Foot. That was Cracks to allow them to re-peek through. CNET trying to get the angle around the side, and as they drop down to deal with him, it's an awkward fight. But when that Trex cleans up inside of, Snakebite denies the plant for now, or denies the defuse for now at least, but the HP is so low, they have to take a fight to deny this next string of defuses, and it's just a bullet needed to take them down. Nice and easy for Kicks, and plenty time left on that defuse.
Yeah, it came close in terms of HP, but they were able to isolate a lot of those fights. Definitely got a little bit awkward in the middle, but I think it was Trex just being able to do so much work in that sort of middle of the round. And again, just not leaving a lot of spots that really Foot can hide in, with even just a lot of the base utility that's there for the side of Vitality. So I better start already. It was definitely a little bit worrying. We looked at that last map, but yeah, this was the moment that kind of changed things for Drex, and Kick's doing good work in the end.
It's interesting, actually, because I'm looking the whole time at Trex's flash, thinking, when's that going to swing through? Where's that going to be placed? And they never ended up using it. Instead, it was everybody else piling through and him just swinging to take the kills. Hey, you got to use Trex. Okay.
Why
didn't Liquid do that? Right?
You're bad dude.
Okay. Curious decision from Vitality not to push up close
favorite
and face
and
the classic 1-by-1. We'll see, maybe they do it on the attack, Tom. Maybe that's where that strat's optimal.
भाई हर राउंड अगर ये लोग को ऐसा साइड मिलते रहा ना मेरे हिसाब से लोग यही एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे
Looking clean at the moment from the side of Vitality. Obviously not a whole lot invested. Flash gives away his position, but it seemed like there was an opportunity. Absolutely nothing though. Vitality are going to take this one with an Antec flawless to get themselves their second round onto the board, and they'll be able to keep everything through into the next round.
अभी ये मेन राउंड अगर अभी वाला राउंड भी वाइटलिटी जीत गया तो हेवी लीड है हेवी टाइमआउट आएगा वो अलग
definitely came back to bite Vitality.
वो क्या सेक्सी रीड था ना किक्स का
It's just a thought to spam that box, and it's worked out for him.
Kick's का रीड सेक्सी
Against
था
these pistols, not too much hope to be seen, and again we're seeing how willing Vitality are to play off that site, let the players up close, and then fight them afterwards. They haven't had any trouble there so far, but here's where the rifles come out. And on the side of Foot, I don't expect them to go quietly into the night. This won't be a 6-0 start for Vitality without some serious work being put in. Light shields across the board for the defenders. There is an outlaw that can chip them up, but because everyone on Foot, barring Mr. Fallen, has full shields, it will take 2 shots, and there you go. 2 ring out, and both find their marks, but the trade is quick.
Immediate trade. Again, in a bonus round like this, damage can be huge, and well, that one doesn't have a trade about it. CNED having to take more of a dry peek, and Yedashay can't really afford to just sort of swing in. A lot of what they're going to be playing with here revolves around his wall to get them into afterplants. Those afterplants looking very unlikely. Safe another battle won, and well, they've still got this outlaw just raining true from the backline.
Vitality का map है bro.
Now
I think we are going for
Nobody
the
even
map
bothering
3.
to come in on the flank. I think they just want to try and group up,
I
make
think
sure
we
they
are going
fight
for
him
the
together.
map 3 bro.
And to come out of this one with a victory is going to be incredibly difficult.
Beautiful value by Runner in this round. All the kills found, 2 already, and the third not going to be achieved this time. Shot missed, and Yedashay punishes immediately. 30 seconds to get that spike planted.
1 minute में start आ गया.
And 45 HP. Some of these Vitality players, in fact, the ones close on the site, are hurting, but they've got the numbers to work with. Knowing he has to plant this spike, it's a moment before the flash comes through. It's dodged! And a huge opportunity for Yedashay, but Trex shuts him down, remaining on 5 HP.
If he got that kill on Trex, he had res. So he would have been able to turn that into a 2v1 scenario. That 5 HP was the difference between a round win and a round loss. And he's going to have it online in this round, but well, the value is severely diminished. A little bit too close for comfort in the end.
Almost
but a huge victory for
almost
Vitality. 3-0 up, winning their bonus round. Now they come in with all of the rifles, so even the fact they lost a few players there is irrelevant. And for the side of Foot, it's just going to be the Sheriffs in this one.
5-1 start on Trex. We saw the same thing for Cracks on the previous map. He got off to a good start. He never stopped.
I'll be bringing
that one into my ranked games, Tom. It's a good reveal. Nobody hiding outside of the map. At least that's locked in.
That person observers are toxic, so I'm learning.
Hey, I'm going to say he didn't know where it was going. Dak was just thinking, oh, I wonder what this is for. And he's still wondering.
Yeah. Nah, he's toxic.
He knows what he's doing.
बस लो खेलता कितना ज़्यादा advantage ना पूरा team को
especially in a round like this has its risks about it. If he's coming out with 2 kills, okay, fair enough, but it would still be a rifle into enemy hands. It's more so just for information.
Heavy.
And that he has an abundance of. His full team, in fact, rotating over to support on this A site. There's going to have to be some crazy shots. Cena, in fact, is just running into utility. He's almost dead off a boombot alone, left on just a few HP, and he's even going to be killed off by a blast pack. Shows how low he was in this scenario. Instead, they're going to start running back in the other direction. Safe has definitely heard those steps, and he'll be able to find out a captain. And already a fairly quick rotation from Sender as well. Might just catch the timing. No! Okay! Yenerjay with a lovely shot to give them the sight.
ये मारता तो मजा आता था.
Plant in.
But chumba shot मारा
Vitality side can group up and approach this one as a team with the numbers and the weaponry advantage. There's not exactly a lot for Foot to fall back on. They've got a shock dart and a fragment. Nade and an arrow.
Gaming कब होएगा ये Watchparty की बात.
And with the sheriffs in hand, these kills will need to be clean. Now they can't even use their utility. All about the aim. And with the weapons in hand, Vitality, we're never losing that one. A fourth round now locked in. And I said we're not likely to see that 6-0 scoreline against Foot. Not without a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but Vitality are closing in on it.
Yeah, no, a really solid defensive start. And I think even though this was only an eco round, you just see how much utility they have to deny your plan. A couple of nano swarms, you then saw a nade go off a boombot. Like, Cena was basically doing an obstacle course to try and get into the site. Like, he had to go up over onto a ladder, down back under, crawl through some mud. And by that point, 10 HP dies to a blast pack. Like, it is an absurdity how much they can use to delay and deny. That's something that Foot are definitely going to have to bait out. That's going to be the main part of their attack now is, can we find a gap? Or can we get them to use their utility early and then have an easier time in the late round? And as we mentioned throughout, they're not very good at the late round. They don't normally get there.
Well, Jack has decided to be merciful this time, instead following a shock dart that did land. And it was destroying the turret on mid, causing these players to look back in the other direction, and as they do, Foot storm the B site. The wall down to try to capitalize on Yenerjay's close position. He has a res, be able to res himself if he goes down. He might be able to punish. Oh, beautiful utility from Vitality. Now this has forced the planter back and killed him. It has left players on the site back behind yellow. For everything that Vitality know, at this point, there's been nobody stepping close, nobody taking advantage of that space. And as the wall goes up, this is the one position that wall doesn't help you get to. They will not clear it on the way through, instead, leaving Yenerjay with a world of value to be found. Only two picked up, leaving CNET alone. Cracks is on the floor,
मारने पड़ेगा ना, उसको दिख रहा है.
कर रहा है, नहीं कर रहा. Chance for CNET to swing in. कर रहा है him off the spike, and now time becomes the biggest issue in this clutch. As eventually Trex will find that third kill, but it's from the grave.
Yeah, I like as well just seeing the point of view of what we're witnessing from Cracks. Because that's the problem. You can't play with your opponent. You can literally just calm the entire time whether or not he's actually sticking the defuse, and so CNET doesn't have the problem to peek. This is definitely a round I feel like is a one-off. Like, what are the chances that, again, someone is not going to clear this position from Yenerjay? I would say, if it happens again in the map, there should be an immediate tactical pause, because that has to be checked in future. You can understand it being missed this time.
For sure. It was a timing thing. I mean, he got into that position at just the right time for them to miss him. The wall goes back up, and you're thinking, oh, they might push up the snowman. They might flash through this. They might, but you're not thinking there's a guy already in that corner.
वो लोग एज पैक कर सकते हैं क्योंकि वो रेस में देखा है ना बंदे लोग एज आ रहे हैं.
Small little window, and well, good shock dart. It did damage just to his teammate. It's okay though, because CNET survives and falls back to the site where the plant will be coming through. Mosh pit on its way, and that will cause problems. Mr. Fallen though has plenty of time to plant and escape.
भाई देखो अभी सिंपल ये राउंड नहीं हार सकते भाई, बहुत अल्टीज है, प्लीज.
Hunter's Fury in combination, but it's actually been removed. A good use of the null command from the side. But Vitality, Showstopper still available for them, and they are winning all of the fights. Little bro already on that defusal as well. Has to be denied, and it will be, but it's too little too late. Mr. Fallen now left to try and fight versus everyone over on that Vitality side, and they're even going to send out the Thrash for a second time just to try and catch him, stop him from escaping. They won't be able to.
So what? एकदम पीछे क्यों नहीं गया?
Let him have the gun. At the end of the day, he might be the only one with a rifle. In fact, I believe, looking at that economy, he will be the only one with a rifle in hand coming into this next round. So ultimately, not something they can be too upset about giving away. For Vitality, 5-1 in the lead. That's perfect timing, because it says exactly what you wanted to. Foot are struggling, and they're now looking for solutions, while Vitality can sit pretty. There's no stress on this side, with plenty of credits to fall back on. Ults coming online, and a game plan that thus far hasn't seen too many issues.
Well, that's the thing. The sort of idea when I think of Foot, they're not really the most post-plant, late-round heavy team in the world, and I think that's how you beat this comp. Like, you have to bait out utility early, go for the later takes. Foot are not doing that. They're running straight into the site, and either that means they meet a buttload of utility, and then they take loads of damage and have to fall back and try and play post plant, or Vitality play retake, and guess what? They still have all of that utility to do exactly the same thing moments later, so you can't play aggressive position. Where do I see Foot play in post plants? It's up close, it's in your face, it's trying to disrupt everything you're doing. Well, you can't do that against this comp because, oh, I'm going to hide in this corner, and nades come through. Oh, I'm going to hide in this one, there's a marsh. I'm going to hide in this one, there's a nano, there's a snake bite, there's whatever, a nade. There's so much util that there's just not any place for them to play their normal game. They need another layer, and we haven't seen it yet.
And especially when you think about the way back through often being led by Dizzy, it doesn't just tell you, oh, there are players close. You're thinking, hey, let's put the nade in that corner. Let's put the nano over there. Because I know there's players there. It becomes very difficult to hide away. And then add to that the fact that Sender and Safe are 2 away from having their ultimates online. That will make it even harder to take those closer range positions and to hold on to that control after Spike has gone down. Foot, though, only a matter of time before we see a more aggressive face out of this squad so far. Every fight they've gone for seems to swing towards Vitality. They had their one round with a player, a snake in the grass. Outside of that, conventional play has not worked. Bladestorm, opportunity, and not landed to start with, and now Vitality are cautious. They know CNED's out there hunting, and they'll cancel the blades.
Yep, and now comes all of that utility straight away. Wingman's gonna spot the guy underneath, and Trex already traded out to Yedajay, still trying to play within these corners. Nice shot, has to be careful from behind, and safe for trade. One of the better opportunities. CNED just about grabs a gun, but he's so low on HP. It's gonna be left all onto our captain. Keeping things even for now, but he's on 18 HP, needs an immediate shot, and he will not find it. Runner is going to give them their 6th round, the closest we've seen things come on the side of Foot since their first was on the board. But Vitality again in these retakes, close, but they get it over the line.
Close, but no cigar. Vitality certainly feeling like the premium product in these first couple of rounds. And well, I said the 6-0 wasn't likely to happen. I guess I was right. It's 6-1 though. It's still a very, very strong position for that defensive side to play from. Now getting their lockdown online, and at just the perfect time, because one of the main things that Foot have to keep control over a site is the Viper's Pit that came online. Well, Vitality are going to quickly push you out of that pit, and it's going to be tough to get back in against this composition.
Yeah, also with how aggressive Foot have been.
Hello!
Whoa.
Oh my!
Yeah, I was going to say that Rez hasn't had an opportunity. They do have one now. This is probably the best chance they've actually had to use the Rez, so Runner is going to try and take the fight again. And he's not in a position to really do any damage, so that's at least something. They've been able to finally use that Rez. I think he was also spotted, so they've been able to flash him over the top. That was a jump peek from the rope to see him.
It
won't be used to push them out of the pit, instead to push them out of the A site. The lockdown has come in from Safe, and Foot have left that choke point. Now Sander's got the info. Oh my, risks are being taken. Confirmed it. And eventually he'll fall all the way back, playing this B-side hold. Orb was up by the attackers, but that's actually allowed Safe to reposition back towards B that little bit quicker. The thing is, you can see on the minimap where Foot are. There's one player watching for that push-up on B, trying to punish further information gathering. The rest of the squad, oh, the pit was even used on B! With 30 seconds left, they put it down and rotate immediately. Sender's already on the way. They know this, that this is an A play. They try to bait them in.
Yeah, it might not necessarily matter. Safe, though, has done well. An immediate trade from Yedajay. Definitely been one of the better players. Kick still lurking around the back lines. Hasn't been spotted, but Cracks is holding for it. And while Sender is being used, but nothing coming of it. His rotation not quite quick enough in the end. 6-2 for managed to find a response, but a lot of that was, I think, just getting that opening kill.
It's one of two things. Was that pit put down to try to force the A push into the stack? It wasn't that heavy of a stack, 4v5 at that point. There were 2 players, I think maybe Safe was kind of close, or was it just, oh damn, they might be coming here, I'll put that down and you can hold the other side?
I think it's literally, they did, I think he put it down and then they executed and he went, like, oh, they're not
come back
I'll run away.
I think it was just unlucky time.
Okay, yeah. That's sort of what I was leaning towards. It's like, is that a big brain bait? They weren't that stacked up on A. There was only 2 players there.
Well, also, it's like, I don't think Foot even paid attention. Again, we're going to see an opener go all the way up first, starting to find those kills, and CNED having that operator definitely seems like a difference maker. Runner going down in back-to-back rounds, I'll be honest, he can be forgiven for the last one. I think he got a little bit unlucky with how they spotted him over the top. Pressure though onto Trex. He's been their best player so far though.
Silver flash on Cracks, expected to be burned up on the way through, and it is, but Trex still able to find value. Great follow-up. Trex and Kicks fall. That was Crax's flash that slowed them down in the fights, and it's his rifle that closes out the round. A third now found for Foot, and that lead has narrowed down to 3. Vitality could be equalized on the half, and right now, they haven't got the credits to fight back.
And this is interesting because a lot of the early rounds that Vitality were winning, as said, was util denial, or it was retaking. The last couple of rounds, they've been trying to fight Foot in the early stages of the round, which, honestly, I think is the worst thing they could be doing. Like, you're basically giving them exactly what they want. Like, Foot want the gunfights. You have the util to deny them, which was working early, and now you've stopped doing that. It's very peculiar.
मैंने क्या बोला था अगर ये लोग को मालूम पड़ गया ना A is working so well.
I guess at some point you do just come in and say, oh, we're better than them.
They will go all rounds A. बोला था कि नहीं
changed, and so too of the results. Now Vitality are playing a pretty heavy post plan again, giving up a lot of this space. The wall has blocked them out from the potential to do damage with those pistols on the cross. And now it will be an extremely difficult round to get value in. That drone's gone out wide in the spawn, clearing out a lot of space behind them. On the side of Foot, they know the flank doesn't have to be worried about, so all these guns are forward facing.
Getting in here should be impossible. Need to hit some pretty crispy shots.
That's actually
going to force a teammate forward instead. And well, DeathAdder will take those. He's getting closer to having that race back on the line again with another triple and an Andaluthia flawless for Foot. The streak of rounds now going in their favor. And
ये वाला crucial round, ये वाला जीत, ये वाला
commanding lead.
ये वाला main round है, main.
Maybe even a 10-2 with how things are going. Now the switch has flipped. We're starting to see some of the individuals we saw in the last map coming online. And maybe some of the others being caught.
Views on people asking about views. Learned.
Deep breath. Well, I think a lot of what Foot are doing here as well is looking at the previous rounds for Vitality. You see as they attempt the retake, just as they start to come back through, there's an A going up top, stopping them from pushing back out and taking the space up on that catwalk. There's been a few pieces like that for Foot where they are just trained in and ready now. Oh, I was going to say it's tough to be ready for that position, but evidently not. DeathAdder was looking for that fight. Clearing it with attention. Cracks up top could get the element of surprise, but that flash is perfect from Cracks. And, well, the trade is traded right back. Not with violence, but the resurrect. And so 5 versus 3, despite that pick, Vitality still way behind.
What is
that? The fight's been given a good read from the side of Foot. Now they need to try and find themselves back from a disadvantage.
भाई तो congratulations बोलो life में girlfriend आई है.
And we are actually going to see Thrash committed. Oh wow, that has not gone
anywhere
near the amount of value
जिसको भी gift मिला घास पकड़े.
He is going to be able to get one on DeathAdder.
Putla team la support है Binks Putla.
And there is nothing more to be had from a commanding scoreline diminished down to just one round. Foot might genuinely level this up at the half.
It didn't seem very likely at 6-1, Tom. It really didn't. And we saw Ultimate start to come online, but Vitality, they've lost control. And it looks, he even jump peeked it to begin with. Absolutely filthy. Kicks does well to find the trade, but as we said,
this is still the thing that I was talking about. Like, the last few rounds that Foot have been able to win is just Runner playing a really, really aggressive position and going down every single time. Now, I don't mind the idea of being dynamic and trying different things, but when your retakes have been so solid and your denial of plants with util have been fantastic, I am really surprised that they've just switched up into this gear of hyper-aggressive defense, or at least on one player. And sure, okay, keep giving for those fights. They're going to take it all day long. That's been a big part of the resurgence. This time, they are playing a bit more passive again. Mr. Fallen, I don't think this Hunter series is going to get too much. At least a tag. They know the Kicks is there.
Yeah, that's Sander tag low. The ultimate used on the other side. Trax has popped his null command to try to cancel out some of these abilities, but Viper's Pit is already online, and as they try to go above it, they meet CNED's operator. Down goes Cracks, down goes CNED. Okay, it's workable. Crazy aggression coming out of Mr. Fallen. The reveal as well. Oh, it's nasty. What's that shot?
क्या चल रहा है भाई सिर्फ ट्रेन पकड़ना है पालिन भाई ट्रेन में पकड़ना है क्या हो गया भाई
Maybe
भागा है वो
Angel's been cooking and just went, you know
उसको
what?
कोई याद दिलाओ भाई नियॉन
I'm
नहीं है
just
वो
going to run around, make as much noise as possible, and eliminate the majority of the team. It has to be infuriating being on the other side of that, because it is genuinely manic what that man is attempting.
मिनट का वो रेज वाला किल क्रूशियल
But hey, 6-1 down, 6-6. By the way, I think they went A every single round that they won.
लगता है उसका है जब भी बोल रहा
Other than the one, which was round 5, where Yedaje won on B. Every other round, they just kept going A. And hey, I guess that's where they've had their success. We're back on that original way to play on this map. Now onto their defensive side. Vitality, they know where they are. They got a pretty good inkling. They have hit everybody other than Trex.
Don't love you, Rush. Bye.
I assume that Dizzy went right back to kicks. Yeah, it's back online now. Crazy. For the longest time, I thought it was 15 seconds on the Dizzy. It's 10 seconds to refresh. That is insane. How quick I think this guy with a classic. Oh, it's giving me nightmares already, and that's why he'll do this against a full buy. When you've got pistols, he does not feel fear. Oh,
जो मैंने बोला था
6-1 lead for Vitality. 5-0.
ये नया फीचर है सुपर लाइक कर देगा हाँ ना देखो 14 लाइक्स है
retaking the lead
3000 लाइक्स करो क्या पता $50,000
What a devastating start. And another example of why Adacaptain cannot be allowed to buy anything on a pistol round. Just give the man a classic.
He's actually taken 0 damage.
He's taking damage.
He's now taking damage. He is now taking damage. That's good. That's at least something.
30 seconds
He's got 30 seconds. Now, if he was to double back towards the A site full sprint, maybe a moment ago, he would have made it. And actually, I think that might be what they're starting to question. Or just looking at plant denial. Walking out, he's going to be spotted eventually. And they are just grouping up. Like how he gets a plant.
जितने likes उतने giveaway करेंगे रुशु भाई. Let's go.
He at least died in the round, Mitch. Does that make you feel a little bit better?
It does. It does. Justice
Let's
for
go,
Liquid
guys.
at the end of the day.
Peer pressure डालो उस पे.
What that guy pulled off there was unbelievable. But 7-6.
50 gifted आ
I
सकता
said
है.
Foot came in. They looked a little quiet. Suspiciously quiet towards the start of the game, but my oh my, they have woken up.
तो मैं WhatsApp पे chat कर लेता.
Now facing off against 6 rounds, I think in a row for themselves, right? Yeah. Yeah, 6 in a row for Team Foot.
6-1 से मैंने बोला था 8-6 तक जाएगा. बोला था कि नहीं बोला था.
Coming in with nothing.
That's food for you,
we can
baby.
do better, says Foot. They now look to make it 7 in a row.
Vitality print होने के बाद आती नहीं है.
That is the last place I'm pushing in the universe, is through the little gap in the wall. Like it just.
120 likes हो गया. रुश भाई.
I think if you've ever watched that map, you would be terrified of Adacaptain being on the other side. He isn't. The guy on the other side is Yedaje, who is currently the top fragger in the server. Oh, actually, no. Maybe he's second to Trex. The top fragger on his team. Even still, though, time has been bought. Orb has been taken. Adacaptain is just 3 away from having that Viper's Pit in the 2nd round. Look how passive they're playing. They literally pushed up just to claim the orb, and now you're going to see probably a hefty amount of utility from Vitality just to try and clear some of these closer angles.
अगर सिटी तक लिया ना ये लोग
give
ने.
things away. There's a couple there. Okay, Sender.
भाई निकाल सकते हैं.
He's managed to find a high impact double already.
Oh, guns नहीं लिया यार.
Down 2.
Guns नहीं लिया.
They can tuck in. No need to swing into these longer range angles.
अभी
B-side definitely didn't work for Foot, but it looks like they've got something special on the side of Vitality, not looking to give them 7 in a row. They'll keep that record. Yellow challenge on the back of the flash. It's not great. It's caught CNED, and he's blinded up by the Dizzy too. The swing easy for Trex. Now it's all on to Cracks. A big clutch it would be, but it's not to be. Both teams now put up a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it's definitely an odd way for the
नीचे वाला
Ryzen
तो
straight
जब वो
together,
गोली
but
मार रहा
for
था तब
Vitality,
पड़ा था
that's such a
headshot.
huge victory.
ऊपर
I want to
वाला
see this from Seth. That is filth. I think the second bullet just put
वाह,
in
वाह,
for fun.
वाह,
Even goes back on a
वाह.
wraparound to kill off the player from behind. A superb round from him.
वाह भाई
That
वाह.
gives Vitality a 7. On the other side of
मारा
things,
उसने.
we're going to see a bit of an investment. DeathAdder only buying a sheriff in the last round, so he's going to be able to afford a Marshall and still have cash to spare for the next. Of course, CNED's going to have one as well.
I'm gonna stream till 3, I guess.
Somehow I expect a bit more damage to be done by the side of Vitality than over on foot with DeathAdder and CNED. Better scoped weapon in the hands of Sender. Mr. Fallen was best at a cap and cosplay. This is something that Foot loves to do, playing up close, having a player further back, but the boom bot will be burned up to clear it out. Now they know. They heard that right click. They know what they're walking into. There shall be no stepping forward and giving him that free kill.
Yeah, much further angle, but CNED still here.
कितना आराम से cancel हुआ ना.
Trade to start.
That day Binks did not
Spike
do
was dropped, but actually, I like this. I like this from Foot.
Very
They
English,
knew that
nice,
they dropped
love
that
you.
spike, but they immediately start running back to the A side. They
That
think their
day
opponents
Binks
are going to
did
assume a
not
stack up, and so
do
they can put
use of
everybody
that day
in
vlog
position
coming in
on
when
this
we were
side of the map. Some spam
Very
shots
nice.
connected,
When
but
exam
Captain
that
standing
day.
for the moment. Even still, though, 40 seconds left, and Krax is still waiting here, hiding in the background. The nade is not going to clear him. He's still just lurking in the corner. A kill comes in for CNED. It's a nasty surprise for Trax. It's happening again, Mitch. Still, though, 2 weapons in the hands of their opponent. Krax shouldn't be able to get anything. It's left all to one. And Sender will land the shot with Safe alongside him. It got dicey. It got scary. But Vitality will win the round.
Well, that's it. I mean, the damage was most certainly done. And I think if you come into that round on the side of Foot, you don't even expect to walk out with that many kills under your belt. So it's something to work with. But 8-7, the scoreline. More importantly, where are they set up? Because if you come into the next round and you see Vitality win, Foot will lose that lead even further. It will slip away. They'll be forced to an eco, and we could see 10-7 on the board. A great return to form for Vitality after a 6-1 lead. For Foot, they win this. It's another buy round for Vitality. So the defensive side has a big challenge coming up. The operator has already been spotted. The element of surprise no longer in play. CNED's going on. Let's go the other way. That's what most teams call. We might just be about to find out why.
He doesn't even have his dash anymore. He just swung wide versus Trex with no dash. The man has no fear. Maybe they were a little bit late to the realization of that strat, because now that they've lost Trex, it is going to be the fallback. Still an aggressive position from DeathAdder. The wall was placed in mid, I believe, so that's at least been broken. They do look to take and reclaim some of that space. Even still, though, it does look like they're eventually going to hit towards this A site. And I think Craps just got the info.
It's not too much of a shift back by Foot. They're definitely not panicking at this point. Reveal, I think only caught 1 player. And as they turn to look at it, we see the timing of Sender sneaking through. That's out of Captain down. The defense now has a massive hole in it towards that mid angle. The pressure on for CNED. They could just push behind him, execute him. Oh, he pushed in front of him instead, an angle he clearly wasn't expecting.
Oh, an uncharacteristic miss. I expected him to hit it. I know it's still a huge reaction shot, but it's CNED. And now what was a round that was looking bleak for Vitality sits in an afterplan. Still got a snake bite. Still got a mosh to play with, so it's going to have to be the clear out. Close angles are gone. They're not going to fall for their own trickery. But you could see the util already starting to be expended. Kicks putting out that mosh. And they need to find something quick. Sender with his 3rd of the round. He has taken over this one.
Bye, Vitality jeet gaya.
Oh, surprised to even see Mr. Fallen move back in this direction. He wants to pick up that weapon, but with 15 HP, he might have to forgo it. It's being watched, but Runner is, by the looks of it, going to give his life for it. He wants to hunt Mr. Fallen down. He'll get the chance. Fair. And it's worthwhile.
Yeah. Definitely worthwhile. I don't think DeathAdder is going to get anywhere near close enough to getting it. No, that is a huge pick. And especially with the fact that they end up losing a further rifle. The weaponry now for Foot is not going to be particularly good in this round. And that's where the biggest gap really lies within this composition. not having a sentinel, not having someone that can sort of put into play
Rest कर लो आज.
anything
rest
towards that kitchen position, and well, Sender is completely isolated
वैसे भी
and
ये
won them the
गेम
round.
मेरे हिसाब से मैप फ्री जाएगा उसके बाद
feeling the
Vitality
pressure.
जीतेगा.
That's their second timeout of this map.
बस
Vitality
मैंने
still haven't
बोला
touched
अभी
theirs.
फुट
The
राउंड
lead,
जीतेगा नहीं रे
they're
वाइटल
leading by 2, and Geis is getting heated. There's a lot
भाई कुछ
to be
तो
said
सीन हो रहा है
about these last couple
Heavy
of rounds
सीन
for
हो रहा है,
Foot.
रुक
Well, looks like he's
Heavy
saying it
गुस्सा हो
all.
रहा है वो.
Everybody else just sat there listening, taking it in.
Yeah, I think that has to be something to do with the mid control.
Bhai,
That's why this
gaya,
round
bhai.
completely falls apart. Like
वही
you
तो गया
had that aggression
इसका तो
initially,
अभी
you had it
ट्वीट आने
walled.
वाला है
When that wall
मिड
is
गेम
broken,
में
the
आएगा
reaction was
थैंक
actually
यू
to fall off and try and
मेरा
help
हो गया
defend A
करके
after a little bit of information was garnered.
यहाँ से यहाँ
Bit of
जा
an
तू यहाँ से आ जा
over-rotation,
यहाँ
but
से आ
that
जा
gap was
ठीक
already
है, ठीक है,
exploited.
ठीक है।
I love
वही
we
तो
can
गया।
see, guys. His team can.
Yeah.
But he's going in with his hands.
Oh, they can see him in their mind.
ये लगता है पॉज ट्वीट करने के लिए
I
लिया
can tell you that
एक
now.
बंदा
They're like,
यहाँ से
oh
घर पे
no,
करना
Geis is not happy.
Guy looks like he's directing air traffic out there. It's
I think the plane is crashing.
ऐसा काय तो
If that's
करते
how you're directing it, I
तुम
think
मेरे
he's
को
like, do I go left or up or down? I'm not sure.
Down, the floor is down. Okay. Well, 9-7, 2-round gap in the side of Foot.
लगता फुट का
About to be
एब्सेंट तो करना
tested.
पड़ेगा मेरे
Let's see
पास
if they can put Geis's advice into work. You've already got the blade
Advice,
storm for CNET. Commands. Well, that blade storm for CNET. It's what I'm excited about. The opportunities are there, but he is on the other side of the map for now, and you can see the rest of the squad backing off, giving some space to Vitality, space that they will look to take right back once CNET
well
arrives.
there is the
The
problem
last round. In a slightly different form, the timing has been completely missed by Ada Captain. He'd have to get very lucky.
दो मारेगा
Be
वो
so much for safe here. Already the distraction of his teammates. He's just waiting for that Viper screen to go down. As they look to get into the afterplan, if he gets this timing right, he could completely ruin the round, and that is exactly what he will do. An easy cleanup for Safe and Andaluthia
मिड
flawless.
देखना पड़ेगा बे
As again,
मिड
they
देखना पड़ेगा वो लोग का
exploit
डिफेंस
basically the same
सेज
gap.
की वजह से थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट है
Yeah, this is troublesome at this point. And we know what Vitality had to work with around middle. Obviously, the Killjoy, it's the most common thing to see on a map like Icebox. That turret is going to be watching for the cross, and it would catch a player like this walking up. Yeah, Safe realizing, but they don't quite have that information to gather. And although it was being spotted periodically by Ada Captain, human error comes into play. There's always going to be a gap, and here that gap was exploited.
इतना कहाँ से मारने लगे लोग
Guys,
नहीं
it's got to be
नहीं
frustrating for Foot more so. They've got to buy up
ये
here, the
300
operator in
पर
play
कुछ
again,
स्पेशल
and
होने
the
वाला है
Viper's
क्या
bid
लाइक
for
गिव
Ada
अवे
Captain.
हाँ
A
भाई
big deal for Foot, because this
हेवी
A
गिव अवे होने वाला
side
है
should be
50,000
locked
VP
down
points
by him and him
या
alone
शायद
now.
उससे ज़्यादा
There's still some pressure though, Tom. You can see that Vitality haven't gone running.
Yeah, they've kept Mr. Fallen behind as well, because a lot of teams now will try and bypass this pit, go over the top, maybe even try and clear the player out of it, but I think just with how far Safe has managed to get. Now Yedajay, he's already spotting Sender. If there's an attempt to try and do this again, he will be waiting and he will be watching.
Hello.
Hey! बेचारा ब्लाइंड में खड़ा था बे
I'm invisible. I am invisible.
Yeah, it is interesting. You get pop flash and just stand there.
blind
Probably won't peek off that. That's exactly. You might not know. It's exactly where he wanted the slow to go. No question about it. Lucky for Yedajay going down. Krax is under pressure. The nade is not going to stop them from wrapping up close. The Thrash is destroyed, but how? So he's still alive, but he's doing damage as well. But as CNET goes into trade, he goes out of the round just afterwards. Okay, it's winnable again.
Yeah, they're not going to fall for kitchen. That's for sure. If there's any angle that Foot are going to be checking, it's around there. Runner one away from a showstopper, a kill on either player will end this round. Or most likely at least, and there's so many angles to check with how aggressive they already managed to get Mosh onto the spike runner, gets that kill. Nade, I don't even think he's going to need to use anything more. No necessity of that showstopper, still comes down to the 1v1, but the time is gone. It's ticking too far, and a captain just gonna have to run for the hills, and well, Kicks, he's going to survive this one just about.
Well,
it is another round on the ball for Vitality. They are grinding these out. With trades in the mid-round and 5 in a row now, I don't know if there's going to be a response here from Foot.
Well, that's it. Foot have gone quiet, right? They had that streak of rounds, and now they're down and out. 4-round gap. This defensive side could come back into it, but this was their opportunity. This is where they put all their credits on the line to try to scrap their way back in, and it came down to a narrow margin. But a margin that they fell on the wrong side of. Now with that 4-round gap, they're left down on the side of foot with not a whole lot. No, we're likely going to see that 12th pulled through, and it looks like that's what Foot are playing for, Tom. They've kept their credits for the next round.
I don't mind it.
Okay.
We've seen them do a lot with less. They
Safe
still
spin
have
lurk hasn't worked.
Yeah, they still have a rifle as well in the hands of Adaptation, which has just found another. This is already starting to look pretty dangerous. Again, some of these just hyper-aggressive angles that Foot take in these sort of rounds have caused plenty of problems. The thing I worry about though is if this gets into an afterplant, because we've seen Vitality, they've been sublime in those positions.
सिर्फ वाइपर भी अल्ट अगर कमिट कर देगा ना बी पे तो भी जीजिए.
I think even more so with a pit and a showstopper. Mosh pit and nade already used up. Those snake bites will be online. Getting back in here with the pistols would be tough, but they've gone running in! And now the spike's down in the open. They'll have to step into it to try and retrieve it. And CNED's just waiting for his opportunity to pick them up. Down below,
oh, he got hit by the drone.
The drone catches the reveal. Spike falls again, and so too does Sender. Round is done, and Foot, with barely anything bought up, with credits saved for the next round, have come back through and halted Vitality's push.
Yeah, it was both a thrifty and an Andaluthia flawless, which is definitely not something you're going to see every single day. It is peculiar. Again, we've seen a lot of these aggressive pushes deep. I think that was just the element of surprise, but I do almost wonder if Vitality sticking to the pit, especially versus weaker weapons, could have worked out for them. Even still, though, plenty of credits for a buy. They have been winning the last few rounds clean. CNED is going to try a little bit of aggression of his own. They already have spotted
कोई ऑलरेडी डीप कंट्रोल लेके बैठता और वाइपर अल्टी मारता ना तो अलग है लेकिन वाइपर अल्टी से झुक के वो लोग कंट्रोल ले रहे हो थोड़ा.
I guess it's going to confirm they don't need to over-rotate. Those players off that flash would have to be moving up the alleyway if they were trying to punish CNED. So you pop the Hunter's Fury, you clear it, you know that there's no need to panic. Still play the round slow. You don't need faster rotates or Yedushe to finish that push on mid. Not a big fan of it. Again, I think the way Foot uses Hunter's Furies at times is mind-boggling. They throw them out like it's candy, but they can get value from it sometimes. Oh, no! Looked like the timing was almost spot on.
Yeah, now they're in the same problem they've had before. Mid-control, completely given up. And you best believe Sender is not stopping. They're trying to focus in on the rest, and because of that, they're going to get flanked. We've seen this too many times already. CNED does well. He makes things very interesting indeed. This round should have been done and dusted. Check spamming on 2 HP. With such little HP, and Adaptation takes out Kicks. It leaves a 2 HP Trex to try and fight versus two members. One of them desperately low, no utility to play with, and he's not going to be finding that one. That's a round that probably should have lost, but CNED.
You actually genuinely just give us those 3 kills in a replay from CNED. Because he won the round. That's all the round was. 30 HP. How he gets out after the first, he's being flanked. The player had perfect timing. I mean, take a look at this. That's where the kill comes in for Sender. He swings in quick as he can, misses the first 2 bursts. You cannot do that against CNED. And it costs you a round this time. Sender's had some fantastic rounds, some great individual plays, but this time he dropped the ball.
Oh yeah, I think there's no doubt he's had the best positioning of anyone on the server. Like the amount of times he's been able to just creep through, take ground that he knows has been given up, and the timing on it is perfect. Like he waits for them to be in fights, gets an easy kill, and then goes for CNED, and it's just a whiff. Like that's all that was. It was a whiff. He should have got that kill. It does happen, but yeah, I don't think there was anything particularly wrong in the strategy of that round from Vitality, but that almost makes it more painful because you're now taking a pause. It might even be just to try and calm the nerves a little bit, because that is a round that should have been theirs and wasn't for that exact reason. Now though, again, still got a couple of ults online. Lockdown available if they can get that much mid-control, and then lock down the back, it could be a free win. Runner also having the showstopper, but there are counters available, especially in the form of that null command. But if Foot win this one, I didn't expect to be saying it, but they might genuinely be back.
एकदम आपके जैसे स्प्रे था, excuse me, language.
If this ends up 2-0 in favor of Foot, I think we're robbed of what should be a third map. Yeah, Vitality put in the work, and they definitely looked like they deserve to pull it through all the way, but a couple of surprise plays That realm where Foot had next to nothing to work with, and they came out on top anyways. A thrifty Andalucia flawless. Viper's Pit was used, so much was burned up by Vitality. But they've still got that showstopper and a lockdown to work around. It's not the end of the road just yet. 2-round lead to capitalize on. Credits invested. And there's some weaknesses.
They're both jumping, and I'm just like, I don't know. That's a risk. That's a 50-50. One of you's dying.
Well, not this time at least.
Yeah,
they've held on.
So this time they've actually got DeathAdder playing over towards the A side. Now for the majority of rounds he's been playing mid. I guess just with how things have been going, with the pressure that's been put onto him, they've swapped it up. Put the Sova of Mr. Fallen, potentially able to get them more information. CNED's operator may have been spotted, but they're still going to be heading in that direction. Dash still available. But this time it looks like he might be playing a bit more passive.
Result मार के जाएगा. या
फिर
सिटी जाएगा या फिर वाइपर को मार देगा.
37 on the clock.
Wall up
when that flash comes through, we saw Trex though. He was going to use one of his flashes earlier, but he saved it. They waited, biding their time. They have to be cautious here. On the way through, that wall is going to be aggressed on. Nice angle, but CNED gets nothing for it. He is out quickly with the dash, but it looks like the plant will be coming through relatively uncontested. The little guy gets the job done. A 5 versus 5 post plant, showstopper in back pocket, and no flank underway. Vitality seem to have this one set up for success.
The showstopper might not be available at the moment. No command has been used. Runner gets one, but the showstopper's gone. Trades though are good. It's going to leave the remaining players very passive, but they are holding their ground, winning their fights. Nobody on that defusal yet. Nice work though from Mr. Fallen. As they're already getting flanked on though. Again, it's that backline that causes them issues. Already though on that defusal, and it's going to be Trex to win both. A double to finish it out. 3 overall. And Vitality now 1 away from taking us to sunset.
Yeah, they lost a lot of their potential. The showstopper on yellow was supposed to be an immediate reaction. Gets cancelled out by the null command. And very low HP as well. Runner was dead one way or another. It was a pick your poison kind of deal. 3 bullets left of Mr. Fallen's mag, but he gets shot in the back. And we mentioned that Foot didn't have a flank. That was one of the key things. All players were coming from the same angle. Not just left Vitality open. What they have been going for quite a lot, which is sending a player back. Even after that initial aggression, even after that same player's made it out of the choke point, they're not afraid to run it all the way back and take the control later.
Oh, the knife connecting. Aggressive positioning. Showstopper, not actually going to finish off Cracks. He will survive. DeathAdder is just going to try and wall them off. Potentially try and get the heal for his teammate. Maybe not. Actually just playing around the edge of it. A little bit of a risk. He's going to take the heal himself. He might need it. He's going to be spammed into the open with the nade. Well, it may have taken a little bit longer than they would have liked, but Vitality have got that opener.
They have it locked in. Adder Captain 1 away from the Viper's Pit. A valuable pick to be found if he can land 1 shot on the way through. But there's plenty of players, and even finding that kill doesn't mean you'll be able to use that ult if they trade you out right away. Knife up and over, moving to the B side. Clearing a lot of that close laneway. The push is about to come through here, and that's an isolated fight, but the spam's back. Do the damage.
There's a firing squad on the other side waiting for him. CNED now wary of mid, but it's actually the main avenue of B, which is going to be under pressure. CNED has to go absolutely huge here, trying his best to dodge the flash. A crazy shot onto kicks. That's at least something. Wingman has been sent out, but he's going to be able to deny it. 20 seconds on that clock, but already a player going for that plant. You can see the swing from Mr. Fallen. A nice initial shot, and he almost manages to line up 2. Trex desperately low. Shock dart's going to be placed in towards Runner. He's been difficult to clear from this position. They're still wary there might be a second player coming in from behind, yet to spot Cracks' position. He still has a fair bit of utility, left completely blinded, at least for a second. They've got to get towards this Mr. Fallen again. He's looking to keep them in, and that is actually going to force him into the open. The shot connected, and he hasn't managed the other. It looked like we might go a little bit longer, but Vitality have got that second match.
भाई क्या खेले बे.
A little scary. Foot caught up. Even took the lead.
Almost throw कर दिया था. ये throw तो फिर सीधा उठ था भाई.
Of that third map, Sunset,
सारे
that we're
ultis
now going to.
एक round फिर
We'll
इको जाते हैं वो
see
लोग
which of
सीधा
these
12-12.
teams can take the cake in the end.
अच्छा
Foot
close
looking
कर
for their
दिया
flawless
भाई.
continuation of Vitality. for an upset mid-season.
भाई सीनेड बाय हेवी होपिंग कर रहे हैं। लास्ट मैप एकदम संडास मैप है। कौन जीतेगा चैट? हाँ कौन जीतेगा? हाँ सेफ फुट से सनसेट फुट का लग रहा है मेरे को। सनसेट फुट का छाती लाओ। सनसेट फुट का है।
Stay away from them. Stay
भाई
away
सेव
from
कर देना
Lorca,
जो मैं लिख रहा हूँ छाती पे।
and
सेव कर
Picasso.
देना।
Don't ask about Lola.
ये देख तेरी चैट को देख।
करीना के पास है एक्सक्यूज। आइसबॉक्स से गंदा क्या ही हो सकता है? सनसेट।
To visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusians.
ओ लाउड, इसको मैं फेंक देने वाला हूँ दूर। हेवी दूर फेंकूंगा, हेवी। चप्पल जैसे ढूंढते रहना फिर। कौन जीता? कौन जीता? कौन जीता? कौन जीता?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and
हो जाती है।
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
भाई सनसेट लिख के रखो भाई। Put.
You can do one map standing verticals. Vertical.
No need.
Standing वाला।
No need.
मतलब वैसा वाला vertical shots वाला नहीं।
बोलते जा रही है, बोलते जा रही है, बोलते जा रही है।
Red Bull
No
gives
need
you
वाला नहीं
real
हुआ,
power.
वैसा
नहीं बोलूँगी मैं। मौन व्रत रखूँगी दयाबेन के जैसे।
मैं टेस्ट कर रहा था मेरी लंबी उम्र है कि नहीं। इनके अगर तू मूव है बोल सकते ठीक है। इनके अगर तू लीड है तो बोलना नहीं ठीक है। देखिए अगर उस दिन तूने दीदी से जो बोला है तो कुछ बोलना नहीं ठीक है। ठीक है बोल सकते, दे दिया परमिशन, दे दिया, बोल सकते। ओवर एक्टिंग।
आज तो ये भी नहीं बोल सकती ना सोफे पे सोना। मैं खुद सो रही हूँ सोफे पे आज। गरबा करो इस पे। ये म्यूजिक वैसे मैं कोई भी म्यूजिक पे गरबा कर सकती हूँ। I have that quality. I feel like every Gujarati is born with that, you know? कौन कोई भी गाने पे गरबा कर सकता है गुजराती है। गणपति डांस आपकी सोफे पे। अरे आधे एसी नहीं चल रहा बेडरूम का। आज मैं स्ट्रीम गर्मी में की तो मेरे को पता है। तो उसको सोना है बेडरूम में तो सोने दे। मेरे को एसी में सोने का है तो मैं बाहर के एसी में सोऊंगी। ट्रेन के साउंड माय डियर जीजा जी को बोलो मेरे टैक्सी का भाड़ा भर दे 15,000। बिल्डिंग के नीचे लाओ कंपाउंड में। कंपाउंड से पे करेंगे। मैं पूरा दिन देखती रहती हूँ भाई। दोपहर को सुबह को चलता है मेरे घर पे। सारे एपिसोड 10-12 बार देख लिए मैंने। पुराने वाले नहीं पुराने जब भी पुराना टप्पू था उसके बाद एक भी नहीं। तभी मैं सोचू गेम्स क्यों हारे आज। बहुत गर्मी है रे बाबा। गाइस पानी पिया करो। हाँ ना बात सेम Ravinder, thanks for subscribing and
Welcome back to VCT, and we're going
Because
to
क्योंकि वो
3
5v5
because
है
we
और
are
मैं
1-1 in
11
this epic matchup between Team
या 12
Vitality and Foot. And you know
9
what?
लोगों
We
को
got the
सब
Turkish
करने
map of
बोलो ना
Ascent,
9
and we
लोगों
got
को
to
guys
see how
9
Vitality have
people
grown into their
who
own
have
on
9 likes.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was a site simulator for basically most
With
of...
that comp, shocking, really. Right?
Yeah, who would
What
have thought?
cooler
Who would have
से ठंडी
thought?
हवा
A site
कैसी
simulator.
है?
It's
That
classic
cooler से
icebox.
पानी
You know,
डालो ना
the tried and tested, it works, just do it. Get into those really nitty-gritty fights. I think the cool thing to talk about this map was about how Vitality was making
हाँ
Foot feel
गीला
really
कपड़ा वो
weird
मैंने ये
and
हैक
stressed
भी
out
सुना है
because of all the
कि
there's so
पैर
many
को ना अपने कर्टन्स पे पानी स्प्रे कर दो
no, it's just like there's so many abilities, many abilities that you're not used to. For example, Raze being in the mix, and just
Where is
you know, you have
Tapu?
Gecko stuff coming in, you have KO stuff, like all this stuff is coming in at you,
Insu भी
and
नहीं आ रही है
you're not used to playing against that, so it's hard to kind of
Insu is
deal with it in the
also
moment because it's coming in different waves
Sure,
as well.
yeah, I like this as well because particularly for that composition, basically the tendencies, the protocols, the timings are all completely different between these two comps. And I think actually where Foot really struggled was where if you can't really get a committed fight before a part happens with the Sage composition, it kind of just fizzles a little bit. The round kind of gets into a stalemate. If you miss that first wave, it's really difficult. Sometimes if that comes too late on in the round, you don't necessarily have a mid-round. That mid-round's almost sailed you by. So I think it was actually a good contrast between what can be done with both compositions, but I also think Vitality probably played towards the weakness of Foot's comp very well.
I do want to take a look though at a classic Turkish round, given that we are celebrating all things Turkish on the broadcast today. It was the final round of that first half, and yeah, that's when we did see Foot go for it.
Yeah, basically, what was well, I'll say balls to the wall for this one, because this is it's not often you see a Sova. But what was it?
Balls o'clock.
Balls o'clock. Okay, I've never heard that one, but but yeah, it's not often you see a Sova getting as involved as this. But again, I mean, it's Foot in round 12, similar to the first one. It's chaotic.
Yeah, when you are playing this map and you're on a composition like what Foot's is you need to keep the pressure on in the post plant, because if you give any space back into the retake and the wingman's able to get onto the spike, and then they're also able to layer all this other abilities at you and swing you while you're trying to swing and deny the fuse, that's when you're going to get taken out of it. And obviously Mr. Fallen going huge here with the Sova, with the shorty. I love a double barrel myself.
I bet you do.
That's caveat on the end.
I know I'm focusing a bit on Foot here, but I'm interested in your thoughts on the stage as well. On that side.
It's just to the point now.
भाई 20-20 रुपए फेंक के मार रहा है तो वहाँ पे
surprises, and I think Vitality are a team.
Parminder bhai, thank you for the 30 and 30 and 30 and 30 and 30 and 30.
With this composition,
30,000 working.
We need to fix this. If ever Icebox comes up versus Foot, they're going to play this composition. There's not really anything that's going to force the adaptation, right? Force them into a position where they have to switch up and really change the way they approach either the retake or controlling a side before the comes in. So in that regard, I think versus Vitality, it's particularly weak to play.
Cheeks.
Are we going to an even playing field on Sunset Steel?
It's going to be interesting. I don't think so, and the reason why is because when we saw what Vitality's composition was on Xbox, Foot struggled there towards the end, especially when Foot was on. Vitality was on defense. I feel like we're going to see something similar if they run
heavy foot scenes लग रहा है मेरे को. Heavy.
They've run a couple of different
mouse pad के
were kind of weird, but also Foot's not doing themselves any service right now. The last time they played it, CNET was on Raze. That's always an issue for them. So are they going to just move into Jet? Are they going to give a flash character? Those are the questions I'm going to ask before we get to actually see what they're running. Because Vitality have been playing very unconventional comps. They're like the only team running Deadlock. I mean, it's on bind, but
Bugs by GEELI CHUMMI Soumya Saxena Soumya.
Not necessarily seeing the Deadlock brought out and the map lost, but even just seeing the willingness to kind of toy about and maybe break the mold.
वही है.
I don't want to say trendsetters, challenges, but
what?
At least explore other things.
Heads foot बहुत गंदा था, बहुत
We
गंदा.
were thinking
I was
if
saying
anyone
this-
played Deadlock, it would be Kicks.
Yeah, I was
but-
going to say if
By
Vitality that wants to
Vitality
break it
जीता.
out here, but
By
Foot
simple है, by
have
Vitality
balls to
जीता.
the wall, right?
By मैं नहीं देख
Okay.
सकता
It's
ये.
not really balls to the wall, is it? It's balls to
मैं
the
नहीं
net.
देख सकता भाई.
Okay, so they're starting on defense. So there has to be a really good plan
Bye.
behind this. Okay, so Team Vitality is doing what they did before. They got the double flasher with the Raze, and it's
मैं नहीं
looking
देख
to look good.
सकता.
But they're
Deadlock ले लिया है.
So they have to look for that on defense. But Foot, they're starting defense. They're running single
भाई
control.
सामने
They're getting
Viper
Cypher.
Omen है
They
बे.
didn't run a Cypher. I don't know. I have no idea what to expect from this.
I'm ready for it though.
Yeah,
Hang on, I got to strap down.
Foot are going to be gathering a lot of information. Right? I feel like that's the most underestimated thing about Deadlock is that information it gives you. The sound.
भाई
cues,
क्या
the path.
scene.
But let's go to this third and final match
Music
and
must
see
है ना?
whose dreams the sun will be setting on tonight with Tom Biz and Mitch Bass.
Well, this is not exactly what I expected coming into
By
today.
heavy,
Seeing
be
Deadlock,
heavy.
Tom, I'm gonna give it to you open-ended because
हाँ,
I
Deadlock
don't know
seems
how I
heavy
feel.
लग रहा
I
है.
do know how I feel about this one. I don't like it. It's Mr. Fallen's job to make me like it in the next however many rounds.
Yeah, I think since Chamber, we haven't seen much double Sentinel.
Thank you for the 30 once
And I
again.
still didn't expect
Arvind
to
bye.
be seeing it today. It's very interesting. I think starting on the defense, they're going to be able
Deadlock
to
के
deny an
utils
awful lot
मस्त है
of
भाई
space.
नहीं बे
Very good chance you're walking
नहीं
into at least
बे.
one Sentinel, because they have one on both sides of the map. I think you're going to get a lot of information off the Cypher, but I'm really intrigued to see what ideas they have here, because by most standards, I didn't expect them to play this at all, and definitely not within this map. So I want to see what they've got to offer.
Well, there better be
This is
something
one map
planned,
that
something
you
up their
absolutely-
sleeve for
He's just
now.
left.
Yeah?
He's
This
just
is
thrown
one
the
map
wall
you
down
absolutely-
and just left.
So he's walled up B main.
Sunset on the.
Ton of control
same.
taken in the back of that. You'll
Actual
see it as
में
it
it's
gets broken,
fracture,
so
but
you know
fracture
that
is
they're
not.
not pushing up. And they can now focus on a little bit of a mid fight. Door
Fracture
going
भी एक
down
बार
as well,
चलेगा
denying some
इसका।
control, caused a lot of bullets to break, and maybe open to some counterattacks.
भाई अगर ये लोग के पास कुछ एकदम स्मैक्सी रीटेक टाइप्स है
And I thought maybe this is where they execute in, but the spike is coming
तो
back
फिर
as well.
समझ में आता है
Looks like
बट
no clear plan just yet. Instead, they
No.
were looking for aggression from Foot, for mistakes to be
I
made.
don't
They
think-
haven't been, so now they've got to force their own mistakes, and they've done a great job at that.
Sender.
Another
तीन मार
lights
दिए
out
भाई
round from
तीन
him,
मार
right
दिए
off rip here on Sunset, leaving Yedege
Sender.
against the world. Three
Sending
players, they're coming
the
towards him. This is a big fight for him to try and win.
Yeah, even stopping the plant will be difficult.
Oh,
1
body,
HP.
body.
Kicks is so lucky to be alive.
Spike planted.
I don't even know what stopped that from being the
नहीं
kill.
ना,
It's got
cross
the
है.
slightest pixel of the wall, but there now needs to be so much.
Oh!
He is on
क्यों
at the
इतना
moment.
ओपन में खड़ा था
Synergy
वो
feeling it already within this clutch scenario. He's going to try and reposition again. The main thing against
भाई
him
ये
though is going to be
winnable
that
है
clock. The time starting to tick down. Spots
Party.
out Trex, takes a lot of damage himself. Down to just 20 HP. Bear in mind, his opponents are still very close to death, but he's not going to
God.
clear the angle of kicks. It got
अरे
dicey
जितना
for
था
a
उस
second,
सेगमेंट
but
$2,000
Vitality
डाला है
again off the back
40
of their
रुपीस मेरे को
IGL
दे रहा है और
are gonna be taking that
$2,000
pistol.
शर्म करो
Dollar.
शर्म
Came
करो
close
खुद
with
जीतेगा
some individual plays, but Sander definitely takes the cake. 1-0.
अगर थोड़ा
The pistol could be so
$500
valuable as
समझ
long as
रहे हो
they can
मेरे
follow
जिंक्स
up on
को
it. The opening pick was found by the
तो
deadlock.
मैं थोड़ा सपोर्ट कर
And
सकता
that's about the only compliment we'll have for it.
परमिंदा थैंक यू फॉर द 30 मेरी
B
जान
main, and then you wait. And that's all this was, just pumping the brakes from the side of Foot and waiting for Vitality to make a move. Both teams running the clock down, and Vitality
देखो
getting the
खाना
better
खाना
of
बाकी है
them
ना
when it came to
Just
crunch
saying.
time.
This is just the plan. Just throw the wall in every beginning of every round.
Why not?
But that's the thing. I think one of the strengths that I
Vitality
feel
जीतेगा
Vitality really had on this map was having a very
ताने
good
में डेडलॉक
default.
दिल
So
पे लग रहा
I actually don't see much
if Pink is
value
the
other
best
than that you
wife
get to
who
aggress
is
around
good
the
and
map.
better
I do think that there's probably a long-term plan here that wall's
You
going to
have
be
a
thrown
point.
out, and eventually you'll see some sort of a punish. Like, for example, add a captain with
You
a
have a point.
paranoia. As soon as they start breaking
Pink
it,
is the
if they're
best
using their
wife.
bullets,
Worthy is
they could be a little
better.
further away. If they're knifing it, which I doubt,
And
absolutely be open
Princess
to the
is
fight.
good.
You get some damage done and follow up on the back of it. Now, I think it's just
Good
something
ne, Princess
Vitality need to be
smooth hai.
aware of, though. Always stand further back to destroy it. rob that information at the start of the rounds and leave them with nothing to do.
The only thing with that though is you can do that exact same setup with a trip.
That is very true.
And that stays for the entire round and not just the first like 30 seconds. I don't know.
I think the thing is it just takes a while to break, so you can swing on the back of it and try to take them out. But yeah, you're very right. It's very tough to follow up.
क्या मेरे को देखने क्या बे लोग क्या
Oh, sender वापस sending.
Much.
If
anything, especially now into this post plant. Well, we love this map. It's very, very difficult to break down from here.
Blind diya?
Binks just wants to try and claim himself. And well, there you go. That's already going to be an extra on the board. An extra one there. We'll put his ult online for the next round. Thrash available. And well, they might even want to let someone else kill off Anna Captain. He'll do the same.
मेरे को देखना है अभी क्या करते लोग डेडलॉक के साथ देखना है मेरे को
How to pay 40 rupees message.
Yeah,
Same way.
Normal how you are sending
वो
text.
उसमें से drag करना पड़ेगा.
No, but you are in iOS, ना शायद.
Especially when you've got those weaker weapons, if they
I
can
think you are
isolate
iOS. iOS के लिए minimum अलग है.
iOS में 20
on the back of it.
Android only.
Well, it's definitely the start that they
सोफा आएगा.
We've seen
डरते हैं क्या?
streaks of rounds swing in either direction.
Thank you for the $2 Birjan.
Last one with a 13-9 victory. This follow-up, not expecting them to do much.
See you later,
with the wall in play, there's not much of a choice here but to spam it down.
It's just general irritation. That seems to be the plan. They put the sensor up top mid with a cam alongside it. Definitely a decent amount of information they can get, although I believe it's already been broken, so they know there's players here. Paranoia is fantastic, but Mr. Fallen still able to hit the shot. Second flash though, utility forcing them forward. Cracks though, he's done an amazing job. Splitting him from behind, has found a couple.
भाई sexy मारा.
उसने ult लिया है वापस.
हो सकता था कि वो दोनों को मारे बे वहाँ पे, अगर उसने नहीं मारा रहता था ब्लाइंड में मटका. हो सकता था दोनों को
my body, dude.
Mr. Fallen's the sacrificial lamb, and they're trading. I did not expect very much to be found by that Thrash, or the Thrash to be used at all in this round, unless it was a serious opportunity.
नहीं वो तो पहला बार यूज किया था ना, तो उसको करना ही था दूसरा बार.
See the information was that Cena's in the corner, but he doesn't even have a reason to move. Although he does move in the end, and he goes down. An opportunity now that they've isolated out of Captain.
क्या हो गया?
2v2.
2 versus 2 weapons to be retrieved.
यार Crack टाइम बहुत crazy है.
Yeah, the thing is, even he takes another individual fight. So, like, don't get me wrong.
Cypher tag भी था.
Cracks does what Cracks does, but
निकाल दिया था
that got
उसको
very, very frightening for the side of foot. A round that looked cemented, looked clean as well. They had 4 players alive. That's so lucky. It just spams in the general direction of where the paranoia came from. That is going to be a first round now onto the board. Again, we're seeing the same. Actually, they've got a trip alongside the sensor. That's actually quite... I like that as an idea. You break the trip, the sensor goes off.
Yeah.
This time Gecko is the best agent in game. For a team game, I think Gecko is a must.
That wall again, an annoyance in the early round. This time sent towards
Not on all maps, like Breeze is a map
if there's
नहीं
not
है.
2 of you there, at least, you can't really destroy that wall. That sensor's interesting too. Put down an A lobby. So when they destroy the wall and go to march through, first bit of noise that's made, it's giving you the intel. Sensor on mid as well, same sort of thing. You never expect anyone to go through there without flashing, at least stepping on the way through the smoke. And that will give you the opportunity for the information.
Yeah, with the trip being broken almost immediately. Like now rotate a player to watch. 3 stack up. You can see the aggressive push already coming through from Anna Captain to spot out anything towards A, and it means they can gamble back for the side of Vitality. Again, just playing the slow default. I think realizing that there's going to be rotations around the map. There's going to be hunts for information. And when it gets into the late round, that's where they're likely to have their most success.
It's funny thinking about how quick foot were on their attack sides. But the other thing cannot be said for the same thing rather cannot be said for Vitality. Much slower, running it down the last few seconds. They've eventually hunted down Yetish, but there's a few more players here to stand and fight. Mr. Fallen, 50 HP, but he stands strong. Now has ult online and will just about make it out alive. Kicks going in for the plant and has found it. So that was Little guy going in for it. Mr. Fallen tries to get a position around side, possibly to pop the ult.
By heavy satchel play किया
The info's there. And in fact, Thrash is going to be used by Foot to try to claim some space. It's clearing out market and not seeing them at all, but they know Safe must have fallen back, so Captain fills the space. Does well to land that shot, and now the defuse begins. It's not on the normal line, but somehow Sender has just attracted the crosshair to the head. Another foul, leading it into the 1v1. Asined fires back, Kicks is left alone. It's almost half, but not quite. Just about pulled off the spike at the wrong time, and now CNED has to go running. The round is no longer.
मैं बोला ना मेरे को देखने का ऐसा क्या करता है डेडलॉक.
Yeah, and I think we see
उसके दोनों ट्रैप्स अभी भी है.
Mr. Fallen's he actually does use
उसका वॉल 2 सेकंड में तोड़ दिया है.
within like 2 seconds.
कोई सीज में बैठते हुए मेरे को अभी तक दिखा है. उसका अल्टी 2 सेकंड में तोड़
दिया. 3 players, so they immediately just turned, spammed, and then it was gone. So it's one of those ults that it's only really good in isolated positions, and didn't really find anything there. It definitely came a little bit close towards the end, but we've seen how strong those post plants are. Sender again flying, Kicks performing, and well, unfortunately for the side of Foot, their finances are not in the same position. We're going to see a deep wall thrown in, but just with the rest of the utility being thrown out. By Deadlock, it is broken within
Alright, now we're hitting shots like that. Revenge on Cracks for what he did earlier on. A similar feat. Mr. Fallen was doing the same, but I think he's already been put down in some of these early
5 rounds.
That Deadlock. I'm curious to see how it pans out in the future rounds. We've only seen 4 so far in this 5th one. Obviously, not like they have a lot to work with. Captain very nearly went down to decay alongside the mosh pit and tapping that.
Is so good in this.
Only going to bring him closer to death.
एक टाइम पे ना bind जैसे मैप में चलेगा डेड.
But it hasn't worked out. Another smoke to go into play. Oh, that's
bind जैसे मैप में डेडलॉक चलेगा क्योंकि एक बार वो लोग कूदते या बिलोंग पुश होता है तो स्टन हो जाता है.
For this diffuse to go down, short of some serious heroics. And CNED,
wall कुछ separate करने को साइड पे डाल सकते हैं.
Yeah, and more importantly, Mr. Fallen resorted to
bind में एक टाइम पे मैं सोच सकता
as they rotate away, and that doesn't go to plan either. He's going to be the one to fall, so not really bringing too much through. Obviously, the extra gun for CNED, they've made things a bit more costly, but Vitality should still be able to get a comfortable buy.
पड़ोस वाले और 8 घंटे से लड़ रहे.
Post plants for this squad.
Lock करो.
Video send करो.
How strong they can be on the last map of Icebox. And I think that's why you're just seeing the depth in play. 4-1. I think expectations are definitely there for both sides on this attack, but when you are running a double Sentinel,
teams वैसा नहीं करते ना.
For the defense.
Yeah, something tells me there's not a lot about this that's built for the attack. I think that value is going to come in defensively. Maybe Mr. Fallen's got some great post-plant trips and or traps, I suppose I should call them, not trips. Yenajay's got none of those to work with if he's being dropped, and so too is Captain Mr. Fallen doing just that, and it's a 2 versus 5. Blink.
अभी यहाँ पे कोई blind वाला agent रहता तो.
Clutch being offered up for Foot. Seconds ago, this was an even matchup, and now it seems like we might be looking at another save for that defense. Already stepping forward. Post plan setup inside of main. 5 players still alive. The Thrash.
Not the agent.
Online, not even needed.
Oh.
No, it's second use already.
It's not esports ready yet.
It's already going to be lurking through the backline in mid. A fantastic run from Runner. Basically took over it on his own within the market. Just obliterating every single member.
Vitality.
That's the thing.
It does seem like, agent
at least thus far, Yenajay's definitely been struggling. I don't think he's really found his ground on that Sentinel. Well, it's not been much to write home about with this composition thus far. From the side of Foot, we were hoping to be
greater than all Vandal
once again as to why they were running this, and thus far, we've seen the ideas.
आप flat हो, आप एक conversation में नहीं आ सकते. आप already exclude हो जाते हो ये सब
conversation. The execution is being Foot. being executed in most of these rounds.
Wait, kitna cute hai agent.
Gap so far. Sender dodging that. He's got support as well. Kicks is here, but well, Kicks was here. Down and out just like that. The trade not coming through. But ultimately in this round, there is only one rifle for foot, and avoiding that may be the best approach. Vitality aren't too concerned about it. Walking through on the B site, walking through on mid as well, and well, they
shot mara usne. Shot mara usne.
Flank cleaned up and seen Ed close in the round in main. Well, that's a much better round for Foot.
It's the most Foot round ever. Really, I don't know how they did it. They've done it in every single map where they're just not doing well.
America
they're
se
being taken out in these post-plant scenarios, and then you have seen Ed run up, you have the mid play watched, and then you have some crazy shots connected. And the thing is, the bait was all there. They were throwing information flashes, everything to just state that there was nobody within. And again, that trap this time was Yedajay himself. Found a round out of very little. But the thing is this now just going to be back to regular programming? Showstopper immediately thrown in. Trex has got to feel unlucky for that one. And CNET's more than ready for the response.
Yeah. Oh, they've got to be frustrated. Surely CNET goes down now. Yes, eventually, but the cost is still paid. Yedajay trades it out through the smoke.
Easy game hai Vitality bhai. Easy game.
Down to 32 HP.
जिधर deadlock दिख रहा उधर ही घुस के मार.
They've got success lined up for them as trap heard.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, next 30 days is gonna be the best
caught by the stun and swung by out of captain.
30 days of my life.
Yeah. There's your execution. It was in a 4v2, but it worked. You can't deny that.
समझ रहे हो?
And conceptually quite cool. It does
Too
revolve
much that's gonna happen
which I do feel like
in May.
defeats the purpose a little bit, but
you got another Sentinel. Don't worry about it.
Hi Binks, bye. Hi Finkity, Watchparty on top. Love you.
Mr. Fallen even gonna close it.
Guys, 5k likes कर दो चलो अभी भी आए हैं.
A lot of this just comes out of
the aggression
from
the
showstopper into mid. Vitality's response being to try and punish it in these slow default rounds where they haven't been caught by something early. That's where Vitality have been thriving. And I think obviously here you can understand it. They get sucked into trying to kill off Cena, get the trade, but that's where Foot thrive when chaos arises.
मेरे को सुनने का भी नहीं यार. मेरे को सुनने का भी नहीं.
Well, those traps have now been spotted as well, so you have to think that Vitality won't be walking up mid anymore, won't be just running through it, giving away those kills. And even if they did, yeah, the traps are not in the same position anymore. Now we can see them on the A site. And it's not quite a retake, but it's something where they look to punish them as the execute comes in. It'll be presumably Yedajay who has to do most of that. There's a trap wire, there's a cam in the elbow, and 2 sonic sensors on the site. They might not be looking to hold on to it, but they will definitely be doing a lot of damage.
कभी आपने IQ test करवाई है वैसे?
Yeah, I guess for the most part, it's just annoying for a runner. And you'd expect that maybe that's where that showstopper will be used. So if he goes blasting through into the site, could be a little bit problematic.
मेरे को देखने का है कि deadlock कैसे काम आ रहा है. Please show me some amazing combo. Let's go. Amazing combos हो जाए.
Towards short, so Vitality have got full control, and it's not even the Viper fighting, which again, pet peeve when you see a Viper up close taking those duels. Instead, it's Runner who's going to be point of contact. He's spraying through, doing damage, even popping his showstopper here. The guy is crazy, and he actually won't find any value on this side of the pit. And he goes looking on the other, and the rocket goes through, finds nothing but damage.
Heavy damage
The time is running down, the sprays are landing so much value. And even Save's got running out of the pit because the time is so low. It's taking over. The spike is soon to explode, and CNET's trying to keep them contained, keep it costly. Made it away just about.
Yeah, like the only person to go down in the end will be Yedajay. Not anything more to be found. But it is one of those sort of rounds from Vitality where they've just thrown everything in. You've utilised the command to get rid of the utility, you've utilised the showstopper and the Viper's Pit. They wanted to get that one over the line, get their 6th on that attack.
You know why
put a spanner in the works.
However,
this is where things should swing a little bit in the other direction. The only problem I had, again, with this composition, though, is ult-wise, in terms of high-impact ults, there's only really 2, and neither of them are alive right now for the side of Foot.
disrespectful to Mr. Fallen, but understandable. But so far we have just seen
big fan of Annihilation.
Oh, love it. The cocoon has not found a lot of value, even in your ranked games. It's probably getting broken a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Timing
but
to heavy thing.
Bad teammates.
True. It never gets
Timing to heavy
Mr.
thing.
Fallen has decided to take things into his own hands. Goes swinging, finds the opening pick, that's kicks down. That's a lot of the entry utility for this side. The one that's getting the spike planted for free, that's keeping more guns up in hands and ready to fight when they come to side execute. Dizzy down and out of the round. They lose a lot. They make up for it with Senator. Mr. Fallen was waiting. A clean punish, and they still have these traps to deal with on the way through. They've destroyed one. Paint Shell's doing a fantastic job to at least get them on the site.
Yeah, looking like they may even try and aggress a little bit more. In these sort of scenarios, a risk somewhat needs to be taken. We haven't seen much from the grab net thus far. Combined with a full Mr. Fallen is just hitting everything.
They don't have
Mr. Kill of the round already safe at least. Trying to put up a bit of a miracle here. Gets his third.
Almost
eventually is there for fourth. They will have their fourth. Again, a team gets off to a crazy start, blitzing their way through. But in each of these maps, there's been a climb.
It has. It really
Deadlock
has
के
felt like
साथ
the swing of the
timing
pendulum
very
with these teams.
important.
They win a
उसके
bunch of rounds, and it
utils
goes
का use
right
करने
back
के
the
लिए.
other direction. We end up neck and neck, and it also feels strange in terms of the reading of the map of the series. Great
मेरे
attempt
को
by
अभी
Safe.
भी
My
देखने
God.
हैं कि क्या काम आ रहा
Almost
है.
picked up the triple, and you can see, yeah, there was a moment there. Sounds like nice round. Well, it was a round. We won it, or we came close, but got stolen away. No 4K for Safe, no ace, no big play. Two in between them. The side of foot, they still have those ultis to fall back on. Again, you know, it's not going to help out a ton. When it comes to Ada Captain or Yenajay, Mr. Fallen could be situational, but there's a showstopper online for CNED now. Mr. Fallen stays alive in the corner as well. Not going to be caught up by the thrash and stun. No, that's a beautiful cocoon indeed. I don't think they're going to break that, and if they do, Mr. Fallen's waiting to punish Runner down and out. And they still haven't managed to make it out this choke point with Yenajay on the other side. Beautiful crossfire, beautiful execution from this foot side.
भाई बिना वॉलेट के उसके लो लड़े.
For good measure at the end, but I think genuinely what his utility is doing is just enabling his disruptive play. Like that's what Mr. Fallen is doing. It's basically, okay, I can now fight this because I'm going to isolate this person so they can't fight me. And we've seen that with him throwing a grab net in one direction. This time I actually don't mind. Vitality tried to disrespect the barrier. Like they tried to blast back quickly and got past it initially. And then the rest of the team had to break it. That's why Runner was there so fast, and they almost catch him with the paranoia. Almost being the critical term.
Net भी use किया.
One of the other problems is that deep nade as well. You see this go through, and getting past that barrier, getting up to destroy it is even going to be delayed a moment. A lot of these guys as well running down to their last mags just from breaking that wall. It's
But you also just got to shoot stuff to try and find the sensors.
भाई Viper अल्टा ये लोग वापस वही करने वाले लग
So
रहा
it's just like, okay, do I just spam a few top mid?
32
भाई
bullets.
पूरा bullet waste कर
It
दिया.
decides not to spam it with the Phantom anymore because Safe needs to be pretty precise if he's going to find impact later on.
Yeah, he's had a few multi-kills as well, so most of that was spam.
I think it was CNED who had the one mag ace, no? We had one at least.
Gotta go, thank you for the 29.
At some point.
That's for sure.
Oh, for now, 50 seconds. A lot of time spent breaking utility, but instead they're going to go back to the bread and butter. I think this is where Vitality had most of their success. Thrash available, though. Instead, they're going to use that motion immediately. And just spam straight through. Nothing that Trex can do about that. Again, Runner's got ahead of the utility. And Yenajay maybe overplaying his hand a little bit. Wanted to try and get close into that corner. It's problematic for Mr. Fallen. He needs the kill and just about survives. And now he's going to go through with the shorty. Catches another. Safe down and everyone
Angle ही clear नहीं किया यार.
from the depths again, and we go in level at the half.
I don't know if we got a top-down view.
चलेगा,
of
but
that
it's
mosh
still
pit,
winnable, ना?
But that has to be the unluckiest placement I've
ये दो
ever
घंटे
seen.
चला है.
There was literally 1 pixel safe. I mean, he stepped to the left, immediately was in it, and went back. Had to just tuck in the corner and wait. Of course Runner doesn't clear it. If you look at the mosh pit position from Runner's POV, and you think there's a guy stood in the corner, you're an idiot. That's almost definitively you're an idiot. But it worked. This time around, I can't believe there was a safe spot in there.
Attack
That is
NH के ये
tragic.
side से
6 to
वही
6
देखने
at the
गया
halftime. They've been equalized on.
हो सकता है कि
After
वो लोग
another
नेट
stellar start
और नेट
from
डाल
the
के
side of
लेफ्ट साइड
Vitality,
क्लियर करके
pistol
फिर
round,
एल्बो
and
फास्ट
a
चले जाए
5-1
ये हो
lead.
सकता है
We go
या
into the
बैक
second half
साइड
neck
कुछ
and neck.
कॉम्बो करे वो हो सकता है
Yeah, for the most part, I think Foot will be pretty happy with that, especially with how it started. Again, though, the intrigue comes in of what they're going to have going into this attack.
मौलिक
because
और ना क्लियर करता मेरे को भी
you
लगा
kind of expected running a double sentinel to have better defensive sides, but you now have Krax and Cena going into the attack, which that alone can be terrifying.
Pretty nasty defensive wall as well. It's going to let Vitality walk up and be main and take a lot of control. So you can see Footer much more hesitant to clear those
क्या
angles.
बैकअप
Again,
दिया
the
यार
bait setup,
सेफ ने
absolutely beautiful. One
क्या
player running
बैकअप
back
दिया
and safe, swinging through to save the day. 2 quick kills, and this round is definitely in safe
It's
hands.
going to take ages to break this, isn't it?
Spike planted.
They can just break the one on the right and get out, but oh, actually, they can just walk around it. That's a little gap. Center, he's going to get hurt. Yadashe already tagged
उनको
low.
पता है 4v2 ही है साइड पे
Mr. Farlem sat in the back lines. They've got to be wary as well of where Ada Captain is going to be coming from. Time still fairly favorable. Vitality have plenty to play with, but they lose that first duel. Mr. Farlem is trying his best, but just doesn't have the ammunition for that
Vitality
one.
wins,
Vitality
guys.
again will take themselves
Easy.
another pistol round. I don't know if there's going to be much invested in the next for Foot.
That was a pretty big mesh as well from Mr. Fallen. It slowed them down. I heard
That
of
was
like
a
2 or
bad
3 players having to pull it out.
Huh?
And obviously that allowed time for the rotations of Ada Captain to come all the way through. But this setup pretty much finished the round. Beautiful stuff in the market control.
Massive क्या
And although it comes close to Mr. Fallen, all the other kills came in way too quickly for that one to fall apart. 7 on the board for Vitality. They finally taste victory. After 3 in a row for Foot to close out the previous map for 5 out of the last 6 rounds.
पंगा ज़्यादा
In
कॉफी
that
पी लो
last
मेरे को
half
लग
went
रहा
to
है
Foot.
लग
They
रहा है
bought themselves right back in to the game, but for now they have to sit on the sidelines with just pistols to play with, classics, and 2 sheriffs. I give them 45% odds to win this round.
Not bad odds. Ada Captain, he's trying to be a little bit cheeky, but I think now those odds probably drop dramatically. They are going to be able to
एक
take
बार
down
मारना
safe,
था रे
but
उसको
already so much damage. Trex wanting to try and pad the stats a little bit. Has got to be careful, but the flash has worked wonderfully. Although Yadashe has managed to retrieve himself a gun. There's a lot of util that...
भाई बी पे ये लोग जा नहीं सकते वाइपर की वजह से ए पे वन वे स्मोक्स ब्लाइंड और सब कुछ है ये लोग को मिड ही लेना
Still, they'll be cautious.
Love you Bunks bye thanks for your entertaining us love you so bye love you thank you for the 179
Timing, it won't work out. 7
love the
bullets
watch
left as
parties
well.
they
And a
see
bulldog
love
is not enough
from
to take down all these
Scotland
players. But
भाई
it is enough to
अच्छी
take
जगह है ना
things
स्कॉटलैंड मेरे
Eight on the
बहुत
board for
सारे
Vitality.
स्कूल फ्रेंड्स हैं वहाँ पे
Right back into things. An
Look at her.
injection of rounds here in the defense. They won the first pistol as well. And when you win both pistols on
ऐसे
a map,
मेरी
your
thank
win rate
you
should be
डेल
skyrocketing. But
मेटा
I
होगा
think a lot of
फ्यूचर
that
में
first half
डेल
cancelled
प्लस
out
रेस
by how we
कॉम्बो
closed
कॉम्स
it.
होंगे
Yeah. And to be honest, coming into a round like this, Tom,
भाई उससे अच्छा भाई फेड ले
10
maybe I pushed
Freeze
to
और वो
15%
कॉम्बो
odds for
करे
most
उसके
teams.
ऊपर
Foot 45
दो
every time.
बाउलर है रिवील है
It feels like it should almost be above 50
Yeah.
with the way that they play those
Low
all
तो
by
आएगा
rounds.
बेटा
Their
मेरे
win
को।
rate is unbelievable.
Yeah, I think definitely a bit more
लो का
difficult.
आएगा
when it
लेकिन
comes
वही
to
है कि
attack side
ओमेन
sunset.
एक्चुअल में
Deadlock.
दोनों मतलब दोनों के प्रोज
There
एंड
we go,
कॉन्स है
though.
ओमेन और क्लाउड
Already under pressure. Counter utility
ओमेन के
forcing
साथ
the
एक
back
ब्लाइंड
3 players
एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाता है
on this side.
ग्लोव पूरा
I think with
डुली
the Boomba
जैसे
being
जाके
spotted, they
मर
should now
मर भी
know
सकता
that as well.
दोनों
I think a fair amount of utility has been expended. The flash over the top will be renewed. It's well timed as well.
Oh,
That is
bye.
perfect. A couple of assists. Yenergy found some space, but Trex just running left and right.
Vitality one guys
And now Cena, normally the first man to fight,
हाँ
is now in a 1v4.
It's so weird, Tom, to just look
अरे
at this full
हमारे
composition on this map
एडमिशन
because
स्टार्ट चल रहे
we talk a lot about teams and
ये
their comps
second
and,
time
and how
pick हुआ है
some
ना
of
शायद
them, we
डेडलॉक
actually
इसके
said
पहले
it
भी
in
एक टीम
the
में डेडलॉक
previous
पिक किया था और वो लोग
map, I
हारे थे
believe it was,
शायद
how, oh, this comp is good for Foot, but most teams maybe won't be
क्या
able to make it
40
work.
था वो टीम
This is just not a
किसको याद है
composition. If
इसके
you,
पहले एक डेडलॉक
the
पिक
game
हुआ
that
था
Kukuka played yesterday with the desk, has this comp been played before? If you gave me an edition of that with
PRX
Foot,
का ग्लो पका
I put this
PRX
comp
तो
up
100
a year from now, if I hadn't seen this game, there's not a chance I would think it had. This is not a Foot composition. On the defense, you're sat back,
इजी
you're
था ना
waiting.
अभी तक
feel
दो ही
like
बार
what we
डेडलॉक
just saw
पिक
from
और दोनों आ
Vitality is
रहे
much more what I like and what I normally see from Foot, which is having these little setups on the weaker rifle rounds where you've got a
तुम्हारे
couple
स्कूल में कितने
bonus
बंदे थे
weapons.
गर्ल्स
You
ओनली
come in and you use your gecko
Baby
flash, use
Jyoti,
your
thank you
paranoia,
for
you
the
pop the flash with the KO, and you're
party.
just flooding in and taking those fights. That wasn't really something that Foot could do. Like, their aggression was super limited on the defensive side. Because, well, you're playing double sentinel. You got to sit back and wait, let them come to you. And
I think right now Bind is the only map
something new.
जिसमें डेडलॉक का फुल सब पोटेंशियल वाला
Conclusions seem pretty apparent.
Seen it.
तो मारे खड़े रहे
He's made that one at least a little bit more costly for them. You always believe for a second that maybe that man can do something in the
पता नहीं क्यों
1v4,
सुपर
especially
चैट
once he
किया
gets the
पर
spike down.
जब ही
But
बहुत
ultimately, it was a bridge too far.
Love you.
Vitality are going to convert their bonus round. Yeah, talking about people who could have maybe cooked up this comp.
love you let
Maybe
me
old Team Liquid Sliggy.
Yeah,
he cooked some wild stuff back in the day.
उन्होंने डिफेंस में मैक्स
It's not that I
राउंड
actually
जीतने
look
के
at this
लिए
composition and think
हुआ
it's
गया ना
inherently bad.
अरे अरे
I
अरे
think
अरे
Foot individually have been able to buy some rounds.
भड़क
There's
गया
been
भाई
some good
ये भड़क
setups. Often I think the utility has come in the late round, but that's perfectly fine as well. It doesn't have to be all
भड़क
frame
गया
activity. But I just think that it's strange to see the
कोई तो वापस
identity of a
जाने
team
वाला
like Foot, who, to be fair, they had a
Is that
pretty big
mango?
shift as well in the past. They used to be known, in fact, their whole
Mango
region was
full
known as just a
season, man.
bunch of people who run around aiming. They're just
Trading
better
ने
than you,
डेडलॉक
and
पिक
that's
किया
why
था
they'll win.
बाइंड में लेकिन हारे
The
वो
region that
भी-
was
win
like
बाइंड
win big, lose
बाइंड
heavy.
में समझ
Yes,
सकते
it
हैं,
was
बाइंड
sort of like
अच्छा
a
मैच
region of G2s, right, back in the day.
For God's
Bunch
sake.
of aimers. But players like Mr. Fallen come in, they completely change the landscape. Foot, I think, last year became one of the first teams from that region that weren't just Turkish aimers. They're going around, they're doing whatever.
भाई मेरे को फुट का कोच एकदम ज्यादा
Absolutely, yes.
एग्रेसिव
I
लग
think
रहा
the
है यार
entire roster of Foot, pre-CNET, this is a roster that
मतलब वो लोग
managed
अगर
to change
ऑलरेडी
their
बीटी
identity
में और
for the
इसने ऐसा
better. So I
बूम
don't want
बम
to
दे
harp on them
दिया
that,
है
oh, they changed
डबल
identity with
बीटी
this
में नहीं
comp coming
जाएंगे वो
in,
लोग
and that's bad, and no one should do that. No, of course you need to try new things, and you have to be able to show new faces to how you play this game. And look, at the end of the day, it's 9-6. It's still winnable. I
भाई
find it hard to
लेना ही
separate this
पड़ेगा वो लोग
composition
पास
from the attack side we're about to see.
सेंटिनल वाला सेंटिनल
I
नहीं है
just don't see it having that same value for this team.
Yeah, I think
could be wrong.
it's going to be tough. Like, I want to see what the ideas are behind that double sentinel. Like, Yedaje being left to lurk, but I feel like we're going to need to see a lot of combinations off of the YouTube. We saw Vitality run it on Bind, and that was the plan a lot of the time. Using that Gravnet in combination with a nade can work.
ए नहीं ले सकते
It's just will it. But for now, at least, this round again,
Never in my life.
well, they've definitely bought into that Stinger meta. Nade is going to put Safe in a pretty horrific spot, but he still manages to take one, and Trex is immediate
Blind, sexy नेट
in
मारा
his
है
response to try and trade.
sexy
The flash
blind
is
sexy
gorgeous as
नेट
well.
sexy blind
Straight in. Going to make things very, very easy for him indeed.
Nice थोड़ा
Yeah, well,
तेज हो रहा है.
Sure, there's likely to be another plant.
10-6
Something at
कितना कर
least.
सकते हो
Never
ना
mind. Trex still going.
Nothing to do with that last kill, but a very well played round by him indeed. Yedaje, nice chance. Nice opportunity. With the spray of the Stinger, it's hard to control the best at times, especially when you can only see the tip of
उनका
someone's
कोच
head.
एग्रेसिव
It's
है
not the first player you're shooting at. 10 rounds for
अभी
Vitality. And yeah, I think what I was going to say is great round by Trex. Look at this. He gets the kill. It's not as clean as I remembered, but the flash afterwards, fall back,
This is
reface,
sick.
take the kill, get back again. He realizes this is an eco. This is Stingers I'm up against. These guys want blood. They're gonna run it down. That W key is gonna be
भाई
stuck
बहुत
for the
blind
rest of
है
the
यार
round. So he just keeps running back, throwing utility, and buying time for his teammates to rotate in and keeping
बहुत
range
blind है बहुत
between him and his opponents. Fantastic flash, and it hasn't quite panned out as expected.
Yeah, it would have. The hope there was to catch someone on the other side and then hit them with the showstopper. Showstopper somewhat connected.
सीनेट के पास अल्टी है
Oh, straight away. Now on the other side, and it's immediately denied. Trex again. He is just thriving in this defensive side. Yedaje looking for a timing. He almost finds him, but Safe's reactions are just too fast. The remaining players stuck behind the smoke. Nothing they can do from this point onwards. And, this duo of Trex and Safe has been devastating. The newest signing to the Vitality roster. And while
बी पे अगर
it is
थोड़ा बहुत
looking
आवाज
like a
कर दे
good
तो
one.
शायद वो
I
नाइफ
do
कर देता,
like
पता
look if
नहीं।
they can get to the A side, this could be a more difficult round than expected for Vitality. Still 2 sonic sensors, post plant around the spike that can do a lot. Ult as well, wall 2, and 1 less player, and 2 less players. So now it's just out of captain, and I'm going to say this is going to be about as easy as you expect. Runner swinging through. It's actually ambitious to call out, but it's out of captain. He could have aced that round, but 11 to 6 we go, and yeah, for Vitality, I think this is somewhere that they don't need to panic. They are getting the rounds incrementally. The ults they're up against aren't high impact ones, and they've got a Viper pit and a Thrash to play with.
Yeah, and closing it with an Andalusia flawless as well in this one. Their economy is now off the charts. Like they're in a position where
game
yeah, they've been
surrender करते
almost flawlessly winning a lot of these rounds.
अब भी आधे घंटे का फ्लाइट लेके घर पे जाते और रोते थे
They look
मैं
very
क्यों खेल रहा हूँ
comfortable.
वैलो
And as of yet, I'm yet to see anything from this comp on the foot side. They are being shut down with every battle they attempt to take.
सबसे पहले तो सैलरी नहीं मिलता
Weaker weapons, but it's still these solo fights. I feel like
20
the
साल से
counter
प्रैक्टिस
utility
करके
every time
बैच
they've
और कोई
attempted
ब्लाइंड
it
नहीं कर रहा
has
है
been fantastic.
सैलरी काट
And wow, the trades have been even better.
I know. Okay. Yenajay's done a pretty good job with just the Sheriff in hand. Information as well as they start to spot some of these players, and he'll just lurk it out on mid. Plan to come through. Sonic sensors in.
क्या deadlock alt opa होगा
I do think his left one's a little aggressive, but it could catch them as they make noise, and yeah, the wall goes up back left to the side. It's an annoyance. They only need to break one leg of it to get through, but it's really Yenajay. How much can he do? They're not going to check it. If you go around that pillar, you're just wasting time. But here, oh no, that's not what you want to see. Because this is Sheriff still in play for CNET ult for Mr. Fallen. If they can get this close, it could be so winnable for the squad of Foot. It could keep them alive in a round where they didn't look like they had that much of a chance.
I can only assume he's going to try and save it for the spike, but he's been caught. It's done for surely. CNET don't land both shots. He's given them a way into this. The time is ticking, the nade already onto it. And I think it's too far gone. He's already
by sexy round yaar.
The
Sexy round
is what gives them another. Again, these low
Sexy
buy rounds
round
is where they
CNET
break
yaar.
the streak. It is both halves they've done that.
कैसे मारे तीन भाई
Unbelievable. What did I say? 45%. Every time I see weaker weapons in these guys' hands, it means nothing to me.
It's so annoying because it's never the ults. Like, you look at it and you go, okay, someone goes to defuse, he gets to use Annihilation, they get caught. No, CNET just headshots 3 people with the Sheriff.
CNET left alone just pops off like it's the Wild West. Ridiculous. They've got Annihilation, Tom.
They do still have the deadlock ult.
I didn't expect this. I should have. I didn't. My mistake. Vitality, 4 rounds ahead. Keep in mind as well for Vitality, Gentlemates, Giant X and Koi, that's the remaining games. Relatively easy ones ahead of them, already in a good position in their group. Yenajay though, oh, they haven't cleared the corner and the lurk is sublime.
Well, this is a problem having no info at mid.
With the rifle in hand.
He always seems to just have at least 1 or 2 a game where he's just in a position.
भाई मिड में यू वाली वॉल बनाई है कैसे कोई नहीं है मिड में
not forget again. But at this stage,
ए से मिड
it's
तक
the
वॉल
perfect
बनाया
time to have it. Kicks.
ये भी अच्छा है बे
The
ए
rest
से
of the
मिड
team are
तक
just going to
वॉल
be looking to try and hold
एल्बो
on to
में
their
स्मोक
weaponry.
कितना होल्ड कर
The
सकते
only
हैं भाई
ult
पर
used in that round was Thrash, although Cracks has got it. He might just use it to try
मिड
and find
पुश
someone
करके
in this
वॉल के
post
पीछे भी ब्लाइंड करके
position.
फाइट ले सकते हो
But I think
कितना
they'll soon
पोटेंशियल
realize
है
that
बे
nobody's
करने
going to be
का
hunting them down here. Now, for Vitality, there is still plenty to play with in terms of weaponry. Maybe Kicks can try and find something here, do a little bit of extra damage. Mr. Fallen looks like he might be the one to peek him. And taking any guns away. To be honest, from
guys,
Foot,
5k
more
likes
so,
करो,
the
500
Vitality will be
remaining.
the
जिसने
bigger
नहीं
problem.
किया लाइक जल्दी करो.
Yeah, the credits not so pretty on the attacking side, coming out of that round, but coming into the next one, it's not looking too bad. In fact, yeah, the replay of this is just nasty. In fact, we see Vitality come in with a timeout now. That 3-round lead's a little too close for comfort. It's the last
ये टाइमर उसके लिए लिया
of the
भाई
series. You don't
बिना
want to see this
इन्फो
one
के
slip
क्यों
away.
कर
They
रहे
have
हो जो
fought
कर
long
रहे
and
हो
hard for this third
सिंपल है
map.
अभी
What we
तक
felt
अच्छा
we
खेल रहे
deserved on Icebox, and
अभी
it has
सिंपल है
delivered. We're close to having
सेफ
double
को एम
digits
एन
for
छोड़
both
दो
teams,
दो
but
बंदे मिड दो
Vitality
बंदे
don't
बी
want
वो लोग
that
कुछ नहीं कर
with that
सकते
dream to be realized.
ब्लाइंड वाइंड दो थोड़ा
very good to realize
सेफ को अल्टी करने
his
दो ए
team
पे
needs a pause, be it for
दो
okay,
बंदे
I've
बी पे
spotted a
खेलो दो
weakness,
बंदे
or
मिड
be
खेलो
it I'm listening to you guys talk after those last couple of rounds, and I want to stop that before anything goes the other way. Because that's the
सिर्फ
thing.
उसका
A
काउंटर
lot of
ये
the-
है कि
the round
अटैक
before
कैप्टन
last, where they
सिटी
lose to pistols, frustrating.
Alt
Got to be
मार के
frustrating. Then you walk down mid and two players immediately die to someone
कुछ
lurking
हो
in the
सकता
corner. Also going to be frustrating. So that's
वो
why you
एक
have to sort of calm the team. You go, okay, we won 5 rounds in a row. We have been the better side. There's no doubt about it. Especially in this defensive half, they have looked phenomenal. And it's 2 blips. But it's very easy to forget that when the game starts to swing the other way. And on the other side of things for Foot, it's been mentioned many a time. This is a team that when they get momentum, it's very difficult to break them. It's very difficult to trip them.
What is the date?
3 rounds in it. Viper's Pit for safe. Annihilation for Mr. Fallen.
Over there.
No way.
Been online for a while, Tom, I think. 1 or 2 rounds. Runner not in too much danger. The paranoia is used here to force them back, and in fact, they continue the aggression. Nade burned up. Dizzy was thrown out, and Kix is gone. He has to watch the mid push. So Dizzy's out of the round now. He won't be able to get back there on time, and well, let's see if he even has his life to play with. Yedajay, I think he will have seen him cross over with the camera. Small gap in that wall that could lead to it. He's got a late lurk to play with. They fell walking into his play last time. Oh, the blind ult used to try to root out that Viper's Pit. It hasn't worked. Vitality sit in position, but hold on. Tricks had no idea where they were. Cracks having slipped past him. Viper's Pit, showstopper used, player dropped, and the B side is not even under threat anymore. They're running the other way. Big pressure on Sender to show up, or at least to stay alive if they go past him.
Yeah, he's been good in these scenarios. Oh, he's going to get the one and get out. It might not have been the cleanest. He doesn't even check. He walks in backwards. That is very surprising. I guess, I don't know how he didn't expect them to be that far already. Spam through, but that could be the critical kill. Nice work from Runner.
Heavy spam.
Turned it back on its head again. The spams is what done the damage. This man has been waiting the entire round, sitting in mid. The steps, I don't know if Safe will have heard that. I don't think he did. He hasn't turned.
Full timing
Going to be absolutely everything here. The peak gets a little bit disjointed, but they still don't know this man is behind. Both kills are here, and he's going to find them as well.
Nice.
It's Yedajay again, always behind
Nice
you,
clutch.
lurking in the darkness.
Sexy
This
clutch.
has got to be frustrating to be Vitality. A clutch pulled off by this man who single-handedly won the previous round. Sitting
Why
in
India
mid,
can't play on
catching and
international
pushing.
stage? They'll play
But
soon,
now
bro.
he sits in mid.
Everybody's
My
learning,
God, he sat
grinding.
there for a
They'll
long time, Tom.
I'm not that patient.
I think he fell asleep. I don't know what was going on.
It's crazy as well when we talk about this team.
मेरे को तो लगा वो टीपी मार के जाएगा.
Yeah, because no one else is. No, their IGL runs in swinging every angle, like throwing all his util at once, and Yedajay is like, I'm in mid, I'm in mid, I'm in mid, I'm in mid, I'm in mid.
He has literally, he sat behind those boxes in mid the entire round. He
Double
did this
blind
in
का कुछ
multiple
नहीं है ना
rounds where they
counter.
had
कुछ
pistols.
नहीं कर सकते.
Yedajay's patience is second to none on this squad. And now there's a 2-round gap to show for it. It would have been 4 without this man. But one of those Sentinels is definitely hitting in a different way. Now for Vitality,
फिर से जा रहे.
he scoured down through their credits. It's not the end of the world even losing this one. They've got buys on buys. Sander found the one here last time and then got blindsided by the push on side this time. They're wise to it. They're giving him a moment.
He's a bit more careful.
Slightly, yeah. I wonder what caused that change in character.
Yeah, he didn't run into the angle backwards. Now, Nana Captain has taken a little bit of damage. Patient play. This time there's no luck in mid, but it might even be just the doubt kicks. They need to be a little bit careful here. They are being wrapped on from all angles. Seen it already in, but the jewel's just going the way of Foot. And for the remaining players, a little bit further out the action, to play with as well. And an operator. Unless they get a kill very quickly, I'd be surprised if they continue this push.
And how are you going to enter right now? You're going to flash on Trex, you're going to blast back in as Runner. Look at the traps. The Sonic sensors are waiting for these players to make it towards the site. Once they take a step, once they make noise, the stun will come through. You're in a lot of danger. But Yedajay waiting around the corner. Somehow they've got most of them, leaving it all on Mr. Fallen. His utility is no more. Not to have impact, and well, the defuse, undeniable. I need to see that back from Trex's POV because I'm not sure how he got away with that.
He just
killed two people who stood in the same spot.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
I think the flash was perfect, but yeah, it's just
flash buff था.
The spam as it goes
in. Center ने यहाँ पे white swing किया ना.
This is it. Pop flash. Both in that corner. He even gets stuns up as he goes, but I don't think it would have mattered. It was the first bullet that did it.
I wonder.
That is rough. That is very rough. And I think a little bit of the security that you feel when you see those traps in play, but beyond that, the flash, what can you do in reaction to that? The fact that they're lined up, obviously you try to dodge that flash, you spin into the corner, you're blind.
अगर KO होता और वो टाइम पे suppress कर दिया होता,
Runner.
तो blind नहीं आता. Just saying.
It can breathe a sigh of relief, but he will set up later.
Deep in the corner.
yeah, it landed this time.
ये round foot जीत सकता है.
A showstopper used and the right move from
ये
Vitality
retake में
just to
deadlock
fall
की
back,
ability
let
बहुत
that
बीटे देती
showstopper
है.
fizzle out.
B side.
And now they played the post plant together. No ultis to work with for them, but Mr. Fallen grabbing the plant has found his. And Yedajay is blocked out by the door closing. Oh! There was a gap there, almost as a bait, but Trex has found everything with it. This should be it. The flank denied means Yedajay is coming around in main, and now is the last man standing. Now 1 versus 4, and a flawless streak of foot comes to an end. Vitality find the win. Look, depends who you ask. It could have been a close matchup today, but I think most people came in with foot as the favorites. Vitality proving them wrong.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see
अच्छा एजेंट है यार डेडलॉक. क्या बात कर रहे हो? चैट शर्म करो भाई, खेलना छोड़ दो. जिनको लग रहा है डेडलॉक अच्छा एजेंट नहीं है, शर्म करो. बहुत सारे डेडलॉक हिटर्स को हाइट दो, मैं तो बोलता हूँ. क्या एजेंट है यार? डेडलॉक पिक करूँ मैं अभी गेमिंग में? बता.
हाँ बता. देखना मेरे को.
देखती तो वो थी मुझे ऐसे ही. किधर है स्ट्रिक्स भाई? आजा. बासुंडी मेरे को डाउट है इतनी रात को आएगा. मेरे को वॉशरूम जाके आना पड़ेगा. लग रहा है मेरे को गैस हो गया.
मैं तब तक वो करूं टीम डेथ मैच.
देख लो, अगर 6 आ गया तो फाइनल मैच करेंगे, क्योंकि मेरे लॉबी में अभी टाइम लगता है मैच में. भाई पूरी नहीं खाना चाहिए था रे, आज गैस हो गया लग रहा है मेरे को. स्मेल आ रही है तेरे को कुछ? बोल रहा वॉशरूम जाने का है, भरोसा ही नहीं है इसको. 2K के 5K डॉलर हो. शर्म करो. श्लोक भाई 40 रुपए दे रहे हो. कुछ लोग लाइक भी करो. शर्म करो. किधर है 30%? किधर है 30%? आज मैंने जो भी बोला जिंक्स हुआ है ना श्लोक भाई, मेरे हिसाब से आप सारे प्रेडिक्शन जीतोगे अब से. समझ रहे? लव यू यार श्लोक भाई, लव यू. सारे प्रेडिक्शन जीतोगे. जा हटो कुछ नहीं
है वो.
अरे यार 10 मिनट बहुत लंबा जाता है यार.
तो 40 करके आना जाना.
अरे 10 मिनट का थोड़ी 40 होएगा.
10 मिनट का ही होता
है. 17 छोड़ दो कि मैं आजा. हाँ इन्वाइट किया तेरे को.
मेरे को
इंस्टॉल लॉक करो भाई. हेवी आ रहा है मेरे को पता है. हेवी आ.
मुंबई सर्वर लगाना है। Oh shit. डिस्कॉर्ड। ओहो डिस्कॉर्ड है ना वाला। इसका डिस्कॉर्ड बंद है। डाउनलोड हो रहा है। ये क्या 40-40? अरे उसको 40 आई है। कुछ भी खाता रहता है पुचर पुचर। रात को कौन 40 करता है? इसने अपना सर्वर किधर है इसका भाई? किधर किधर से ढूंढूं मैं इसको? हो।
हेलो
हेलो मैं हूँ। एग्जाम खत्म हो गई थी।
खत्म हो गई आपकी?
तो अभी आज फ्राइडे है, कल सैटरडे, तो क्या सीन?
भाई कोई भी देखा एक ही क्वेश्चन पूछता है।
ये वैंडल है क्या? नहीं
सिर्फ वालों।
मैच फाउंड।
सब गन की स्किन हट। अरे इंस्टा लॉक करना है मेरे को रेज। इसमें भी रेज ही खेलता है ना? रेज इंस्टा इधर आता है। क्योंकि सब सही लिखा, बस पर्सन चेंज हो गया। किस चीज के लिए? अच्छा वो
ये मैप में क्या चेस हुआ है इसका?
हेटर कहीं का आकाश।
क्या गेको?
गेको बहुत मस्त।
पता नहीं वीसीटी तो मैंने देख नहीं रहा।
नहीं गेको ले।
गेको ठीक है।
यू कैन ब्लाइंड आल्सो साइड से। इन्फो ब्लाइंड।
कौन जीता? वाइटलिटी है।
अभी वाइटलिटी जीती। डेडलॉक खेल रहा था फुट। डेडलॉक लेते। अरे यार भूल गए रे। शिट स्ट्रिक्स लेता था जेट यार। भूल गई यार, उसने बोला इंस्टा लॉक।
Reina, you keep like glancing at me. Why you smiling?
Sorry, cariño. You remind me of someone.
ट्रेन नहीं थी बस
तो
थी।
मालूम वो गाड़ियाँ जो जा रही है ना,
हाँ,
वो
कहाँ पे?
2D गाड़ियाँ है। इधर ऊपर हाईवे से।
वो मतलब पीछे से कुछ नहीं क्या?
नहीं
है तो 3D तो दिख रहा है।
पिंकी मेरा 5 किलो कम हो गया। ऐसा गैस हुआ था ना मेरे को, ऐसा गैस कम से कम 5 किलो कम हो गया मेरे को फील आ रहा है। ये क्या लिया है?
मेरे को एक रील था क्या? ओके डिस्कॉर्ड पे भी दबा।
Briggs, गति की लाइन। Shit, तू से रहना के साथ चल। ब्लाइंड देख ले लेफ्ट। Briggs Strix!
क्या? थोड़ा
What the hell? Sheriff on side.
अरे इतने दिनों बाद खेल रहा हूँ।
Strix. As बेटा मेरा एक विश पूरा कर।
नहीं।
इधर आ।
नहीं।
एक ये कपड़े में एक गुलाबी सारी रील हो जाए स्ट्रिक्स भाई, मेरे को तेरे से देखने का है। ये कपड़े में लेफ्ट वाला एक हो जाए भाई, गुलाबी सारी लाल लाल हो जाए।
They're all going link.
Right side.
Phantom on my body, okay? One for mid, one for mid.
One enemy remaining.
F bulldog, F bulldog.
भाई कहाँ तक भागा था बे वो? बाप बेटा दोनों आगा।
बता दे आज क्या
क्या
सीखा?
बाय पकड़ो। हाँ डेडलॉक देखा मैंने, मेरा हो गया। Yeah. One elbow.
It's broken.
Blind.
Come, I said 3 to 1.
Vandal here.
खेल रहा हूँ मैं।
Never had a doubt. Let's keep it going.
स्टिंकर ओपी है बे।
हाँ क्या?
अबे तेरे भाई ने 3 वैंडल को गिराया है, धाप धूड़। सैचल बीचल खा के उड़ाया है बे तेरे भाई ने। और बेबी।
Vamonos, running back.
राइट साइड ब्लाइंड देना।
Left.
ब्लाइंड दे।
One enemy remaining.
I'm low as fuck. Hey, do you have a fucker? Serena, are you something?
Right there.
No.
Serena, घुस मैं उसको फ्री यहाँ के 2 के फ्री मिला।
Wow!
Oh!
Oh!
Serena, why is your duet 0 kill?
What the fuck?
Call it.
Speaker.
Blind है।
मर गया मैं। क्या मार रहे ना भाई?
Oh, what the hell?
Player standing.
One enemy remaining.
Just run.
You forget. I always.
मेरे रैंक की लॉबी आ गई.
भाई रेना क्या मार रहा है भाई?
रीना समथिंग है.
तूने ब्लाइंड क्यों नहीं दिया आवाज से स्मोक थ्रू?
अरे मैं इससे मर गया. रीना समथिंग है.
Rush B. I break. Can you smoke and blind right up? आजा. सुन. यहाँ पे थूक डाल और यहाँ पे बैक साइड ब्लाइंड कर. लगा ब्लाइंड.
78.
लेट ब्लाइंड दिया है यार.
अरे लेट ब्लाइंड क्या, रुकना.
ये कैसे रुको जब भी रेना ने भी ब्लाइंड दिया है. Go be again. I mean, you smoke blind and then smoke city.
Wait, no, smoke deep or outside?
You can smoke deep.
Almost smoke deep?
Yeah, smoke deep and then blind from
Yeah, smoke this and this.
Blind from here. Not smoke city.
Make him dance.
Smoke this. Two डाल रहा हूँ और blind दे रहा हूँ.
One enemy remaining.
Bitter.
मैं क्यों पीक लूंगा वहाँ पे? तुमने बोला पीक ले.
क्या हुआ अपने डेडली डो को? समझ नहीं सकता तो मेरा.
नहीं समझ सकता भाई.
बदल गया.
तेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज समझ.
2 दिन खेला नहीं, 2 दिन मेरे साथ बदल गया है.
6 भाई वो सब छोड़. देख तेरे पास 20,000 करोड़ घर है. एक घर मेरे को गिफ्ट दे. अब भी बोलो अंडी मंडी.
कोई लॉजिक है क्या? टॉपिक चल रहा है, कहाँ से निकले टॉपिक?
भाई मेरा 6 महीने में घर चेंज करना है
यार. ले लिया क्या?
तेरे को अच्छा लगेगा मैं रास्ते पे रहूंगा तो.
कहाँ पे लिया घर? कहाँ पे लिया?
लेना है नासिक में ले रहा हूँ.
पता ना.
मैं क्यों ब्लाइंड के लिए नहीं रुकता हूँ.
Rotate back.
Wait,
rotate back.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Close elbow.
One CT, one side.
Close side.
ये क्या क्रॉस है?
Two side.
क्या है ऐसा?
इसे लग रहा है मेरी कांच फूटी है.
One enemy remaining. Stealing sight.
इसका नाइफ ज्यादा चमक नहीं रहा.
Yes, no gun.
ये तो
Yes, no gun.
क्या करो है भाई ये? Something.
अरे ओ गधे की छठी कांड के दूसरे लंड ट्रिक्स. यहाँ से ब्लाइंड फेंक ना अंदर जाके अटकेगा.
अरे कौन सा ब्लाइंड जाता है यहाँ से? वहाँ
यहाँ से जाता है. आगे इधर देख के फेंक खड्डे में.
नीचे गिरता है यहाँ पे.
नहीं गिरता नीचे.
गिरता है.
नहीं एम लगा के फेंक.
बता कहाँ से क्या?
थोड़ा आगे जा और यहाँ खड्डे में एम कर और फेंक.
नहीं होता है.
फेंक बड़वे.
Get out of my way.
अरे नीचे गिर गया.
एल्बो मिल गया मेरे को.
अरे अभी मेरा फ्लैश चला गया.
ब्लाइंड अच्छा था. ब्लैंक आ रहा है.
देखना.
निंजा होगा लंड से।
Enemy remaining.
Last is mid. He's linked now.
Ding.
Nice.
Beautiful one.
I don't even know what this is.
Opponent so bad. That's why.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
What's here?
What is it?
He said he's noob and he likes to suck your dick. रोशबी
कब ले रहा है घर बता ना।
हाँ है अभी। It's me. Hola.
देखा भी क्या है कि GEELI सीधा।
Yeah, it's me. The only race man in town. Bang. Other choke. Oh, stream server.
Oh, three there, all three. Boba.
एक HP था।
हाँ एंटी था। इतना माउस हिलाने की जगह पे आराम से मार देता था तो इधर।
अरे एक HP था वो।
I mean, how do you know me, man?
They'll see before they die.
You are not in me. How do you know me?
I know your sound.
Take this, I have a gift for you.
Can I get a job? Thanks.
भाई 21 मारे उसने फिर भी हार रहे बीच
21
One is here. Trip, careful.
I know exactly where you are.
अरे भड़वे की छठी गांड बैक साइड ब्लाइंड देना go back fuck ओए
क्या
105 is low.
You
क्या राउंड निकल है देखा
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता तेरी थूक बेंचोत मेरे को लगी बैक साइड ब्लाइंड तू दे रहा नहीं है मैं जाऊं कैसे बैक साइड
तू क्यों जाना है बैक साइड
और अपने ओमेन ने वहां पे अच्छा स्मोक डाला वो मेरे को जानता है करके लव यू ओमेन गोमी
कौन है ओमेन
पता नहीं
किसे जानता देखो
आवाज ये लॉबी में बचपन में बहुत
ये कौन है तू गोमेत
तेरा बाप
Call my flash. I'm gonna flash market.
Is it clear, brother?
Yeah.
What's it?
One enemy remaining.
कितना इजी गेम है बोर हो रहा है यार
Shooting B.
City. Right side.
Nice.
तेरा भाई के कॉल देख रहा है सबको इधर भगाया हम लोग उधर कब गए वो समझा नहीं मेरे को भाई मेरी पूरी टीम मेरे को छोड़ के चली गई हाँ रेना कैरी कर रहा है हेवी गोट है देखो
I can push if you contact Rena.
रेना का नहीं पता नहीं
Okay.
I give her one way for this.
भाई इसमें 2 AFK इसका लेट गया भेड़ चो
हाँ आ गया
Mid. Oh. One close.
अरे इतना जल्दी कैसा आया मेड
Last player standing.
मेरे नेट था क्या ये निकालेगा लग रहा है
No.
Oh my god, even a gift skin full.
अरे स्ट्रिक तेरे गांड में हाथ का लैंड है
क्या
इतना सेक्सी कॉल दिया फिर भी मरा
मेड आया नहीं मेड का कॉल दिए
Yo, can you come mid? Cypher? The fuck?
Hey.
Oi.
Oman blaming.
Stop that, please. Stop that.
क्या हो रहा है
There's a camera.
Mid too many. It's not dying, hey.
What is
Can you smoke this?
Jet.
No smoke. No.
To be men.
One close to market. Stop spamming me. Fuck you.
Spike planted.
One CT, 3 CT.
I'm dead
High
left.
race. No one's there, by the way.
Go.
$500 if you clutch.
Oh, Jing.
Alright, homies, chill. We'll go again.
How do you know no one there?
He up mid.
Because I was exposed and no one fucking picked me.
Oh. Hey Gekko, can you do something except for gok?
Wait. They might go A.
Yeah.
Are they gonna go A?
And close door and come. Mate, too many.
Oh shit. Okay.
They're pushing
Fight
Gekko.
with me. Race. Hey.
They're pushing Gekko.
Hey, one ailing.
One's A. He's dead. Ah, you're good.
One enemy remaining.
He was styles. I don't know. He was styles. He was there.
Bro, you scared the fuck out of me.
Reload. You're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
भाई उसने फिर भी मारा बे कोई तो अलग ही है बंदा
Drop me.
Nobody can.
तूने नाम रखा नहीं बिग्स क्यों थी
तूने रखा सिक्योरिटी
बता रघु
तो मैंने मेट
One tiles.
नहीं
Oh, one's mid.
Two mid.
Get out of my way. Tackle out.
In market.
गया
Grounded.
Last player standing.
पांडे मारते जा रहा।
रेज डिफ है भाई।
ये क्लच है बे,
क्लच है।
ये क्लच है।
Theo.
Nice try, man.
Yeah, we fight me. Go.
$2 डिलीट क्या हो गया? क्या लिखा उसने? क्या लिखा भैया जी?
I flash.
I'm broke shit.
इधर थूक। उस सड़ी के इधर थूक स्ट्रिक्स।
लाइट के रुक।
इधर थूक।
Smoke up mid. After I flash.
थोड़ा जल्दी हो गया। लाइन डाउन।
Very nice.
Oh, no.
Very nice.
Let's go.
Match
थोड़ा
point.
टाइमिंग
Good
लगता
job.
Can I get a drop?
I need
No, I'm not gonna go play.
Don't drop him.
Drop him, please.
No.
Drop your main duelist.
Raze so bad.
Please. I'm a PRX fan. Drop me.
Thanks. No prisoners.
Go again. Yeah, I flash styles.
Blind inside.
Oh, yeah. Come in, motherfuckers.
Spike down A.
Hey, BB.
I got this. 7
One was mid. Two mid.
Separate.
Look at Gecko. Kill one. Alt है, blind है. Right से. Both men. Alt mute.
Jet is half.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Okay.
ये क्यों भाग रहा है वहाँ पे?
मेरे को क्या पता? हाथ के बम से क्या लिखा था उसमें?
अबे ये भागा, मेरे को लगा चलेगा।
क्या लिखा था? किस टॉपिक पे लिखा था? क्या हो गया कन्नड़न भाई?
Out of charges.
ब्रह्मांड होने वाला है नहीं पॉसिबल नहीं.
और यू और बंदा
Asking to play with old friends.
One more.
Motherfucker, that's my fault.
Oh!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Nice.
Cage trigger.
Enemy remaining.
One more there.
I think clutch.
Yeah.
Clutch और ना दो विकेट.
क्या? Easy man.
Looks like Reyna in flowing with you, Bing.
Hey, nobody do it me.
Yeah.
Tuck him.
Hey, bottom fighter Sakim.
अबे तेरा हेटर है कि तेरा
Wow, Binks.
Thanks. Tuck
Indian
him.
player. Wave, Indian player.
अबे
Hey.
तेरा हेटर है कि लोग
जीवाड़ी.
हाँ कौन था ये लोग?
फ्रेंड्स यार मेरे पुराने फ्रेंड्स.
फ्रेंड्स की हेटर थे भाई.
माय ओल्ड फ्रेंड्स. देख रहे हो मेरा फ्रेंड ही मेरे नीचे. उमेद भाई नीचे.
झूलो नीचे.
भाई देखो मैंने ड्यूलिस्ट को डिफ दी. वो भी इमॉर्टल 3. बाकी लोग क्या है भी? भाई एक लास्ट गेम हो जाए या सो जाए?
भाई 2-3 एटलीस्ट.
2-3 क्या? मेरे को सुबह उठने का 9 बजे हो भी.
तो 9 बजे तक खेलेंगे। क्या करना है 9 बजे उठ के?
मेरे को बाहर जाना है रे, एक जगह पे मेरे को 12 बजे पहुंचने का, जो यहाँ से 2 घंटा दूर है, तो 10 बजे कुछ भी करके मेरे को निकलना पड़ेगा। ऐसा सीन है। फिर सोच पूरा दिन वहां पे
2
होने के
घंटा
बाद
दूर कहाँ पे जा रहा है?
जा रहा हूँ
लोनावला?
नासिक।
नासिक 2 घंटा दूर में।
फ्लाइट से जा रहा हूँ ना, उसके लिए।
फ्लाइट नहीं आती नासिक में।
प्राइवेट जेट है मेरे पास।
प्राइवेट जेट किधर? एयरपोर्ट नहीं है नासिक में।
एयरपोर्ट में डायरेक्ट घर पे लैंड कर दूंगा। हाँ, घर टूटेगा तो भी बहुत घर है तेरे पास। सिक्स भाई, आज तक बाप को कुछ गिफ्ट दिया है तूने?
मेरे को बता, आज तक तूने तेरे बाप को गिफ्ट दिया कभी?
मैंने मेरे बाप को दिया है।
मैंने भी मेरे बाप को दिया।
मेरे को नहीं मिला।
मेरे को भी कुछ मिला नहीं।
टाइम है भाई। स्ट्रिक्स, मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, कुछ ने एक 10 रोलेक्स दे दे।
रोलेक्स कहाँ से चाहिए अभी देखो?
बेच तो दो।
मैं बताऊँ एक चीज।
हाँ,
तेरे 1 साल के रेवेन्यू से तू 1 रोलेक्स तो ले सकता।
मैं
बता,
बताऊं?
हाँ
मैं अभी एक चीज बताऊं? हाँ,
बता।
बिना खुद के रेवेन्यू से भी तू 2 घर ले सकता है। हाँ भोसड़ी के। सोच, जब तू रेवेन्यू चालू करेगा तब क्या होएगा? सिक्स भाई।
भाई,
हाँ
भाई देख।
हेलो हेलो, वेटिंग फॉर सम कमबैक्स। हेलो।
जाने दे
सिर्फ करोड़पति नहीं है, सिर्फ स्ट्रिक्स कौन है पता है? स्ट्रिक्स इज अमिताभ बच्चन, जो करता है वो कौन बनेगा करोड़पति। तुम लो 7 करोड़, तुम लो, तुम जीत गए 7 करोड़, तुम जीत गए, वो है स्ट्रिक्स। स्ट्रिक्स को जानते नहीं हो चैट तुम लोग। स्ट्रिक्स भाई, हो जाए करोड़पति गिव अवे, नेवर सीन बिफोर। तेरे को लोग इंडियन मिस्टर बीस्ट बुलाएंगे, कैसे लगेगा तेरे को? भोसड़ी का फिर भी सैलरी मांगता है कार्ड।
कौन सा सैलरी भाई?
सैलरी नहीं मिला तो तेरे को?
शिट, मेरा चप्पल टूट गया।
चप्पल? मेरे को लगा तुम जैसे लोग जॉर्डन्स पहन के सोते हो, गोल्ड स्टडेड। चैट मजाक सेट कर, जितने लोग है ना 1700, ये 1700 मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट यू कर सकता है अभी। यू स्टिक्स बता दे आज।
पैसे नहीं भाई।
देख रहे हो, डॉलर्स, पैसे वैसे नहीं रखता, डॉलर्स, पाउंड्स, रशियंस डॉलर्स, ये सब रखता है।
अगर एक मेंबरशिप 159 का है तो तू पता है कितना दे सकता है मेंबरशिप गिफ्टेड?
देख, मेरे बाद 13 टन आएगा, तू सोच समझ कर, ठीक है? मेरे बाद 13 टन आएगा, और मैं
कर लिया मैंने।
तो मेरे चैट को गिफ्टेड देता रहता हूँ बेशरम। कितना, मैं तो खुद का मेंबरशिप भी लेके बैठा हूँ खुद को सपोर्ट करने को। बाकी लोग कर रहे नहीं कर रहे, मैं कर रहा हूँ खुद को सपोर्ट। अभी यार पता चला कि स्ट्रिक्स बिलियनर है। देवर्सिटी, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, आपका $50, $100 वो सब स्ट्रिक्स के लिए कैसे पता है? जैसे ग्लास में आइस।
कुछ भी भाई, कुछ भी।
समझ रहे हो? ग्लास में आइस जैसा है, डालते रहता है, पिघल गया और डाल, पिघल गया और डाल, वैसा।
अच्छा चल अगर $100 से कंपेयर किया तेरा 1 साल का रेवेन्यू, तो पता है क्या है?
बात बता, तेरे को मैंने 2 साल पहले वो डील दी थी। हाँ, तेरा सब मुझे दे दे, मेरा सब तू ले ले। तेरी तो गांड पड़ गई उसमें।
चलेगा भाई, उसमें क्या भाई? तेरा 1 साल का मेरा कुछ नहीं है भाई। मेरा
वही, तेरा इंटरेस्ट ही उतना है। तब भी स्ट्रीम नहीं करता सिक्स भाई। क्लबिंग, इतना पैसा क्या करेगा इंसान?
बाबा गेम लैग हो रहा है, कहाँ से स्ट्रीम करूं?
समझ रहे हो? खुद का तार काटा ताकि क्लबिंग जा सके। देखो
10 साल पुराना पीसी यूज कर रहा हूँ।
और घर में इसके कितने इंटरनेट है पता? 3।
आया था ना तू।
सबका इंटरनेट लेके रखा है। बोला अंबानी भाई आपका भी दे दो, और कोई है आप भी दे दो। 3 इंटरनेट है। एक से इनकॉग्निटो चलता है इसका, एक से पीसी, एक से मोबाइल, ऐसा है।
इनकॉग्निटो क्या है भाई?
शेख अंबानी से सिर्फ 10 रुपीज कम है। कम था, कम था भाई। शादी होने के बाद अंबानी जी के खर्चे के वजह से अभी स्ट्रिक्ट से नंबर 1।
यार बुलाया नहीं पर वो शादी में।
देख रहे हो ना चैट, इतना बड़ा हो गया, बोला बुलाया नहीं। लो can you smoke here?
There.
Center deep smoke.
There. Out of charges. Drop in a smoke. Reload. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
क्या?
रेफर is that you?
भाई मैं गेम रिस्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ। एफ की हो?
मत कर।
क्यों?
क्या चलेगा? अरे यार
लैग हो रहा है, बहुत लैग हो रहा है।
भाई 2 बंदे के बीच में रिलोड पे सैचल मार के गया, बाकी 2 बंदे लोग। लो कैन यू सेम स्मोक?
There. Come on, let's go.
Long.
Two, last two there. There you.
One enemy remaining.
Spike drop.
Spike down B.
2v1 ah.
Turn behind you so far.
Yeah, left.
Hit TP.
Oh, he TP
again. TP again.
Oh, I'm lagging.
Go hookah. TP hookah, guys. Where you
Okay,
going?
I'm lagging. Wait.
Yeah. I'm telling Reina. No, the bomb is there, no?
I'm back.
Yeah,
the bomb.
There. No peeking. 30 seconds left. Still in sight.
Get me. 55. Vandal है.
Long left side. Left side.
Player standing.
Huh? Oh. What are you even?
Someone track down their brimstone. Could have
So
been
Reina
headed
pick
there.
with me.
I don't know he TP. I don't know why you're running back, bro.
Still at the bomb, no?
मेरे को तो कुछ भी मारा।
भाई टाइम ही नहीं है भाई, अंदर ही आने देता, टाइम ही नहीं था।
वो लेना क्यों रश किया?
लेना पता नहीं क्या किया।
Standing ahead.
Control.
One enemy remaining.
Right side.
If he's gone.
कोई तो मेरे नेट से मर गया।
We know more than we did before.
भाई क्या हेवी नेट मारा ना मैंने? 252। इस शॉट का राजा ऐसे नहीं बुला।
शरीफ दे TRX का क्लास है उठा ले रिस्पेक्ट
Same smoke.
Can buy me.
Who can buy you?
Bomb barrier. Grenade.
हमला
No peeking. Enemy marked. Here. Refreshing. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Paint. Check.
This is left of not 3 shots. Heavy मारा था उसने.
Nowhere in sight.
Safa, can you trip one hookah?
There.
I will TP. अबे A fast आ सकते A fast बैक साइड किल और रिकॉल मार घुसने के बाद या फिर प्लांट पे प्लांट सुना शावर किल प्लांट पे इधर ही रिकॉल मार
ठीक है बहुत अच्छा रीड है
आ सकते हैं बोला था ए शॉट ड्रोन रिकॉन कर ए शॉट रिकॉन कर
हुक्का
क्या मारा भाई मेरे को क्या मारा भाई स्प्रे धर देते जा रहा हो या फिर वो रेना को मार रहा था और मैं मरा
वो मेरे को मार रहा था तू मर गया
हाँ क्या मैं भाई मेरे सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ मेरे पीओवी से उसका कैरेक्टर किधर और देख रहा है और मरा मैं
ये ले तो इससे मारेगा ये ले मारा मैं तेरा वाला तो दे तेरा वाला
अबे पैसा तेरे पास देख कितना है
तो मैं दे रहा हूँ मांग ना तेरा वाला मांग कितना आराम है
Two Asabi, probably going B.
Go TP.
Fire in the hole.
Can be B side only.
Spike down B.
You will not kill my allies.
रिकॉल मार शॉक डार्ट दिखा तेरा प्रेजेंस
नहीं रुक
They can TP right?
Can. One enemy remaining.
भाई बोला मत ट्रिक्स भाई
भाई वो लोग टीपी क्यों नहीं मारा भाई
भाई मैं हूं ना सामने उनको लगा नूब है भाई
बात तो है
लगा
भाई बात तो है तू भी आएगा ना मेरे सामने मुझे भी यही लगेगा प्लस बात उसको ड्रॉप दे स्ट्रिंग्स उसको ड्रॉप दे बात तो है
फिर तू भी इसी पीटेगा
आजकल एक बंदे बहुत हेवी आ रहे हैं Manisha, can you smoke deep?
Oh, nice.
What?
On these.
Allah.
Satchel out.
Can you go ahead?
वो क्यों रुका वैसे?
क्योंकि मर जाता हूँ क्योंकि ये बहुत तेज भागता है ना क्लो।
नहीं वो तो वो डाला तो तेज भागता है सी उसका
डाला था शायद उसने।
नहीं नहीं
एडिट से तो अच्छा खेलता भाई, इतने पहली बार खेलता था।
किससे?
एडिट से तो अच्छे खेलता सो।
ये शर्त नहीं है उसको।
बिग लिया।
ये अपन को वापस आ।
I'm low.
रन करेंगे तो बता।
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
प्रेस सब का है ना यूट्यूब। सब यूट्यूब क्या है? वो देखना बूमबॉट का है, वो नेड का है, सैचल का है। भाई तेरे को पता है उसने मेरा बूमबॉट का है, सैचल का, नेड का है, सब का है उसने। ड्रोन तोड़ना?
नहीं तोड़ सकता।
मनीषा भाई
रेशव
I think Mama Shava.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Short.
Ultimate is ready.
7 बुलेट काफी है। लगाई था।
घर का लगा उधर से जाके डिफ्यूज टैप करेगा।
बिल्कुल लगा था रीलोड करेगा और मारेगा।
वैसे के माँ कुछ
My bad guys.
Let's try. Next time reload.
For real.
क्या बोला for real?
For real. सुनना वेट कर। यहाँ से ना सिर्फ जंप पिक कर।
वेट नहीं करता मैं।
यहाँ से जंप पिक कर, सिर्फ जंप पिक कर।
कौन सी?
निकल तो। बस जंप पिक कर। निकल जा, शॉट ड्रोन निकल।
आ गया था ना?
One enemy remaining.
अरे नहीं है बाबा, इस और नहीं है। बिलोंग।
हाँ? लास्ट में इज्जत बता दी। क्या छुट्टिया बनाना सोआ? तेरे को मार के ऐसा भाग रहा था
तो तूने हगा उसका क्या?
हगा नहीं बे, वन टैप मार रहा था, वो नहीं 4 टैप लगा। Can you smoke it?
There.
सुन रिकॉन मारेगा ना पहले राइट साइड शॉक डॉट मार Can you smoke one way?
मुझे लग गए
One enemy remaining.
शावर से आगे मार दिया
हाँ मेरे को अल्ट मारा उसने
Last round before the switch.
मैप में ओडिन देखा रे
नहीं ओडिन मार रहा था यहाँ से मार सकता थे
वहाँ
There.
मार 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 पट रही है पट रही है Hello, can you deep shot?
There.
Nice shot. Oh, recon third.
मुक्की बार ड्रोन कर रहा हूँ
A B B B those bombs away.
120
Spike planted.
That's it.
Player standing.
1 in 2.
कैसे भाग रहा है
Switching sides.
मैं क्यों भागा बता एक बंदा यहाँ पे फंसा ट्रैप पे ठीक है इससे भागा था दूसरा बंदा भयंकर यहाँ पे चिपका रहा इतना बेट इनिशिएटर होके वो यहाँ कैसे बैठ सकता है भाई ड्रोन ले
इससे नहीं है बाबा
डॉक्टर बेच ड्रोन ले चुपचाप
अरे नीचे ड्रोन
अरे चाहिए
नीचे
अरे चाहिए
कहाँ पे चाहिए
यहाँ से कर ड्रोन यहाँ से ताकि नेट ना पड़े
Right here. Let's make some
अरे
chaos.
क्या पे वार कर रहा है यहाँ पे क्या है ये देख विदाउट ड्रोन एंट्री मत जा
Don't spot it.
मत जा ये क्या है
मादर चोद
ये क्या है इसने डबल शॉट मारा
डबल शॉट डॉट से तू कैसे मरा रहना मारा उधर शॉट डॉट से
मैं मरा
रहना मारा शॉट डॉट से
मरा
बोला था ड्रोन ले
अच्छा वो ड्रोन ले लिया पहले ही मर जाता
One of my cameras is broken.
यहाँ से ड्रोन कर बोल रहा हूँ यहाँ से 2 बार बोला वहां से ड्रोन कर
वैसे भी तू कहाँ एंट्री लेता है
मैं तो घुस गया था मेरे पीछे कोई ना गुस्सा रेना ब्लाइंड भी नहीं है वो वहां पे था रेना शावर अकेला जाके मारा रेना एक बैंड रहता ना दोनों मारते थे बराबर है कि नहीं ये तो भाग रहा है मैं नहीं जा रहा भाई रेना के साथ प्लेयर तो है चलो इस्लाम दोनों रहते रहना ही
Down B.
बे आउट ऑफ चाहिए
तेरे पास शॉट डॉट नहीं था क्या अभी एक भी
ना
मैं हारने वाले अगर तू ड्रोन नहीं किया
Nah, bullets are quicker.
आजा शावर रिकन मार
इससे नहीं ड्रोन के
वापिस पैसे दे ले इस बार ले बहुत छोड़ी के मैं मरने के बाद गन ले ले से रिकन भाई
कहाँ पे रिकॉन चाहिए
हेवी मार रहे रे ना पता हाँ रिकन दे विंसन से मैं प्लीज देख लो
रुक
120 राइट में 120 है कूद के मार यो लेके
10 seconds to smoke.
Not ready yet.
मैं चोद हेडशॉट मार दिया सीधा
You say something? Sorry, ears still ringing.
नाइस ड्रो ना ये हारने वाले लग रहा है पहला राउंड मत ले ड्रो नहीं चाहिए पिछला राउंड शॉट नहीं है पिछला राउंड पैसे नहीं है क्या डुओ है मां कसम
मैं अकेले एंट्री लूँ क्या अभी पे
How are you running? Why?
Dropping smokes.
Right here.
रुक रिकॉर्ड आ रहा है 2 सेकंड एक शावर दे रिकॉर्ड दे रहा हूँ
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
तेरे को पता नहीं क्या एक ड्यूल है तेरे को पता नहीं क्या एक ड्यूल है स्ट्रिक्स हाँ उस सड़क के ओडिन चला रहा है वो कब से ऐसा स्विंग किया
You surrender this Reina.
I think Arby's
स्ट्रिक्स तेरे पास अल्टी है बकचोद नहीं सिंपल है ड्रोन कर और अल्ट कर यहाँ से ड्रोन कर यहाँ से ड्रोन कर
अगर मैं अल्ट करूँगा तब घुसता ना
हाँ
Come be long.
रुक भाई
गंदी नहीं है मेरे पास कहीं
स्पाइक लेके आ
I have the spike.
अरे रे
What the fuck?
ये
क्या करूँ अभी
ड्रोन कर
Deploying drone.
Last player standing.
Satchel up.
भाग गया
बाहर के
I'll the eagle guy.
Just recon, drone, take shower, let brimstone, smoke and molly. Then we hit A of the smoke molly.
क्या शावर लेना है
हाँ shower
तो शावर ड्रोन करूँ
shower
बाबा पैसे नहीं आ रहे.
Wait for smoke only, don't smoke.
Revealing area.
Two more. Just wait, let him smoke Molly. 2 smokes down, guys. One left. Nice. 1 TP.
No. Obi.
Like I never left.
Okay.
Go.
ये क्यों मार रहा है?
Last player standing. Enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
भाई रुकना ड्रोन के लिए रुकना.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Good job. Do same.
Let them down.
Stand down.
मत डालना.
Nowhere to run.
Run कर.
नहीं है. 10 सेकंड रुक रिकॉन देगा.
Spike down B.
Why can't we play slow, guys? Hello. No point wasting time, huh? Just play slow.
Last player standing.
We don't even take shower, you guys die. A short one, they belong with spike. Just play calm for 3 rounds, guys. Calm down. I know you guys good players. Stop your ego, huh?
You don't get a reset button. You stay alive.
भाई क्या भाई अच्छे प्लेयर से तो बेंच इतने थोड़ी. Glove, can you smoke this?
There.
Can I blind from short?
There.
So you drone shot. Drone from here, Suba.
There.
That's good. Everything we win then.
Come, Rena. Come, just 3 rounds, bro.
We're going DIS.
हो गया भाई. क्या ड्रोन करो अभी?
Spike down B.
Would we go fight this?
Last player standing.
क्या ईगो है भाई? क्या करेंगे इतने ईगो का? Doesn't matter, Rena. At least you got the mic, huh? Good luck with your ego. Okay, it's okay. It's still better for me.
Out of charges.
Spike down A.
Grenade. Satchel out.
Fix it.
Player standing.
भाई स्पाइक ले लेके गिरा रहे थे अभी तो सिंगापुर सर्वर
Match point.
Aye, we're through.
स्पाइक ले लेके कर रहे हो अभी
किसको बोल
क्या
रहे हैं
क्या
साइफर?
बात कर रहे हो ओ रेना और साइफर का
कौन सी गाड़ी में?
भाई जाते जाते क्या टाइम वेस्ट किया है बे बीच कर भाई गिरने वाले बिलोंग हेलो
One enemy remaining.
Grenade. Spike carrier is down.
Spike down B.
हेडशॉट भाई बंदा बिरंग पे है कौन सा सर्वर है सिंगापुर जाते जाते दुख मिल रहा है डगे 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 ये भी हार गए ना कॉल चल रहे ना कुछ It's time to go YOLO.
I'll find them.
निकाल दिया चल अपना साइफर
Nowhere to run.
हाय दैया मैं भी लंडी हूँ भाई क्या फायदा उसको बोल के क्लच कर हम गेम जीते
Last player standing. Spike down A. Defenders win.
हाय दैया क्या इतना बड़ा ईगो बे रेना में
इसलिए मुंबई से खेल लो।
भाई तेरे को पता है वो जो राउंड था ना जिसकी वजह से इनका और इसका लफड़ा हुआ साइफर का
हाँ।
वो राउंड 2 कम है पूरा बिलोंग से ऐसा लोअर करके उक्का गया पता नहीं क्यों पहली बात लेकिन गया अभी इसके पास टाइमिंग है दोनों को मारने का रेना को चुपचाप बैठना चाहिए था जबकि उसका पोजीशन स्पॉटेड है ठीक है वो पीक लेके मर गया भाई इससे तो क्लच एनएच के तो भर दिया और ऐसा भरा कि बहुत ही भरा चलो बाय बाय बाय
बाय बाय बाय
हेवी झगड़ा करते बे सिंगापुर वाले भी हाँ हेवी झगड़ा करते बे अच्छू उससे अच्छा 9-3 से 3 राउंड जीत के सोना अच्छा है कि मैच इतना राउंड झगड़ा करके हारना अच्छा है बे वन मोर नहीं मेरे को सुबह उठना है भाई सुबह जाना है मेरे को चलो रात को ऐसी लॉबी जाते हाँ क्या नशे तो है चलो गाइस बाय 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 आदियो चडी में पादियो टेक केयर गुड नाइट सी या मिलता है कल बाय बाय सीधा वॉच पार्टी में मिलेंगे कल कुछ नहीं रूटर बाहर जा रहा हूँ चलो बाय 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 सब लोग सी या